Dear Atari Anonymous, my son Boris has a missile command problem.
My mission in life is to save all of mankind.
Lately, my daughter has developed a similar problem with Atari Warlords. Now, with video pinball, my husband is acting funny lately. With Atari games so ingenious, so involving, so intense, I ask you, Atari Anonymous, is this problem contagious?
Okay, Atari, let's see your best pitch.
You're out, Rose.
The Atari video computer system is 20 cartridges with 1,300 game variations you play on your own TV set.
You can't keep me in here, Atari.
Your version tonight, play it.
Way down deep inside of every man, there's a little boy, an Atari fan, and without any doubt, the boy will come out when he plays a game from Atari. Have you played Atari today?
Give a man an Atari game and he'll turn into a little boy. But don't worry, he'll be grown up enough to share it.
Have you played Atari today?
The world's greatest arcade video games are now the world's greatest home video games. They're only from Atari, and only for systems from Atari, which means that when you play them on an Atari home video game system, you'll see amazing graphics, like this. Thrilling action, like this. It also means that if you try to play them on anything but an Atari system, you'll see something like this.
I'd like an Atari 2600 system, please, and everything that goes with it.
Everything? You sure want everything?
I want everything.
Now you get a new low price, up to $30 a rebate office, and a free pack.
Is that everything?
It's not everything. You can get nearly 300 different cartridges.
300?
That's nothing.
It's something.
But it's not everything. Soon there'll be a voice module, trackball, remote control joysticks, and a computer keyboard.
It's amazing.
It's amazing, but it's not everything.
It's not everything.
Soon there'll be educational games, too.
Is that everything?
That's everything. For now.
For now?
The Atari 2600.
Now get up to $30 in rebate offers plus a free Pac-Man.
The fun is back. Oh, yes, sirree. It's the 2600 from Atari. It's the video system with classics galore, from Space Invaders to Cars That Roar. A real hip joystick controls the screen. Solaris is hot and Midnight Magic's mean. And one more thing, it's got a special low price, under $50. $50? Now, isn't that nice? The fun is back. Oh, yes, sirree. It's the 2600 from Atari.
I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid.
There's a million toys at Toys R Us that we can play with.
Turn on the Atari 2600 video game system for just $59.84 after a $30 manufacturer's rebate. And get a $60 coupon book toward purchase of other selected 2600 items. The Atari 5200 is just $119.84 after a $30 rebate. And now, get Atari 2600 cartridges like these for just $4.97 each at Toys R Us.
I want to be a Toys R Us kid.
A fly. I'll have a mutant fly. There you are. You'll need some protection. Ion zone. Shift chroma. Intensify. Okay. Now you'll need some weapons. You are a formidable enemy. The Kotile. Watch it, Yar. He has a lethal drone and some other tricks up his sleeve. Spiral. Go. Oh, good move, Yar. Now, I have a surprise for you. A Zorlon cannon. Use it, Yar. Fire again. Got him. That's revenge. Yar's revenge. Well, this could be fun. This could be a lot of fun, like asteroids. Yeah, that's it. Get him. Get him. Beautiful. Watch it. Disintegrate. Now, let's go into deeper space. Galactic map, okay? Sector 11. Hyperspace. Sights in. Cylon warships. Attack. Photons. Star Raiders. That's it, Star Raiders. That'll keep them on their toes. Let's see what we can come up with next.
We're Atari. We have the vision, and we invented the technology to bring it home to you.
Dear Atari Anonymous, ever since my husband Luno returned from Earth with Asteroids, the new Atari home video game, he and the rest of the family do nothing but play Asteroids. Luno says Asteroids is good practice for his interplanetary life.
Bitty bitty, bitty bitty.
Tell me, dear Atari Anonymous, with everybody hooked on Asteroids, what on earth is a poor Martian mother to do?
New Atari Asteroids, now available for your home.
Sure, you have an attack computer and photon torpedoes. Ooh, nice shot, Flyboy. But there's 40 of us, only one of you. Checking the map, Star Raider? We know where you are. Bye-bye, Star Raider.
Star Raiders, the home video game that's only from Atari and only for systems from Atari.
Galaxy to Earth. Galaxy to Earth. Star Raiders and Berserk have landed. Protect yourself at all costs. If the Star Raiders don't get you, the Berserk robots will.
Atari video game owners win again with 2 new home video games, Star Raiders and Berserk, joining Pac-Man, Yar's Revenge, Haunted House, Defender, and save up to $10 on 17 other hits made only for systems from Atari.
Galaxy to Earth. Contact this Atari base station for help.
You know why Atari's better than movies? No ushers. And with Atari, see, you get to be part of the action. Like Phoenix, big bird game. Hey, get your feet off the seat, pal. Try to make it through the forest without being attacked by... Right. Hey, don't make me come up there. Hey. Phoenix and Centipede, a great double feature from Atari.
Atari presents its newest star.
Vanguard. Just like the arcade, 6 zones. Let me show them the mountain zone. Hey, check it out. Get the energy pies. So long, Harley Rockets. Hey, the rainbow zone is my turf. You can shoot in 4 directions. All right. I'll just freeze to the stripe zone. The wall. Yeah.
But fellas, who destroys the Gond?
Luther destroys the Gond.
Vanguard is here, only from Atari.
Joey, what's she really like? She's the most exciting woman I ever met. Yeah?
Atari introduces the Woman of the Year, Ms. Pac-Man. Just like the arcade classic, 4 different game screens, floating fruit, even pretzels.
Honey, don't you know I'm more than Pac-Man with a bow?
Treat for Ms. Pac-Man.
Treat for Atari.
Only from Atari. Made especially for systems from Atari. The video game that lets you help E.T. get home. Just in time for Christmas. Happy holidays from Atari.
I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid.
They got a million toys at Toys R Us that she can play with.
I don't want to grow up.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Live? Is it official?
I would hope so.
Are we live? I think we're live. Oh, we're live.
Oh, man.
Hey, everybody. Happy Saturday morning.
Morning. How's it going?
It's not Saturday morning cartoons, but...
No. This is the next best thing, though, so it's great.
Oh, man, I'm excited. Thanks for tuning in. This is exciting. Glad you guys are able to join us. Hi, my name's Tom Jenkins. I am... I guess I give myself an official title, founder and director of the Cleveland Gaming Classic. I'm here with Kevin. You want to do a fancy introduction?
I'm Kevin Molnar. I am not the founder nor director. I'm pretty much just here.
He's doing great. And then over here, too, off the camera right now, but you'll see plenty of them as well.
My name's I'm Kevin Cabarello. Been hanging out in Cleveland for many of these classics and retro gaming enthusiast. Just glad that you could have me here for the weekend and gonna have a lot of good fun here. So
it's gonna be awesome.
Great to be here.
We got you on the second camera.
Oh, man.
It's like official. So for those of you that don't know, right, if this is your first time tuning in, we're following the chat. So we are streaming this live on Facebook, YouTube, and our Twitch stream. So if you can help us out, there's this thing called like Facebook and stuff algorithms.
I've heard that, yeah.
So if you can subscribe, share, try to hit that many times as possible, or comment. That'll keep boosting us up to the top, because what we're here doing this weekend is we're doing this all for charity, which is the best part. So as you guys may know, we normally have a in-person show, which was scheduled for today. but a lot's changed this year, right? So we kind of made the decision that, we're not going to cancel this thing, but we're going to kind of do, I'll say, the next best thing, or maybe even better, right? We're going to do something remote, we're going to do it virtually, and we're going to do it for charity. So everything that we're doing this weekend is going to United Cerebral Palsy of Greater Cleveland. We're actually going to bring on Trish Otter, their CEO and president, here in a couple minutes. But we want to kind of walk you guys through what's going on for the weekend. But again, please just share, like, subscribe, comment. We can see your comments across all the platforms here live on the stream as well. We have a lot of exciting stuff planned. What did you guys think of that intro video, by the way? Did you like that?
Stunning. Absolutely stunning.
I love it. Just a little bit of retro, kind of gives us a nice little intro. Just top-notch work right there. I loved it.
Daryl Sampson saying, awesome intro. We like that. It's a lot of fun putting this stuff together. It's like if you're watching, tuning in, thanks for doing so. And we hope to have a lot of fun. We actually have, I'll walk through what we've got real quick as far as the plans for the weekend. So we have a packed agenda of just, I'll say, guests all across the board. So arguably probably more than what we'd have in person. So like I said, first we're going to have Trish Otter. She's the CEO and president of UCP of Greater Cleveland, who's everything's going to this year. Then we're going to go into at 11 o'clock. We're going to go into UCP staff playing games. So we actually went downtown to UCP's headquarters. We were all PPE'd up and everything. We brought a camera crew, audio crew down there. So thanks to everyone that helped out with that. So we shot actually a probably good, I'll say, half day's worth of footage. But they're going to play some games for us, and we're going to commentate along with that. We have a ton of guests. If you guys want to see the full schedule, you can go to GameCleveland.com. Just click on schedule. So we've got Franz Castrell and Melissa Wood from High Score. Did you guys watch that?
Yeah, it's a really solid, maybe arguably one of the better video game documentaries I've seen. Covers a lot of stuff.
It was in like the top 10 for Netflix too for like a solid month or two.
Oh yeah.
Well, we got a lot of nerdy people out there, and just kind of like to see this conglomeration of just kind of history of video games and everything. It's really top-notch stuff.
It's a really cool series. So they're going to be on talking about their Netflix docuseries. Then we're actually going to play some terrible games at 1 o'clock. So if you have suggestions for some terrible games, we're going to leave that open too. Again, we want to keep this pretty interactive and fun all weekend long. So terrible games at 1 o'clock.
Give us your worst.
What do you guys think? What do you guys?
Games-wise,
Yeah,
I mean, it differs. What really signifies as a terrible game? I mean, you can go the ultra-hard route like Silver Surfer. Personally, I think Bad Street Brawler is arguably the funniest, most terrible game on the NES, just because of how so bad it's good.
Yeah, we're going to play those on the NES. So if you have some terrible NES games, you'll hit us up with the chat, and we'll boot those up.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard to think of something, but yeah, just yell at us in chat. The NES has some classic bad games, some so good they're so bad. But yeah, just if you have any suggestions, just feel free to give us a shout in the chat. We'd love to have it.
Oh yeah.
And then at 2 o'clock, we've got Dr. Block, the developers of Straylight. They're going to be on. We're going to be doing a lot of guests via Zoom, so it'll be kind of fun. So they're going to be on talking about their VR game. They had it at our show in person last year before they actually had it public. So it's on Steam. You can get it now. But they're going to talk about their game. We've got Nomad doing a live stream for us. It was actually the world's first quadriplegic gamer.
Really?
So he's going to come on, and he's going to do a stream for us for charity. So everything that he's doing during that hour is going to go to UCP, of course, too. John Salter, you guys might know, he'll be joining us remotely as well, talking about his 85-hour marathon on a single quarter.
Psycho.
It's ridiculous.
What a psycho.
I don't know how you do that.
I don't know why you would do it.
He'll share the story, but I mean, it's pretty.
The dedication is real. You just got to respect that. So it'll be great to talk with them.
It's
so
going to be wild. And then Game Fix Show, they're going to be on. We know those guys. They're going to be coming on doing. I think they're going to do something with some retro video game commercials. Then we get into the evening stuff, which it's prime time.
It's gotta be some good stuff.
Prime time. So we at 6 o'clock. Again, all these times are Eastern too. We're East Coasters here. We're out of Cleveland, obviously, if you didn't know that. Spoiler alert. Yeah. Mortal Kombat Legends panel. We're actually going to have Daniel Pacina, so the original Johnny Cage, and then Rich DeVizio here live with us as well. He's the original Kano. You guys pumped for that?
Extremely.
Who's going to do that interview, by the way?
I'll be happy to sit in on that.
Right.
Yeah. If you want to take charge on it.
There you go.
After 10 hours.
But
yeah, it might be time.
There you go, Molnar. You wax crazy nostalgic with those guys. It'll be good.
And then at 7 o'clock, we were talking about this before we started too. I think one of the I hope to be one of the most interactive and fun segments too, a retro trivia contest live. We actually tested this out on our Facebook page, so you can play. It was interesting, but you can play along live with us on Facebook. Anyone can play. All you gotta do is be on Facebook. The questions will actually show up live, and you just punch in the numbers, and it actually tallies the results. And we're giving away prizes for that.
And people can still sign up for that even just now, right?
I like how you worked in that plug.
Yeah.
That's what they call a plug in the biz, I think.
Yeah, right. But yeah, you can still sign up for it. Yeah, just the sign up's over on the GameCleveland.com website.
Yeah, great point. So if you go to GameCleveland.com, so you can enter for that. It's only $10, and again, every dollar goes to UCP of Greater Cleveland. You can sign up for that. You can play along for free. Anyone can play. I'm not going to play because I'm moderating, but you guys can play. Or Kevin, I think you're signed up.
I'm signed
Kevin
up.
doesn't know the answer,
no.
so don't feel like
there's no conflict of interest.
Of interest. But anybody can play. It's $10. We are giving away prizes, so if you want to actually win some prizes, you do have to pay to play to us to actually ship out some prizes to you. So then we get into where I think it's fair to say the roots all started from. Kevin's got the air to
little 8-bit the Cleveland Brown helmet going right now today.
Yeah,
so.
But this is kind of where we grew up, right? This is where it's still, I think, our biggest following, which is great. We Kevin Molnar did a Tecmo Super Bowl tournament. You want to tell us a little bit about that?
We ran an online tournament. About 32 people participated in over the course of, I'd say, about a month, and got some great games showing ahead of you.
And you guys were able to raise just through honestly, huge shout out to the Tecmo community who's been really, you guys are fantastic, been a lifeblood of what we've done here and a lot of retro events all across the U.S. But I think just in the Tecmo scene alone, we raised close to about $2,000.
Oh, yeah. Definitely came out strong with that. It was actually kind of interesting driving the way here. I actually passed up the old venue, the VW Hall.
It's right down the street.
Yeah.
Where everything started. If you guys don't know the history, we started this thing really, I say, out of my basement, and then we gave it a shot. What is it? 3 years ago now? Is it 3? I don't know.
Yeah, I want to say 3 or 4 years. 3 years ago.
Yeah. So we did the original Tecmo tournament at a VFW hall, literally 30 seconds from here.
Oh yeah.
And it's great. It's really cool how this thing has grown and do a full show, and we've stayed loyal to our roots here too. Tecmo Super Bowl's our thing, right? So we had an awesome Tecmo tournament. We did it all online, all socially distanced, all safe. So. That's great. So we're going to be broadcasting a lot of footage from that. We're also going to have Troy, who many of you might know. He's going to be commentating live alongside with us from Wisconsin. So it'll be kind of cool. We'll bring him in here live.
As well as other special commentators, I'm sure, during the course of the broadcast.
Yes, it's a good point to bring up. So we're going to see some other folks pop in here and there. We're kind of keeping things light here in the studio best we can to do social distancing and whatnot and protocol. But you'll see some other folks pop in. So there will be another crew coming in around 4 o'clock. Or so, and then we're going to have a lot of prizes. John, I might ask you to bring up the prize commercial. We'll show that here in a second, but I did want to do a shout out to all of our sponsors for 2020. We actually have about $2,000 in prizes we're going to be giving away. The only caveat to that being, we ask you make a donation, right? So all the prizes and all the raffles we'll be be feeding directly off of our GoFundMe page. So in order to win, you need to donate. So it goes all to charity. The big thing is tomorrow we're giving away an Arcade 1-Up full-size cabinet, $399 value. Call it $400. Just sounds better.
Yeah.
A nice even number. So
$400 Arcade 1-Up cabinet. You essentially pick out the cabinet, and we ship it. $399. That's what it says.
Price is Right
Well,
rules.
I'm just thinking, I'm just thinking, if you have a choice, okay, Rampage is $400. Shoot, I can't get Rampage.
It's out. It's excluded. No, but you pick the cabinet, and we actually ship it to you. So if you're in the U.S., if I'm not shipping this thing to, I don't know.
Well, tough break to Siberian viewer.
Siberian audience is excluded from that. But we'll be doing that prize giveaway. That's the grand prize tomorrow night. We'll do some prize giveaways today, and then we wrap up with some more Tecmo Super Bowl. So, John, I don't know if you want to maybe roll the sponsor clip, and then we can go ahead and bring on Trish Otter here in 1 second. Oh, yeah, we should do National Anthem.
Yeah, that would.
How about that? You want to do National Anthem first?
Yeah, sure. That sounds appropriate.
Actually, before we do that, we're going to do the National Anthem. So it's actually a really cool segment. So like I said, we went down to UCP of Greater Cleveland. We actually had a chance to meet with Rena Oradini. She's a client of UCP. We went down there, all PPE'd up. Like I said, PPE'd up. That sounds better.
Yeah.
PPE'd up.
Oh.
And we went down there.
Family show.
And she recorded the National Anthem. So why don't we cue that up, and we'll have Rena kick things off here today.
Oh, Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose bright stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
I'm Trish Otter, and I'm privileged to serve as the president and CEO at UCP of Greater Cleveland. I've been with the agency for about 18 years. It is a very special place, serving special people. We serve between 1,300 and 1,500 adults and children every year with developmental disabilities. Our name is very misleading. We serve people with all different types of developmental disabilities, and we do it through therapy and alternative education for kids. And many of the kids we see have very complex needs, both physical and intellectual disabilities. And we do things for them that their doctors told them could never be done. Through children, our programs include occupational, physical, and speech therapy. At the highest level, we'll have 2 and 3 therapists on a child at any one time to make them progress. And actually, we have kids here for many years at a time. This isn't a kind of an in and out clinic. This is somewhere that we support these children and their families. We offer free case management services, so we find all the resources that they need that supports them, that then allows that therapy to work, right, and to keep them as a stable family. And for the adults, we serve everybody, those who have significant disabilities and are nonverbal and are not mobile, all the way up to people who you would look at and never know they have a disability. So for some, we do activities program, all the way up to preparing people for getting a job and then retaining that job. Everything from writing a resume to how to interview to help them to be trained on the job, to go in and coach at times. Again, A to Z on adults. We see the abilities in the people we work with. We meet each person where they are and move them forward and allow them and help them to live life to the fullest. If you're watching this, I cannot thank you enough. This is really what allows us to do what we do. The individuals who come to us for services find with us very unique services, compassionate services, and we truly make a difference in their lives. And again, we could not do it without your support, so thank you very, very much. I'm Trish Otter, and I'm privileged to serve as the president and CEO at UCP of Greater Cleveland. I've been with the agency for about 18 years. It is a very special place.
One second. There we go.
Oh.
Trish, can you hear us now? Beautiful. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello, hello. Trish, coming in. Okay. John, I'm not hearing her through the Zoom. Are you guys hearing her? No.
Negative.
We'll see if we can get you on the Zoom here. Just keep smiling. That's what people want to see.
I'm not really
Make sure your
hearing you
mic's not
either.
muted. I don't think you are, but
No.
let me see if I have to join. Should come through your audio, right, John?
It's the wonderful world of live, live streams. You know, to get technical hiccups.
Yeah, this is what happens when you're the first guest on the stream.
And I'm not the
Oh, there you
co-host,
are.
really.
We can hear you now.
Something with this.
There you are. How's it going?
Good, great. How's it going with you?
Oh, man. Stressful? Is that a fair characterization? So, yeah, it's great to see you. Thanks for joining us this morning. Can you hear us okay, though?
Yes, I can hear you.
So, for those of you that don't know, we have live via Zoom here. We've got Trish Otter. She is the CEO and president of UCP of Greater Cleveland. Thanks for joining today, Trish. Really appreciate your time.
Please, really, I owe you guys all the thanks. This is fantastic that you're doing this.
No, we're having fun. This is really fun. So we do have some tough questions for you today, though. You can't be CEO and president. You can't have that kind of title without skipping out, missing out on some important questions.
Hopefully I don't embarrass you, Tom.
Well, we'll talk about embarrassing when we were down at the office here. We'll talk about that here for a second because that was kind of
no, you're not showing that, are
no,
you?
we're not showing that.
Should we?
Maybe we should. We can hold that.
For a donation.
Yeah, it'll cost you a
that
donation.
actually sounded worse than it was.
Right.
We don't
Put
want
it
to make this sound sketchy.
That's right. So why don't you tell us, kick things off. We just showed that clip, obviously, from when we were down at UCP's headquarters there. But, maybe just give us a little bit of your background and what you do at UCP.
Sure. I've been with the agency for about 19 years. It's a fantastic place. We have close to 200 employees who support children and adults with various developmental disabilities, anything from cerebral palsy to autism, genetic disorders, developmental delays, and everything in between. We see infants all the way up to elderly, and they all come in with very different needs, and that's what's great about UCP. We have been in business for 70 years, and we have expertise in working with all ages, in working with so many different disabilities. We have licensed therapists who work with kids and individually tailored services that really help them to progress and meet milestones. And many of these kids have significant both physical and intellectual disabilities. And on the adult side, there are some who come to us who are unable to speak or move on their own. And we do activities with them and get them out into the community. And then all the way up to adults who have slighter disabilities and can work in the community. And we do everything to support them to get a job and retain that job.
Yeah, it's really an amazing organization. Like I was saying at the beginning, too, I got involved with UCP about 4 years ago because my wife and I actually went through a little bit of experience with our son. He had what was called transient synovitis, right? And so we went through a period of time where he couldn't walk for about a day or two. And it was probably the, I'll say, single scariest moment of my life. And at the same time, as we were going through that process at the Cleveland Clinic, and, unfortunately we came out of that situation, I'll say blessed and fortunate, where we avoided some kind of worst case scenarios. But at that time, I'll say, and I shared this with some of the local media too, is that you're kind of going through, the worst case scenarios. And it's okay to have those thoughts and to be thinking those things. What am I going to do? How is this going to impact me? My wife and I work. Where do we go? Our house isn't built for this. We don't have the financial support. We don't have the training, all those things that you think about. And I get goosebumps every time I talk about this because it is real. It is real. And as a parent, and I'm bringing this up because I think that what I've learned from UCP the most, and Trish, you talk about this all the time, is that with kind of the, people only hear about us when they need us type thing at UCP, right? They serve about 1,500 clients and adults here in the Northeast Ohio area. And it's at that time of need where it's UCP is there, right? And I think right now too, I'm trying not to take up too much airtime of yours too, Trish, but I think right now too, it's anything that people can do watching is that know that these type of organizations like UCP do exist and they're here. And when you need them the most, that's what they're there for, right? And it's truly a blessing. And the things that they do and the impact, I don't know if you can talk about even right now what you guys have been experiencing due to COVID this year.
Yeah. Yeah, and I just want to comment a little further, Tom, on your point. That is, when young parents have a child with a disability and they have them in the NICU, they're looking around saying, what do we do now?
Exactly.
There is no book out there. And in fact, when they come to us, not only do we offer them hope and tell them things that their doctors don't even know to tell them, just because, again, we have the expertise. We also offer family support. So we have case managers who sit the parents down and they talk about all of the needs of that child for their lifetime, financial, educational, legal. We go into doctor's appointments with them. We go to school meetings with them to say, you have this right for your child. So we really hold their hand. And many times we're with them for a decade or more. These aren't short visits that these kids bring. So as far as the pandemic goes right now, you want a little bit of an update on that?
Sure.
Okay, I'll get to the point of answering your question, Tom. Yeah, it's been rough. We have, though, persevered. We are serving as many people as we can virtually. You can do virtual therapy with kids, not all, but most. You can do some services with adults depending upon their level of disability. We totally closed all facility-based programming for about 4 months We were back up and running in July. The timing of this event is ironic in that today we are now for the first time closing programs again due to not only the numbers in general in the community and wanting to be cautious, but we have our own staff and clients who are now testing positive. And the good news is we have separated everyone into pods and been very careful throughout. So we don't think we're spreading the illness at UCP, but we think a lot of it is coming in. So we're saying, let's close the doors for a couple of weeks, give it a rest, and see what happens.
And then that obviously impacts the revenue. You know, that's what keeps organizations like UCP afloat, right? If there's no revenue coming in the door for client services, then you know it impacts everybody too. So to my point, you know, if you can, you're watching now. We're doing everything through GoFundMe charity directly to UCP. So every dollar donated, we actually hit the $4,000 milestone this morning. Thanks to Joe.
Oh my gosh, that's fantastic!
So it's good. Thanks to Joe and Pat Molnar. So shout out to Kevin's folks. $100 put us over the 4,000 mark, even really before we started the show. So please, 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 and especially since some of those programs sound like they're getting shut down now due to COVID, which is the right and safe thing to do. You know, your dollars kind of mean more than ever. And I know you oftentimes talk about really quickly. In terms of how the dollars are spent, right? I think it's like 88 cents of every dollar. I don't know if you want to hit on that real quick.
Sure. 88 cents of every dollar goes directly to programming. We try very hard to minimize our administrative expenses. We run very lean to the point that sometimes my staff are screaming, look, I'm doing all I can. And so when we hit that point, once in a while, we'll hire on more administrative staff, but we have to really be struggling before we do that. We want the money to go to programming.
Perfect. So I did want to have, share a little bit about what we did when we were downtown and able to talk to you. We did play some games with Trish.
Oh, you're not going to do this. You didn't tell me you were doing this.
We're going to share a little story here. So, Trish, you guys think Trish is a gamer or not?
Absolutely.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, well, you're wrong.
Oh, okay.
That's rude.
So, it is kind of rude. We played Super Mario Brothers. Now, I think you can also claim there may have been a little bit of lag, a little latency. But we try to get past the first guy.
A little Goomba?
Exactly.
Yeah.
We tried to get past him. It took us a solid, Trish, how many minutes? Do you 3 minutes?
It's a really long time.
To be fair, that Goomba is tricky. I mean, it moves back and forth.
Little trivia fact that is not in a retro trivia contest later. That is actually the enemy, Eric P. Hugs, he actually shared with me when we were actually downtown. He's the enemy that's killed the most players in the entire video game history.
Really?
It makes sense, though, right?
Yeah.
So if that's the most played, one of the most played games.
That makes sense,
right?
yeah.
It's the first person you see, and you're... So we're giving you a little credit, Trish. Don't feel so bad. Don't feel so
Please don't.
You're in the vast majority at that point. I mean...
Yeah, there's just nothing to be ashamed about, you know?
Nothing to be ashamed about. We played Pac-Man, too, and you arguably did a lot better, right?
I don't know.
Just say yes. Just go with it.
I'm just dying waiting for this.
I'm giving you a softball there. That's a softball. But did you my question was, did you ever play any games, growing up as a kid or anything you remember, Atari, anything like that?
No, I mean, Pac-Man came out in the machine in the pizza shop when I was 18.
Okay.
And that's where I started it. And then, of course, as my son grew up, we played a few games at home. Mario Kart was the big one then.
Mario Kart, nice.
No, that was it.
Now, speaking of Mario, can you name what Mario's actual job is? Like, what does he portray? Do you know what he does?
Rhymes with rumbler. Or
Rumbler?
I don't know. What rhymes with plumber?
Oh, sorry.
You just gave it away.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
He's a plumber.
Thank you.
We'll give it to you. But is there anything else, before, we let you go for this morning? I really appreciate you coming on. Is there anything else you want to share about UCP? Any other stories? Any other commentary? Anything else you want to say to people watching right now?
Really, just the most important thing is thank you for anything you can do for us. And it's also about the awareness. If you know of anybody in the Northeast Ohio area who needs any services of any type with any type of disability, please check in with us. But most of all, we really appreciate your support. And, people who give $5, it's as meaningful as people who give $1,000. Every little bit helps, and we very, very much appreciate it and know that it's really well stewarded and well spent.
Perfect. Well, Trish, it's always great seeing you. You guys have anything else?
You too, Tom.
Good. This is great. Thanks for hopping on, and have a great day.
Thanks so much. Everybody have the same. Have a great time.
All right, thanks, Trish. We'll see you. You got it. All right. So I think we're going to cut back to an interview here real quickly. That's great.
was good.
Fantastic.
I'm Trish Otter, and I'm privileged to serve as the president and CEO at UCP of Greater Cleveland. I've been with the agency for about 18 years. It is a very special place, serving special people. We serve between 1,300 and 1,500 adults and children every year with developmental disabilities. Our name is very misleading. We serve people with all different types of developmental disabilities, and we do it through therapy and alternative education for kids. And many of the kids we see have very complex needs, both physical and intellectual disabilities. And we do things for them that their doctors told them could never be done. Through children, our programs include occupational, physical, and speech therapy. At the highest level, we'll have 2 and 3 therapists on a child at any one time to make them progress. And actually, we have kids here for many years at a time. This isn't a kind of in and out clinic. This is somewhere that we support these children and their families. We offer free case management services, so we find all the resources that they need that supports them, that then allows that therapy to work, right? And to keep them as a stable family. And for the adults, we serve everybody, those who have significant disabilities and are nonverbal and are not mobile, all the way up to people who you would look at and never know they have a disability. So for some, we do activities program, all the way up to preparing people for getting a job and then retaining that job. Everything from writing a resume to how to interview to help them to be trained on the job, to go in and coach at times. Again, A to Z on adults. We see the abilities in the people we work with. We meet each person where they are and move them forward and allow them and help them to live life to the fullest. If you're watching this, I cannot thank you enough. This is really what allows us to do what we do. The individuals who come to us for services find with us very unique services, compassionate services, and we truly make a difference in their lives. And again, we could not do it without your support, so thank you very, very much.
All right, perfect. Wow, yeah, no, you're good. I think that was good talking.
I'm
to
Trish Otter, and I'm privileged to serve as the president and CEO at UCP.
Interview here in 1 second. We're actually, so you guys saw that national anthem, right? We saw that national anthem from Rena.
Mm-hmm.
So we also had a chance to talk to Rena while we were down there. We thought it was important you guys also get a chance, people watching, get a chance to actually hear from Rena, Jean Oradini. She's a client there. She sang the national anthem. She's pretty powerful. So John, I don't know if you want to tee up that clip. We'll go ahead and bring that over and see our interview with Rena. Go ahead and hit it, John. So Rena, why don't you tell us your name?
Rena Jean Oradini.
Perfect. And how long have you been a client of UCP?
Since 2002.
What do you love the most about UCP?
The therapists.
So can you tell us what you do here at UCP?
Work my butt off.
That's a fair statement. We'll take it. That's a great one.
Yeah.
Where have you learned to sing? Like, how do you practice singing?
Through Zoom, but I do private singing lessons.
Can you name some favorite songs or music that you like to listen to?
Probably Taylor Swift.
Oh, nice.
Katy Perry.
Katy Perry?
Sia.
What's one of your favorite Katy Perry songs?
Roar. What's
that one about?
Her boyfriend gets eaten by a tiger in the video.
I love it. I love it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your support.
So, Katy Perry.
Yeah.
We're talking about Katy Perry. Will you guys have a favorite Katy Perry song?
I think I just like them all equally. It's I like them all the same.
Too many you can't name.
Yeah.
Kevin's still.
Roar is a banger, though. Roar is a banger of a song. So.
Was she the performer that did the Super Bowl halftime show, Dancing with a Shark?
Yes.
Okay, then that song.
But Rena is awesome, man. I mean, you get to talk to her. She's amazing. She was unbelievable. And so when we went down there, we had our camera crew and audio crew. So we had 3 people there, again, all socially distanced and masked up and everything. We went in, hey, we're going to do the national anthem. She just fired it off.
Dang.
That was great. She did a great job. That was wonderful.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm telling you, I don't know if, I could not do that, stand in a room with 3 other random people singing the national anthem.
And, cameras in front of you and everything.
I could not do that.
Here, sing this
Props
and
to
go.
her, yeah.
And she is just amazing. We had so much more. We obviously had to cut out there from the clip, but she does swimming, she does singing lessons, all this stuff. It's just unbelievable. So, again, just kind of know, we show this stuff here at the beginning as we're kind of getting through this first hour here, because we think it's important you guys know where the money's going for this weekend. So, we're also monitoring, as you guys know, everything's going through GoFundMe. So we're monitoring that live here as well. We've got some fancy monitors, so we'll be monitoring those donations. So we're already up to 4,100, so it's great. We're making progress. So thank you for keeping those donations coming in. And to that point, we actually have some really good prizes we're going to give away. So I'm going to let John. So John is in the booth here. So you hear me mention John a lot. So we've got John in the booth. So if I'm talking to John, he's this.
He does exist. He's not.
There is a voice.
Back
There's
of the
a
house
voice.
MVP.
He's back of the house. He's the man. He's the showrunner, doing things in the back. So he's going to load up what prizes we're giving away for day 1. So John, when you're ready, go ahead and roll it. You got it. Rolling. What do you guys think?
About the Battletoads music?
I was just basing the Battletoads.
Yeah.
We're just casually just dancing along with the music there with the toads.
Can you guys do that? What's it? It's like a. They did all right.
Are they saying Bob Chick, Bob Chick, Bob Chick, Chick,
That was good.
or Bocce, 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 Chi, Chi, Bocce?
I don't know how you make that noise, but I love it.
We'll work on this over the course of the weekend,
give
right?
us,
We'll get it on point.
Catch up with us in about an
We
hour.
will have lyrics by the end
We
of
will have lyrics
tomorrow.
Quick update too. So we're gonna actually put on the, if you're wondering, I've mentioned a couple times. You just saw prizes we're giving away. I'm gonna do a quick rundown of stuff we're giving away. We'll have some stuff we'll bring on this actual. We've got product placement. Believe it or not, we're respectable.
And we can physically bring stuff out here.
We have props.
We have the technology.
We have stuff. We have things.
We have props. But we're going to be giving away, like I said, $2,000 of prizes all weekend long. Today we've got gift cards from Tipple Glass, so $25 gift cards from Tipple Glass. Check them out, tippleglass.com. Insert Coin Clothing. Ooh. They sell some of the coolest 8-bit apparel. So we have $30 gift cards from them. Dave & Buster's $50 gift cards, $50 power cards, excuse me, coming at
Lovely.
you.
That's for the games, right?
So you can play games, yeah.
Ooh,
So
there we go.
$50 of
Very
power
lovely.
cards. They were actually, I think they're supercharged too. So actually you might have more than, because they said $50 on the power cards plus they're supercharged. I love Dave & Buster's.
Oh, it's a great place. So it's
And we went down there. We've got a commercial we actually shot with them too. The stuff that they've done to socially distance is pretty incredible. Yeah,
I'm curious to see that.
They moved
actually.
apart the machines. They actually have a guy that literally his only job is wiping down cabs constantly.
good. I mean,
It's fantastic.
that's a socially distanced smart thing for them to do. You
And
know,
where
it's
the diner, where you eat there and everything, I forget what they call that area, but basically where they have all the tables and cornhole, they've spread out everything, they've knocked down tables, so there's plenty of room
Oh
to
wow!
hang out.
So they totally just redesigned everything.
Basically, it's pretty incredible.
But that's good on there. I mean, obviously, it's people want to try and have a little bit of fun. It's trying to be able to provide for everybody.
So check them out. The Dave & Buster's in Westlake here, so just about 5 minutes from where we're actually filming today. So check them out, or your local Dave & Buster's. The other thing I should mention too, doesn't matter where you're watching from. I know we're at the Cleveland Gaming Classic, and what we've been saying is too, you don't just have to be local. So the prizes that I'm mentioning, we're going to ship them out to you. So whether they're ePromo gift cards from Insert Coin, or Tipple Glass, or Dave & Buster's, we're going to get these things to you. Which brings me to one of our other sponsors, Balls
Guarana,
Is
yeah.
that how you say it? They've been a sponsor for 4 years, and they are going to ship you cases of balls, 12 16-ounce cans to your house. So it's about $30 a case, but you can win those today. I've got 16-bit bar, an arcade here locally, and a bunch of other stuff. New Wave Toys has got some cabinets, and I mean I could go on talking about this stuff.
There's so much to offer. We have for any donation you guys may make.
So please keep those coming in. I did want to do a shout out, and we're going to bring you guys on the stream here too if you are making a donation. So big shout out to Ken Town, $100 donation this morning.
Oh wow!
Thank you very much, man.
Yeah.
So that's great. Again, all
Appreciate
that goes directly to UCP of Greater Cleveland. So just check it out on GameCleveland.com or in our profile. Just hit that link. Ken Town, thank you so much for that donation. So we'll do some prizes later tonight, and we'll even probably trickle in some fun contests, here and there.
Oh, yeah.
For some giveaways. Go ahead.
What is the top prize for the retro challenge or the trivia challenge tonight?
I was thinking an arcade cabinet from New Wave Toys.
Very nice.
So
Very
we've
nice.
got John. I don't know if you got it on in your back there, but maybe if you can splash up one of the images from New Wave Toys. Excuse me. So we've got 2 arcade cabinets. They're these they call them replicades.
Mm-hmm.
We did one last year for Tempest.
Okay.
We gave away. They're about $120 arcade cabinet. So we have that. Like good plug. You worked in a plug. I like it.
Yeah.
At 7 o'clock.
It was more of a question.
You're curious. But at 7 o'clock tonight, we're going to be doing trivia. So $10 to play, and you can win one of these cabinets. They're actually about $120. These replicate cabinets, and we'll ship it out to you. They'll ship it directly to you, actually. So we have both an Asteroids cabinet and a new Dragon's Lair one that will ship to your house.
Cool.
So make any donation, play in Retro Trivia. How about we commit to that right now? Retro Trivia, we're giving away an arcade cabinet.
Let's do it.
Sounds great.
Rock and roll.
Sounds like a
Let's
plan.
do it. All right, so we're coming up on the hour here. Now it's 10:56, and we've got our next segment coming up. Anything we didn't talk about in the morning? Anything you guys want to? Warmed up now?
Yeah, a little pre-show jitters. I think we're sitting pretty here. Yeah, got all the shakes out.
I'm sweating. The coat's gonna have to come off here soon.
There we go.
I lost some more hair. You guys can't talk. But so what we're gonna do? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go into UCP staff play games. So we talked about this and talked to Trish about that earlier too. So we're gonna have some UCP staff. They're gonna play some games for us. So we went down and met with 2 different teams from their Oakleaf client services. So it's their adult day services. So they're gonna play. I think we've got Mario Kart. Mm-hmm. The original Mario Kart, the OG one.
Yep, Super Nintendo, very cool.
Very
so
nice.
they played Super Nintendo. So we've got Brian and Heather. You'll see on the stream here. So what we're going to do, actually, it's going to be kind of fun. So they're going to play Mario Kart. This part is pre-recorded with them, but we're going to commentate on it live.
I got 5 on Heather.
So I want to see who you guys are taking.
I got Heather.
And if you guys are on the stream,
it's a proven
too.
fact. Heathers are good drivers in Mario Kart. Proven fact.
What's your source?
Wikipedia.
Fake news. So we're going to commentate on that. So we'll be watching alongside them. And then we've got Raheem and Andy as well. We'll be doing a segment with them. So we've got them playing some games. They're playing Street Fighter.
Raheem's a known spammer. I don't know. I don't know on that one. Who's his opponent? Andy?
Andy. You got Andy and Raheem.
Andy Zangief is very good from what I've been told. So.
Cabarello?
We'll take Raheem. Why not?
Raheem might be the favorite. More syllables in the name, and like I said, he's a spammer. So yeah.
Checking on the chat here as well. We got a lot of viewers online, which is nice. Thanks for tuning in. We are monitoring the chat, so if you're just joining us, K Molnar is a frickin'. I say frickin'. Am I allowed to say frickin'? I think frickin'.
Did you get censored? I don't know.
I don't know if that got beeped out. Is a dreamboat. So
you got a fan out there.
Yeah, I know who that is too. Thanks. Yeah.
So keep them coming. Vincent Williams, awesome. I'm just scrolling back through the chat here too. Troy, thank you for tuning in. A lot of you guys, just unbelievable. And if you can too, as you're watching, as we said earlier, give us a like, subscribe, share, just help with those Facebook or YouTube or whatever analytics. The jacket is dreamy. That's my wife. So my wife just said. So. My wife Lisa's apparently watching. I asked her to watch. She promised me she would.
Okay.
So apparently
where did you get that jacket, by the way?
I don't know. Amazon. So.
No kidding.
So,
Did you just type in Pac-Man sports coat?
Yeah.
Boom.
The pants don't fit me anymore, though.
Yeah.
I would admit that on the stream. There were pants.
Why wouldn't there be pants? I mean,
they were tight to begin
it makes
with,
sense.
though,
It makes sense.
They were tight to begin with, in my defense. Tecmo Full Nelson, looking good cats. Good looking cats. You were pretty handsome gentlemen.
We do okay.
Yeah.
You guys look like you got dressed up for this.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not wearing any pants, so I mean.
Oh, jeez.
The truth comes out, and we are only an hour into the stream.
Yeah,
all right,
it's a long day.
So with that segment, we're gonna queue up. I don't know, John, if you want to run a commercial, but we're gonna queue up what's gonna be our UCP staff play games. So get ready for some Mario Kart. Get ready for some Street Fighter, and if you're in the chat, feel free to chat along and pick who you think is gonna come out on top. We got Brian and Heather up first, and then we got Andy and Raheem, and we also have some cool interviews with them too.
Cool. Looking forward to it.
John, whenever you're ready, Josh Justice, this is great. Love it. Keep it coming in, guys. Love it. This is cool.
I'm loving it. So.
Yeah.
We're going to go to a commercial, and we'll be right back.
I hit yes, right? Is it working? Yep. All right.
Ready.
Mushrooms out. No pressure. We only have cameras.
Oh, boy.
I hit yes, right? Is it working? Yep. All right. I hit yes, right?
All right, so.
All right.
Oh, we're gonna bring up Mario Kart here.
Okay, so Brian is going.
Yeah.
Okay, Heather is taking. Okay, we
Only
got
have
Pink versus Toad matchup. All right, that's a.
So
Oh boy.
That's pretty even by standards. I'm surprised no one went Yoshi.
I remember which one to go.
Oh gosh, I forgot which one was
I
yours.
know.
I hit yes, right? Is it working? All
Well,
right.
aren't they both considered?
Like Toad and Koopa are like the same, and like.
No, it's okay. We're gonna run it. We're gonna start it over here.
Really? Like I always thought Yoshi and Koopa were the same. Like as in they were lightweight fast.
Only
Like
have cameras.
those two, along with Toad and Princess, were always the lightweight ones.
Oh boy.
Mario's a bit of a heavier guy, heavy set guy.
I remember which one to go.
Oh gosh, I forgot which one was yours.
Which, oh my gosh. I always remember being infuriated with this game growing up, just because, okay, if you had, if you pick Bowser, if Bowser is a CPU player, they can throw those fireballs, but you can never throw the fireballs.
Right.
Yeah.
Or they always just had like the computer would kind of cheat, you know? It's like they would just have infinite items and stuff.
Exactly.
Just added more, oh, there you go.
There you go. I also learned, like, it took me a while to learn it in this game, but I learned if, you know how, it's okay, so if you're, let's say Yoshi doing the, like the Grand Prix mode, if you knock out Koopa Troopa from, like, being your ultimate rival in the first race, he just, yeah, he stinks, like, the rest of the time.
Oh, forget what that guy. Oh yeah. Oh,
Looks like they're doing great, you know?
Sure.
They're in first and second right now.
I got Heather.
Yeah, it's, I got Ryan, so.
Via landslide, so.
You got Heather via landslide?
No, Heather's, she's toying around with him right now.
It's just the slow play, it's just the long con.
Yeah, it's
Oh, sorry.
building suspense.
Here I come.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Oh my god.
Brian's holding on to that.
Oh,
mushroom.
no.
Oh,
Get the
never
star,
mind.
get the star.
Getting around lap people, though. You got to deal with Koopa throwing shells. Uh-oh.
Hey, that was close.
Yeah. Oh, Brian giving the
Rematch all day
proverbial,
long.
oh, that was close.
All right.
Just wait, Brian.
All right.
Wrath is coming.
The Mario kind of snuck in there for second. So.
And you
Just
never
building the
miss
long con. I'm telling you, Heather's got this.
Yeah.
If any of these get used in ads, I get 10%.
So we watch on
Any
this
of these
one,
get
actually
used
should
in
be real
ads,
time
any
now.
taglines.
So watch this monitor. We should be real time now.
But will what we say
It'll be good.
be okay, lagged enough?
That
Okay.
should be lagged out.
All right,
Okay.
all right, all
We're tuning
right.
things in here.
I like that. We're learning on the fly, baby.
They said like
Yeah.
half an hour.
I have someone.
This is where Heather comes back here on the donut plains.
Yeah, this is Heather's forte right here.
Yeah.
She is. I think ranked 3rd overall in the world in donut plains.
Oh my
yeah.
gosh.
So close. Oh, I'm gonna.
Got all the tips and tricks and all the sneaky stuff. Oh my goodness, that green shell is just flying in front of her.
I know. I keep expecting to get hit.
Oh, it's just
wipe
spun
out.
out.
I don't like this.
Oh, they both spun out.
Here we
So
go.
we got what? Brian's in 7th.
Right now, yeah.
Yeah,
Brian
it's-
fell apart right off the rip. Heather is playing that the drift game right there. Mario keeps coming after her.
When I met with Heather downtown, she knows about the jump. You know, the number 1.
Oh yeah,
She knew
okay.
about the jump.
Yeah.
Which I feel like is. You don't know about the jump in Mario Kart, like you're not.
I never picked up on it until the 64 version.
Really?
No, I always did the slow down on turns and then speed up.
I always
never
forget
tried
that these things are like.
Donation link, if you're tuning in, just go to GameCleveland.com. It's going to be the first link you're going to see on the website. So go to GameCleveland.com. You can donate there directly.
I always feel that's not a noob move, but when you get the green turtle shell and you just shoot it forward and it just goes crazy, I think that's always a move that can just backfire on you. I always do the drop behind.
Yeah.
Or hold it for the red shell. Oh, Heather coming up on a Mario there with a star. Dangerous there. Red shell.
On a red shell first place.
Hold on to
should be should be sitting good.
There you go.
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
Share with.
All right, you got to make a move. Stop spinning out. Oh, no, Bowser now coming.
Bowser in first place?
Not for long.
My boy Brian's trying to make a little push. He's still
You giving him some credit?
still mowing the lawn a little bit, but that's okay. So
If you're watching the stream, we feel you.
Heather just has to finish in the top 4.
Here she comes around.
1 point. There we go.
Can she take it?
No, don't spin out. There you go, Heather. There you go. 3rd in the world. Oh, knock it off, Mario. That's not.
She gonna pull it off?
She's gonna pull something off. She should get some points out of this. There we go. It's gonna depend if Brian was winning it. No.
Oh no.
Maybe. No. All right.
We'll take points. That's points.
We'll take a 2.
There we go.
We're just gonna have battle toads. We're gonna
There
sing
we
battle
go,
toads for
6.
everything we do today.
Good numbers. It's at least even.
Let's check in on the chat here too. Dan Cash,
I know.
N64 version, thoughts?
Are you ready for 3?
I liked it. Loved it.
Yeah, I think it might be the best out of all of them. I don't know. Ever since it went to the Wii, I kind of soured on Mario Kart just because if you're in last, you get all the great power-ups. If you're in first, you can. It kind of felt like that's how it worked. Yeah. Like you would always get Bullet Bill or something devastating if you were in last place.
Blue shells, yeah.
Mustard, I was just thinking about that yesterday.
This is a tough one.
I felt like the 64 version was the most balanced, and the debut of the Tri-Turtle Shell.
Oh yeah.
Thing was just.
Where you have a little halo kind of go around you, kind of protect you, or you can shoot them.
The feather. You guys remember the feather in this one?
Oh yeah, the feather is where it's at on this one.
Yeah. They could have taken that shortcut.
Although, I mean, the feather could backfire if you do not land that turn, though, after making that jump. If you don't land that turn right in front of the...
Heather's just staying on there.
Oh.
You gotta time that right.
Yeah.
Do the mushroom gem here. Oh, no. Oh, they both fell in the same spot. They're following each other.
Here we go.
Oh no.
Brian still has the lead. Use it. Use it.
How do you go? There's like that jump. It's not working.
We were looking good at the start. Now it's a little bit of a struggle.
Heather, I got my...
No. It goes off.
The infamous driving straight to get run off the road.
I think the power-ups are more hard than good.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, can use that right now. No.
Oh, that foam.
Fireball.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Again, if you're in the chat, let us know.
Come on. There we go. Fourth and
win this
third.
match, Brian or Heather. Brian is player 1, Toad, and Heather is player 2.
I got
Princess.
Oh my goodness.
Somebody just pushed me off.
This
Oh, that was not nice.
There you go. A little bit of help. Here we go.
Fire too.
Oh my god. It's like you want them to bump into a wall just to slow them down from the turn.
Final lap. Here we go.
Okay. This could get real ugly real quick. Oh wow, she found the hole.
I'm gonna meet you back there.
Fourth. We might see a repeat of this level. If neither one of them can finish in the top 4.
Someone has to finish in the top 4. I think she's got this. So
yeah.
Heather might even get second here. Heather might get second here. Oh,
there you go.
There it is.
Pulling it out, right? That's good.
Brian is
well, no coins and just a lot of unfortunate luck.
That's dangerous.
Just so you guys know, she is like the nicest person ever.
No,
To see her competitive.
Oh yeah. Well, she's winning. Yeah.
Yes, I know. Your sorry was really heartfelt.
Is this Peach's theme or is this Mario's theme from the game?
It's a Peach theme, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say it sounds like elevator music.
Yeah. It's like sorry, not sorry.
It's pause screen.
Yeah.
So.
Right out. What does that mean?
Doesn't have that rock.
It means I came in last.
So Brian's down to what is it? 1 life left or something?
We got this, and then we got Mario Circuit 2 after this one. This one has all the little dashes. You can like go super fast.
You know, I'm very impressed with both of them off the gate because neither one is spinning out. Like normally you just hit the accelerator right off the
just
rim.
hold it down for dear life. Yeah.
Exactly.
See, Brian's thing is here.
They're seasoned gamers.
Yeah.
Oh no.
But I mean, it's not like they're all over the place.
No, it's true.
Yeah, Brian's got to make a move in this time to catch up on some points here.
There's some coins.
Being
Being dragged across there. Okay.
Oh no.
I'm still amazed those are actually coins just lying around. They just look like yellow puddle stains. They can be misplaced for you. I'm not gonna lie. Hey there, Heather is just
my goodness, just
abusing.
Oh, now they're stuck in the little. There we go. In those little crevices.
Now, is this a level 2 where you can end up using the leaf? Or it's the feather. I'm sorry.
It's not really like. It's there's the I think it's the next Bowser one. You can use the feather to jump. This is just like a normal one.
Yeah, so you can't get over. You can't cut corners.
Yeah.
Is there a shortcut in this one?
No, it's one of the other ones.
It's gonna be interesting to find out. Oh, man.
no.
He stays out. Oh,
like
fancy strats.
Interesting to know that. You can
work your way out of it there.
Yeah. Feather takes a priority.
Yeah. Like get out of jail free.
Yeah, 2 more laps. Heather's sitting comfortably in first here.
It's the lack of coins. Brian needs a coin.
He keeps getting knocked around by the big baddies here.
Paper Monster, love the national anthem. Thank you. Yeah, if you guys missed that national anthem from Reno's, unbelievable.
Hey, what's going on, Paper Monster?
Thank you, Reno, for doing that. You know Paper Monster?
Yes, sir. Hey, jumps in my little Twitch stream from time to time. So thanks for jumping in here.
Can a Paper Monster really be that threatening? I mean, like, really, what can like a Paper Monster really do?
Paper cuts.
Yeah, but okay, he's got to hit how many of those to actually have an effect? Yeah, I mean, if it's in a webbing of,
I get too nervous.
like, between the fingers.
Oh.
There you go.
Yeah,
you need some paper cuts in the webbing of your fingers and toes. There we go.
Use the star. Use the star.
Heather.
All right, there we go. Got the 1. See if Brian can keep it together and get some points there. Goodbye,
There we go,
DK.
Brian.
All right, he's gonna
Maintain.
He's gonna place.
He's got to maintain.
It depends if someone's behind him.
Yeah.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news.
All right. We got points for both of them.
We
Good
got a
stuff.
game.
Good stuff.
I at least got 4th. It's better than 8th.
And he said it best. It's got more. It's better than 8.
No, it's nothing at all.
Nice job, Brian.
My critical. That's okay.
Oh, we're getting right into it. They didn't even bother. Heather's.
Lack of smack talk. I mean, when Heather's up by so much, it's like, I mean, it's like, what's the point at this point?
I didn't even catch the points there. I kind of looked down.
A lot
She's
to
up by a lot to a little.
A lot to a little. Well, Heather has placed in the last 2 races, first and second, I want to say.
And Brian's kind of been other. Yeah.
Fourth
and then
place.
a 4th on that last one. Yeah.
So you guys want to do a giveaway real quick? Should we do a giveaway?
Yeah, sure.
As people are watching right now, so
Yeah, why not?
Let's do a giveaway as you're watching here. Next person to donate what? 25 or more? That seems fair. 25 or more, we will get you a case of balls shipped to your house.
There you go.
The drink, not actual.
Case of balls. So go to GameCleveland.com right now. Next person that donates 25 or more, we will ship you essentially a $30 case of balls right to your house. So make a donation. GameCleveland.com. Case of balls coming to your house. Thanks, balls. Back to the action.
Do you think it's Brian's strategy to have as little coins as possible? Like
I don't think he realizes the impact of not having coins.
I think he's learned it quickly, yes, but it keeps getting whacked around, just like Toad's so light that when he bumps into your Bowsers and your Donkey Kong Juniors, it's not working out so well for him. But
I'm just waiting for the one of them to get the red turtle shell and time it to the point where it's where they're going over that jump, so they gotta make that turn again.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Oh no!
And that was like, you used to do that, like the 64 had a couple of tracks like that too, where it's just someone just kind of sits at the jump and then just has like red shells just waiting for you, and you got to do like half the lap again, and then controllers get thrown, and then you don't call them for a couple days. Yeah.
It sounds like you're speaking from experience with that one.
No. Friendships destroyed.
I want to say, wasn't that the level to do that was on?
So they're gonna pull it off here though?
Wario.
Yeah, the Wario one. Yeah, for sure.
She got bumped right at the end.
Oh man.
I mean, props to both of them. I mean, they both finished in the top 4 in every race, so we didn't have to replay anything.
Right, and neither one of them got the game over, so they made it all the way through the whole circuit. So it was great.
Congrats to them.
To be honest, I think Heather carried Brian.
Yeah.
You got to give Brian some credit. I mean, he's a rookie sensation, coming from parts unknown. I mean, going up against the Queen.
Going up the Queen, yeah. She.
It's like putting the
second place too. I think we talked about we kicked this thing off. They said probably haven't played. When was the last time you guys played Mario Kart?
In fact, Midwest Tecmo Super Bowl tournament jumping in and saying, I'm telling you, Heather uses Toad or Yoshi, she's unstoppable. Princess with the uncontrollable drifting is hurting her. She's good.
So now they're going to do what we had them also do, where real friendships were.
Oh, God.
We were doing some battles.
You want to destroy these people's lives, don't you?
Well, I don't think we heard they didn't talk to each other for a week.
This is gonna.
Jacket's coming off.
You got the sensors on, right? For this.
Right. Yeah. Sorry.
There's gonna be a lot of bleeps. Oh no.
What's that?
I'm just looking at the
2-minute warning. 2-minute warning. Again, if you make a $25 donation right now, we're going to ship you a case of balls to your house. So please hit us up at GameCleveland.com. We'll get you that case of balls shipped directly to you as we get Heather and Brian here loaded up for their battle. BAWLS.com.
So you shoot each other?
Here we go.
I think to pop them or press them.
One thing that always miffed me with this game, and to this day I still don't understand it. I guess it does make sense if they couldn't really figure out how to do it. Super Nintendo had the 4-player port. How do you not make this a 4-player option?
See, I could be wrong. I don't think they had the 4 or 5-player adapter out yet in This is October, November '92.
Okay. That's how early this game
this is early in it because I remember like Hudson Soft came out with like that super set for Bomberman.
Oh, I gotta go.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that steel. Using the boo for the red shell.
The 4-player port was just incredible.
Oh yeah.
Did a lot of Bomberman. We could do some Bomberman.
There you go.
That's not good.
Sounds good.
I think we got some time.
All right, back to the action.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. Just banked it. We were just talking about shooting.
Red turtle shell.
Oh, okay.
Heather is being biased with this.
Oh, no, you don't.
All right.
Brian's
on the board.
Taking vengeance.
2-1.
Oh, yeah, go to the other one.
Perfect.
Oh,
Red
no,
shell.
the red
She's gonna close it out.
Run.
Oh, how did that miss?
Whiff.
What a waste.
What a waste. What a waste. She's good, man.
Star's gonna mean business if he can pull it off.
No, I'm serious. They didn't talk to each other for a weekend.
I believe it. I believe it. Heather is ruthless. Her crap talking game is legendary.
Oh no.
Now in battle mode.
Oh my goodness.
Did he jump?
No.
He shot himself. Oh, the ricochet.
What happened?
There was like 3 green shells.
They're like flying everywhere.
Flying out of it.
You're killing me, Smalls.
Shoot you with anything.
I don't know.
That's pretty cool.
She's so sweet.
So Heather took both of those.
Yeah.
My butt.
Heather now is in contention for the world title, I believe.
Yeah.
Back in the world title contest.
As Brian just said best, Heather just kicked my butt. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Modest.
It's so much fun though. I played so much of that game when we were kids. So
Yeah.
much.
Oh yeah.
And even now, and you just got to see Brian and Heather play it. I mean, it really is just one of those, you can just kind of pick it up and play the game. You know, it's one of those easy to learn, tough to master things.
Exactly,
So
and that's why I think it kind of makes like the best games nowadays.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
one of those.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I liked the Mario 64 one. I always liked how I liked Wario and what was the Wario Stadium? That was my.
Oh, that was
a
the best
64,
one.
yeah.
That was like 64 classic,
on the
jumping
little
over that
dirt
wall.
roads and jumping on stuff. Oh yeah.
So if you guys are in the chat too, feel free. We're watching the chat on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. So if you have any levels that you liked, what do you guys think? Super Mario on the SNES, Mario Kart on SNES, 64, or later? Do you guys have any other?
I was gonna say, sort of touch what Molnar was saying earlier. It's like they had like the multi-tap. If they could have done 4-player on the Super Nintendo, like that would have been, because I like the Super Nintendo version more than the 64.
Yeah.
But if you got 3 friends, I mean, you're playing the 64.
Exactly.
So
Exactly. I feel like I'm still, again, going back to with the 4-player as well. How do they not like re-release the game? They've done what is it? Mario Level Maker.
Yeah, the Mario Maker stuff, and
Yeah, it's a good point.
Can you not
Is it
do
out
that?
on the Switch? Have they re-released it or no? Like the original? I don't know.
I mean, they have like the
Mario Maker.
No, I know, but I'm talking about this.
They have Mario Kart, like they have it like a little Super Nintendo, like
they have
classics
the
or whatever. You
classics,
can
which
get
I
that
have,
off the
right.
Switch.
But I don't think it has Mario Kart on it, does it? Or?
I can't remember. It's
Yeah, I don't know. If you know, let us know. I have a Switch, but I obviously don't play it enough as I should.
I feel like again, another missed opportunity is just like going the route of Smash Brothers. Okay, you can bring in all these characters into Smash Brothers. Just to put them in little Mario Karts too. I think that'd be pretty slick too. I mean, I feel like I'm just coming across as complaining about what Mario Kart hasn't
why don't
done.
you complain?
Yeah, I know. God.
Top tier game of all time. But let's talk about the bad things about it.
Arguably
Right?
the best racing game of all time. Yeah, and I'm just picking
to the
picking it up.
Cleveland Complaining Classic while you're at it. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can block that in here for the weekend. You know.
You want to block that off? We're.
Yeah.
Oh, John, you loading up a commercial here. So I think what we're going to do is, you going to day one prizes. So what we're going to do here is we actually had a chance to, what we're going to do is load up a commercial. We're going to talk to, we did an interview actually with Brian and Heather about what they do. So John, if you want to load that up. What?
No, Heather's post game. No, I was going to say Heather's post game
stats.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you'll see a little bit of Heather's post-game trash talking to Brian. So, John, if you want to load that up in the booth, we'll play that interview with Brian and Heather.
I wonder if she's going to call out Hulk Hogan after her title shot.
You got it.
So my name is Brian Corrigan. I am a case management associate at UCP. The main thing that we do is we work with clients' families and clients to make sure that they have appropriate advocates for the things they need, whether it be through Medicaid, whether it be oriented with, comp care, which is comprehensive care. So a lot of times the case management team, myself and my supervisor, triage a lot of things with families. And then my favorite thing that I get to do, at least pre-COVID, was playing with the kiddos, because I have a disability, so I can bring a different perspective to what kids might be going through or what families need. And I understand a lot of things that happen that aren't always thought of.
I'm Heather Hoffman. I'm a physical therapist. I've been here for 10 years. I started here after I graduated from college, and I've been here ever since. I work with children and adults doing physical therapy. We work really closely with families, and a lot of families I've known for the 10 years that I've been here. We develop really close relationships with everyone, and I would say like in our entire department, we're a big family, and so all the families that come in, they kind of become our families too. And that's such a cool thing about our facility and our program. Yeah, we work really closely with families. We work with parents to find out what their goals are for their children, whether it can be something like rolling in bed, to helping them sit up out of bed, sit on the floor and play with their toys, sit on the floor and read a book with their parents, take steps. We use a bunch of different types of equipment that can help children take steps and walk, crawl. We work a lot with wheelchairs, power wheelchairs, manual wheelchairs. We just love to get kids up and moving. It's an amazing place. There's nothing like it.
Today?
Oh, Brian, you did a great job. I would love to video game with you any day.
Right back at you. She is the superior champion today, but there's always another round, right?
Yeah, we should play a different game next time, though.
Yeah, that is a perfect example of why Heather is awesome. She always looks for the bright side of things, and she does have passive-aggressive tendencies when it comes to gaming, but she makes it look effortless, and that's why I love her.
That's right back at you. Well said.
Pretty good. A little trash talking.
Oh, she is just brutal.
She live up when you predicted, Heather. So no one here besides myself and John in the booth has actually seen this footage. So
I'm telling you,
hey, you're 1 for 1.
Heather's unstoppable.
Heather is unstoppable.
I'm telling you, my Wikipedia sources are Top notch.
Top notch. Thrash Tecmo, great stuff. Yes, thank you, and thank you for watching on YouTube again. We're on
Hey, Thrash.
Facebook. Hey, Thrash, how's it going, man? YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch right now. Please help us out with all those fancy algorithms that people get paid to figure out, and share, like, subscribe, comment, and most importantly, if you can, donate. The next donor is going to get a prize from Balls, so go and donate right now at GameCleveland.com. But next, we've got another clip.
Yeah, we got more of the staff.
Yeah, we got more UCP
More of the staff playing the games here.
Yeah. So we're in the UCP staff play games segment from 11 to 12 here. So we're going to bring up Andy and Raheem. Do you guys want to make predictions? Who did you call? Who you taking?
I'm saying Raheem because he has more syllables in his name. But looking at, I'm seeing a Dalsum versus E Honda fight.
Wait, he has more syllables?
Raheem Andy.
That's the same.
Yeah, but he has more syllables.
Okay, we're just gonna
give this man more coffee. You know, we gotta get him awake here.
N-D-E-E.
Ra
Okay, you're right.
Oh,
and
okay.
there's a Raheem Mostert. I mean,
yeah. So
it's
you're,
gonna be
there you go.
You're taking Raheem.
I'm taking Raheem Mostert. Yeah,
Cabarello.
Colonel Mostert.
I guess I got to take Andy. You know, it's
Yeah, I like that.
He hasn't been the same though since Woody and Bud. I mean, since he ditched his toys and
Yeah, he's good.
No.
All right, so we're gonna boot up this clip.
He's not a gamer.
Yeah, he's not a gamer. So Kevin Molnar's got Raheem and Cabarello's got Andy. I'm going to be silent, but we're going to boot up a clip from UCP Staff Play Games, and they're going to play some classic Street Fighter II action. So, John, whenever you're ready, go ahead and roll that clip.
MVP John.
MVP John, coming from the booth.
I mean, it looks like Raheem is going to be E Honda and Andy is going to be Dalsum. So this.
Let's see.
Oh,
here.
then I stand corrected. Said the man with the orthopedic shoes. No, it's no.
Andy's Dalsim.
Oh, okay. I thought I saw Raheem click on Ryu or Ryu.
Tough choice. There's so many characters in World Warrior.
How do you unlock the other characters? Does this one have the unlock?
Just World Warrior is just the 8.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like after playing like the turbo versions of these games, this game is so unbelievably slow. It changes the dynamic completely. Oh, they're both going high on the attack level.
There we go.
Man.
It's gonna be fast and furious.
It's gonna be like 2-hit KOs.
Round one.
Fight. Oh, he did go Ryu. Okay, I thought he went Honda. My apologies. Both going for speedy attacks. Also.
I have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm just trying to.
Oddly enough,
I like that.
This fight started off as an argument on which Robin was better. And this is getting down to the wire.
Oh yeah.
I was gonna say this benefits Dalsum with his range attacks, but Ryu.
I didn't even plan to. I just pushed the button.
There you go.
Sometimes that's how Street Fighter goes. You know, you just gotta push the buttons and then kind of see what works sometimes.
The Eddie Gordo strategy, just button mash.
Oh man, that's a good one right there. Just spin on your hands and go crazy.
He's not even fair. It's not even fair. Both these guys hit these jabs. Yeah. Oh, there we go. I think Andy figured out the
long
strong
arms.
attacks.
Yeah. It's getting close. Getting close. Oh. I thought it was gonna be a double KO.
Yeah.
All right, well, Andy took round 2.
With the lowest of vitals left.
Yeah.
Here we go. Oh, nice blocks by Andy.
Yeah.
Nice counter attack.
Raheem's getting aggressive.
Yeah. There we go. Oh, he hit it again.
He got another one.
Yeah. He's got that button mashing fireball down. Oh, this is gonna get down. All 3 rounds come down to the wire.
Oh my goodness! Come on.
Again, I think
Come on, Andy.
Oh,
Come on, Andy.
Get him! Oh!
He's got that jab down.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
The jab is what does it.
See, I'm always throwing a jab. I'm more of a boxer.
That's it.
Yeah.
Audio is coming from then, not the feed, so it's isn't synced.
Yeah, audio might be a little bit off. You know?
Same guy.
Yeah, we're doing the best we can. Thank you, Troy. We're doing the best we can. It's a big budget production here, you know?
Round one.
Blanca versus Ryu.
All right. I mean, Raheem's still sticking with it, so.
I was gonna say, I think if we're doing button mashing, it benefits Blanca even more because of the electric attack.
Stuff. Yeah, we might see that pop out here.
Yeah. Surprisingly, he's taking good care of business with that. There we go. Nicely done. Andy. I always wonder, do you think Blanca manscapes that chest hair like that, or do you think it's all natural?
Manscaped's not a sponsor.
Dizzy. Get him. Oh, look at this spam.
Oh, spam in the sweep.
That was no contest.
Get pinned in the corner, game over.
Is that where he's backing into the corner?
Hey, broke, don't fix it.
That's right. What are you doing, Raheem? Press B button. Okay, we got this.
Down and B. All right, this is it, I think.
Yeah, red gun slam.
What you guys got?
Still got Raheem.
I got
Raheem.
Take it to the deck. Take it to the break.
Come on, Andy. You got to get something. You got to have some comeback from the little low kick there.
Yeah.
Huh?
Oh! The toss. Oh, he didn't get the days. Blanca defying gravity with that knee lift.
Oh, that's going to do it.
Game elapsed.
Destroyed.
Andy says, you destroyed me.
Payback from the Mario Kart.
Raheem.
Well done, sir.
No, don't put 2020.
No, he doesn't. Heather might hear him. I don't know, Andy. Or I don't know, Raheem.
So, Raheem pulled that one out.
Yeah.
Dominating.
You're 2-0, Molnar.
It's those
Dominating.
syllables, all those extra syllables.
I told you. Told you.
So, what you guys?
Raheem.
Now, if someone spammed you like that, how would you feel?
They would have a controller in their face.
I can admit I was a little frustrated seeing the spam happening live. I'm like, Andy, you got to break free from that.
But that's how you learn, you know. It's you just gotta like you said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know,
true.
just
Is it really spamming though with like Ryu as opposed to like spamming the electric with Blanca or the 100 hand slap with Honda? I see that as spamming. I don't see Ryu pinning someone in the corner as.
I guess would you do that?
Yes.
This is why we don't play games.
In a heartbeat.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, you know, when you play that in the arcade and someone would do that to you, you're like, are you kidding me? Play it. You know, you yell, hey, would you do something else already? Like, stop hitting the same button. I'm the guy throwing Hadoukens all the time across the screen.
I think it's a legitimate strategy. I mean, would you consider
it is.
If you're you're Ryu and you're fighting Zangief.
Yeah.
You know your distance attacks are. Yeah, you got to use
keep them at bay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, yes, to an extent. Did he pull off one of the the electric shock thing? Did he pull that off?
No, he never did.
Not a single time.
Did anyone throw any special moves? There was a Hadouken.
Yeah, threw a couple of fireballs. Yeah.
What's the punch? What's the
Saryuken?
No.
Yeah, didn't get to see that one pop out. But
Raheem claimed that he did the Hadouken out of accident, though, which.
And then we saw it again. It's just like,
I'm not really buying that. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So that is another classic line. Oh, I've never played this game. I don't know what I'm doing. I've never actually.
Hustle. It's the big hustle.
That's the hustle.
So.
That is the hustle of Street Fighter.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Also, too, if you're just tuning in, we're still waiting on a donation. We haven't got a donation in a while. We've got a lot of people watching right now, so if you can do us a favor as you're watching some of these clips, and if you like this content, please, 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 just go out to GameCleveland.com, make a donation to our charity, United Cerebral Palsy of Greater Cleveland. Please, I'm looking for that next donation.
Yep. Yeah. We still got that case of balls. Guarana still sitting out there.
Case of balls. We'll ship it right to you. Actually, balls will ship that to you directly. But before we get too far away from Andy and Raheem, we actually had a chance to meet with them too, and they're going to tell us a little bit about what they do at UCP. So on that note, John, you want to go ahead and load up that clip, and we'll play our interview with Andy and Raheem.
My name is Andrew Cruz. I'm the Associate Director of Adult Services at UCP of Greater Cleveland. In our adult services, we have three very unique places. Our group homes are intermediate care facilities. They're people that have very high level of medical need, and they live, it's one step below a nursing home, but be above a traditional group home that you might just see out in the community. 24-hour staffing, they're 8-bed homes. Our day services here at Wolstein is a place for people with disabilities that don't have jobs to go during the day. They learn job skills. We also do day-to-day activities as well as community integration activities. In our community employment wing, we help people get jobs just like everybody else. And we place between 90 and 120 people a year into competitive jobs, anything from baggers at Giant Eagle to IT professionals and professors.
My name is Raheem Merritt. Been at UCP almost 13 years. Me, I don't see disability, so I'm able to treat the clients just like I treat anybody else. My wife always tell me I was made for this. So, and I do love it. I truly love it, and I truly care about people. I don't see the wheelchair. I don't see the cerebral palsy. I don't see it. And to me, when I look at them, I just see a person, just like me. And if you would ever see me interact with them, I talk to them just like I would talk to my buddies out on the street. The love that they have for you, that was, I guess, the love that I have for them, you know? So, and it shows how when you treat someone a certain way, it just helps them. And, you know, just like you and me, if somebody treats you good, you're gonna respond. That's my thing, is to just make life better for people.
Every day here is fun. At a level, like I genuinely enjoy seeing our clients and having those unique relationships with them, whether it's just popping into a room for a couple minutes and talking to them about how their day is going. Thank you for your donations. Donations are the number one thing that can help us right now. Your financial donation really goes a long way. 88 cents of every dollar goes to programming here at UCP. That's one of the highest numbers in the region. So that's something to know, that your dollars will stay here and go towards helping people.
Thank you for all your support, and whatever you can do, you're making a big difference in a lot of lives.
We're back. That was great. So we're back. If you can tell, we've lost some people here. This is what they call the mid-morning coffee bathroom break.
Oh yeah.
Oh, how'd you do?
It was great. You know, it's
here's Kevin. Oh, hey.
Yeah,
Kevin,
I survived. You know.
Yeah. So I mean, like I said, we're running kind of a lean show here, so we have to swap out for some bathroom breaks. We got to do what we got to do. Oh, and look at this.
Welcome back.
There's some.
How'd this get here?
There's some merch.
Oh, stuff, prizes and things.
Prizes and things. Before we talk about some more of these amazing glasses from tippleglass.com, what was it again?
Tippleglass.com.
Oh, yeah. We're giving away gift cards where you can get some free glasses, and then also Hyperkin some systems this weekend, too. So GameCleveland.com. All you got to do is donate. We're doing a lot of prizes tonight, so tune in for that primetime raffle. What are we doing here next, John? I forget. We're going to... If you missed it this morning, you know, we're virtual this year. We have to be. We have to be. It's the
but we love doing
responsible
it.
thing, and we're doing it all for charity. But the coolest thing is we have a ton of guests. So our first guests are going to be coming up here at 12, and we're going to give them a little bit of time to join in our Zoom. We're going to bring them on remote. We got this technology thing down.
Yeah.
You think?
Hopefully.
We have to. We have to. You know.
We're faking it at least. We're trying.
We have puppets.
But you've got puppets.
Hello, welcome to the Cleveland Gaming Classic.
And then everyone stopped watching. Yes.
The viewers just all dropped. But so if you missed it this morning on me reading through 20 minutes of an agenda, which I'm sure we lost 10 viewers at that time, we've actually got a clip that you're going to see who we're actually bringing on this entire weekend. So John in the booth, you're going to play that clip for us right now.
MVP John.
MVP John in the booth. That was fun. It was great. Lots of stuff going on. Tecmo Scarface. Do you guys know Tecmo Scarface?
Oh yeah, Scarface. How you doing, buddy? Thank you again for participating in the online Tecmo tournament and for your donations, sir.
Did he beat you in the tournament?
Scarface? No, we didn't play.
Okay.
But from what I recall seeing, he did rather well in the video game, the Tecmo challenges, as well as the tournament itself.
What were some of the challenges?
We did a run, pass, and kick challenge, where the running challenge, where you get 5 tries with Bo Jackson to accumulate as many yards as possible. Passing challenge was you get to play as any team and basically throw Hail Marys from the 20-yard line and try to get as many touchdowns. The catch was the catch had to be made in the end zone, though. There was no running it in.
Okay.
And the field goal kicking, we were allowed to use a special ROM created by Brewdog. Big shout out to him.
Shocking, yes.
Where all you do is kick field goals. And so, yeah, it was.
So how many field goals you get to kick in? Is it like a time challenge?
No, it was like
keeps moving back or something?
Yeah, so you start at like the 20-yard line, and if you make it, you go to the 25, then to the 30, yada, yada, yada. And you keep going until you miss. We did 3 rounds of that, where the first 2 rounds were as Nick Lowery, who is the best kicker in the game. And then the last round was with the Rams kicker, who's arguably the worst kicker in the game. Learned a lot about it, too. Yeah, massive downgrade. But those challenges were won by the gamer, the players. The Rook won the rushing challenge with, I want to say...
Yep.
I actually have the totals here.
And he was also the first person to sign up for the Tecmo tournament online.
Yes, big thank you to
Thanks,
Rook.
Rook.
Rook won the rushing challenge with 433 yards after 5 attempts.
Is that with Bo Jackson then?
That was with Bo Jackson against the Indianapolis defense. He was 433. Nelson 79. Shout out to him. He ended up winning the field goal kicking contest with a total of 9 plus 6 is 15. 15 field goals made within the 3 rounds, and a shout out to DPS, who ended up winning the passing contest with 3 touchdowns out of 6.
Very good.
Yep.
That's cool stuff.
Congrats to those guys. Thanks for all those who were involved in playing in it, and looking forward to possibly doing it live next year.
Yeah, and we're going to obviously stream those games tonight. Is there anything else you guys are excited? So I know we're going to be bringing on, maybe we can talk about this for a couple minutes before we get them in. I know John's back in the booth, going to be bringing Franz Castrell and Melissa Wood on. We talked about this earlier. They're the producer of Netflix's High Score docuseries.
Yeah, fantastic series.
Did you guys watch that? Did you guys check it out?
Yeah.
What'd you think?
I thought there were the production value and the interviews were very interesting. Obviously, I think some of the episodes were some were way better than others, but I think that's just because it was very diverse. Like one episode was about RPGs, another one was about the fighting games and the controversy around Mortal Kombat. It was just they covered so much.
Agreed. There's a lot of territory to cover. I know that and there was one that came out recently too. Wasn't there like a Genesis and Nintendo? There was the console wars.
Console wars, yeah.
That followed. It just seems like this stuff.
It's fascinating.
Right?
Fascinating
Isn't it kind of cool that this is back? I mean.
Yeah,
for me, it's always been back.
Right. But it's interesting where it's I mean, we're obviously going to appreciate it. We're kind of nerdy and stuff, and this is what we love. But I mean, it's the fact that you're able to find all these people that have poured decades worth of time and effort into making games that we've grown up with as kids, or even trying to introduce new people to, or younger generations to this evolution of video games to where we are today. It's a nice little series that they've been able to put together and just kind of, like you said, just kind of touch on a couple different topics in each episode. It's really great.
And things that you learn too. The thing I took away the most was too the story. Spoiler alert for some of this. I guess we're going to talk about it, right? So I don't know if you've seen it already, but if not, check it out on Netflix. But I like it when they told the story of Kirby, like the Legend of Kirby.
Oh yeah,
I didn't know that. How was that? I mean, I was amazed I didn't know that. But when they told that story,
yeah, we won't spoil it just yet. Maybe we can talk to them about it. But yeah, that's a cool little tidbit. Just a nice little thank you kind of thing.
Right. So. Yeah, but I just have a question, for them too. And I'll ask them. But it's like, how do you, number one, how do you get this information, gather, and then distill it down into, okay, now we have however many episodes it was, six episodes
Yeah.
or so, that we're going to say, this is going to get cut, this is going to get put in, right? Like, how do you determine what stays and what goes?
Well, I think it revolves around what kind of narrative they want to push with that, like what kind of story they ultimately want to tell. Obviously, this is not speaking for them, but
Yeah.
I think they probably have so much extra footage and stuff lying around, where I mean, the extras are just probably insane. I'm running out of words to say.
Just keep it going.
No, so I don't know, but like getting back to you, like seeing like all these different people that they interviewed, like I never knew like some of them exist. Like I mean, the Nintendo World Championships, that was awesome, but hearing like the
And then
dedication.
What was the Sega Championships called when they talk about
The Blockbuster one?
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Oh, yeah.
Blockbuster
Yeah.
94 or 95,
Yeah, when they
one
talk
of those.
about that, I'm like, I didn't even know that was at that scale.
Yeah.
What was it? Space Invaders too.
Yes,
I mean,
exactly.
yeah, like those. I can't believe like those actually happened.
Because there's some stuff like you know about, like everyone knows, like about E.T., right?
Yeah,
Crash
right.
the video game market, maybe story of Mario, Nintendo's history, like things that are, if you're close to that community, like But I felt like they had a lot of deep cuts too. I'm like, I learned something from this too.
I never realized Miss Pac-Man was just basically a modded ROM of Pac-Man.
Is that what they said? I don't remember that.
Well, there was a
They
whole
just-
team.
They made it faster and then
Yeah.
just added a bow and yeah.
And then you sell millions of copies.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The better version, by the way. The Miss Pac-Man. Oh yeah.
Wasn't that the one that actually had the most arcade cabinets ever too? Right. I think that's actually outproduced Pac-Man.
They actually had one at Cleveland State when I attended there. It was like the only arcade cabinet on campus.
Yeah.
Was a Miss Pac-Man at some.
Isn't it funny how you remember that stuff?
Oh, I remember playing that stuff. It was awesome.
I remember at a indoor soccer complex they had the Return of the Jedi, Star Wars. It was the Return of the Jedi one, right? It had the Star Wars. It had the like you were flying the speeder.
The old school
The speeder
one?
bike. Yeah, the
Okay.
Atari cab. where
Oh, okay.
you're
I'm
flying
thinking of
speeder
the
bike.
the one where you play A New Hope and then.
Oh no, not
not the.
The one where you're like sitting in the pod.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
No,
that
I'm
one.
so
No.
sorry. Yeah, the original Return of the Jedi. where-
And you do like the run and everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
That's a good. Any ones you remember from your childhood, Kevin?
Yeah.
A lot?
A couple, yeah. It's I remember, and I'm slightly younger than you guys, but I remember.
How do you
there's
know that? You're making assumptions now.
Oh, okay. Well, it makes an ass out of you and me. But yeah, it's but no, it's there was like I always vividly remember. I was about like 7 years old. It's like the Street Fighter 2 craze. Like I remember like our local arcade we go and it's like legitimately like one guy's on there. He's like the champion. It's literally like a line of like 15 or 20. And I don't want to say kids because like everyone aged from like 5 to 35, just like in line with like your quarter, and you're like putting them like right up on the little plastic screen on top of the TV. Like this is my quarter. I got next
Yeah.
and stuff. And just remember just being insane. Like Street Fighter 2 is just something else when it first came out.
But those were that's what you,
Yeah, it's the little things.
I
It's
remember
you
playing,
keep
like,
them
at a
back in your head. Like
it's totally true. I remember playing like at a swimming, like a rec swimming league. Like you'd be there and there's arcade cabinets. We played Karate Champ. There was Street Fighter 2, Karate Champ, Street Fighter, and then Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the arcade.
Sure,
game. Like,
sure.
But, I mean, you remember like doing that stuff as a kid? Like, hey mom, can I get some extra quarters? Oh,
$5 more.
Yeah, it's like just pumping quarters.
Remember,
in these things.
for the longest time, my dad used to play softball at this place called Softball World, and
Softball World.
yeah,
alright,
it's one of the, they had an arcade there, and pretty much the only reason why I went on a weekly. I mean, he thought I was watching him play softball. No, wanted to play a video game. Yeah. They had what was it, Mortal Kombat 2. They had X-Men and Captain America, and for the longest time, I thought this game was amazing. But now looking back, I don't know what I was thinking. Do you remember Pit Fighter?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Street Fighter.
Oh, my
Well, that was one of the first motion capture games
Yeah,
that
yeah,
actually
yeah.
predated.
It looked incredible back then. It was just now like, ugh.
Oh yeah, it's like I think it's like the ports of that. I think it's like the Super Nintendo port is generally regarded as like one of the worst
so hard.
games, not maybe just on that console, but like of all time
Oh,
and
yeah.
stuff. But
yeah.
But yeah, definitely when it came out, it looked so cool with all the digitized graphics and everything.
Absolutely, totally, completely unlike anything else. And there was one more. It was a beat 'em up, and I have never found it until like recently, where I just Googled it, and it's called Knuckle Bash, and it's a beat 'em up where you play as professional wrestlers.
What is this?
Knuckle
This
Bash.
is an arcade cab, or what is this?
This was an arcade cabinet.
Okay.
I've never heard of this.
I've never heard of it.
And you play as one of 3 characters. One kind of looks like Guile from Street Fighter. Another one is Elvis, and the third one is a luchador. But
Elvis, luchador. What was the other one?
Guile from Street Fighter.
Okay.
So the game had a nice, clever twist to it that kind of like brought me in. Like, with the normal beat 'em ups, you go level by level, blah blah blah.
Right.
And this one, you could play as the villains after you defeat them.
Okay.
Like you could play. They had a ninja, like a Ryu Hayabusa ninja type of a character. Once you beat him, okay, you can choose him and be as him. And there was another one that was like a football player. I don't know what kind of gang this is, but I mean, they were 2 of the main bosses before you get to the main boss.
Why is there always like a Ryu, by the way?
They're always because ninjas are cool.
Yeah, and they
Ryu
always
and
have been.
Ninja Gaiden. Ninja Gaiden or Gaiden?
Gaiden, yeah.
Hi. Ninja Gaiden.
Hi.
Is it Gaiden or Gaiden?
I think it's Gaiden.
Whatever. Jimmy Woods knew it. So,
Yeah, right.
I mean, Jimmy Woods knows.
But there's always a Ryu, right? I feel like.
Yeah, because ninjas are cool. It's like what was it? Killer Instinct wouldn't have been the same without Jago.
Yeah, right. You got to have the little ninja
I love
in there.
Killer Instinct.
Mortal Kombat wouldn't have. I mean, you take away Scorpion and Sub-Zero, and Mortal Kombat kind of loses a little flair to it. I'll be honest.
Would you take away who?
Scorpion and Sub-Zero.
Take all the ninjas out.
Yeah. Who are you left with then?
Liu Kang, Raiden.
All the cool people that we're interviewing later today.
Johnny Cage and Kano.
Yeah.
Daniel Ulrichs watching from Denver. Dan, thank you for tuning in. Again, if you guys are watching us live, please feel free to join the chat along with us on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch.
Yep.
In a couple minutes here, we're going to bring in Franz Castrell and Melissa Wood. We're bringing them on via Zoom, so we're going to get them set up. And then, John, I don't know if you're ready to. It looks like they're trying to join. I saw France there for a hot minute. She's France for a hot minute. She might be right back. But I don't know if we can play maybe the trailer for High Score, if we have it.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have it, John? Yeah.
I'm telling you, yes.
Is that a polite way of... Yes, I'm asking you if you can play it. Sorry. If you have it. I know you're doing a lot back there. John, I feel bad.
Video games afford you the opportunity to start over. In games, we all start at the exact same place to play together because we're all playing by the same rules.
Long before the internet, a handful of visionaries reimagined the world.
We felt that we were creating a world-changing technology.
I had no idea what to expect.
何回もゲームやってみようというようなそういうようなゲームだったので。
Pac-Man is so cute. It is. It's so cute.
People no longer played video games, they played Nintendo.
It all started when our hero Mario had a very strange dream.
Having a fast console wasn't enough for Sega. They needed a new hit game.
やはりアメリカで人気になるようなキャラクターになってほしいっていう思いもあった。
You'd see kids screaming, Sega! Sega! They woke up Nintendo.
We have the biggest consumer electronics company on the planet. Coming after us? Awesome.
It is a sick video game. Shame on people that produce that trash.
I made the worst game of all time.
What we did back then was ahead of its time, but the time is now.
Video games afford you the opportunity to start over.
Okay, perfect. You guys pumped up now?
Oh, yeah.
I'm pumped.
Ready? I think we've got France and Melissa on the line. Can you guys hear us? We'll see. We're going to get you here in the audio here in a second. We got the our man John back in the booth doing all the magic with the audio. It's great to see you guys, though. Thank you for joining us.
Great to see you. Sorry, I thought I crashed the thing for a second. Wasn't sure when we had to dial in. And
I just thought you both were keeping us in suspense. You know, I'm like looking at the clock. I'm like, okay, I've got to stall. But you guys are early. That's why I sent the Zoom invites early. So thank you so much for joining us here today. Really appreciate it. So, we got to do some real quick introductions. So who wants to go first? So we've got Franz Castrell and Melissa Wood. Producer of, again, Netflix's High Score docuseries. We were talking this up earlier, hyping it up. So I don't know if you guys want to do some quick introductions for people watching live and just say hi to everybody.
Hi, I'm Melissa Wood. I was a showrunner and executive producer on High Score on Netflix. It was an amazing series to work on. I felt so lucky to work on it. So fun, learned so much, and got to work with my great friend and creative partner, France.
Hi, I'm France, and yes, I come from France. And I was a director and executive producer on High Score, working alongside Melissa and an amazing team. We produced a series of 6 episodes going from Pac-Man up until Doom, and I hope you guys got a chance to watch. And it's been super fun to do.
Awesome. Yeah, we definitely had a chance to watch. We've been talking about it, I think, for a good portion this morning.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm glad you got that question out of the way, too, France. Yes, I'm from France.
Yes. I usually say it straight away because people are confused.
Check, we got that one.
In case my accent wasn't strong enough.
No. And Melissa, you're from...
Michigan.
Okay.
So
all right. Well,
Melissa from Michigan.
Yeah, Melissa from Michigan. Perfect. Well, it's great to have you guys again. Really appreciate it joining us here doing this live, which is great too. This is super fun. Like I said, we've been talking about High Score pretty much all morning, I think, as we kind of talk about the guests this weekend. So also too, you'll hear, but you might not see on the Zoom, but you're here. We've got 2 Kevins. So we've also got 2 other Kevins you will be talking to as well. You guys want to say hi?
Hello. Hello, both of you. And glad you guys could be here today.
Pleasure.
So they've lined up all of the tough questions, you know, as kind of the MC. I just have to set these things up and schedule it, make sure you guys show up on time. So, but we do have some questions. You know, number one, I just kind of want to start with, you know, how can you give us some background about how this whole series came about, how the whole High Score series started? Where did this come from?
So I was working at Great Big Story, and we produced a short documentary series called 8-Bit Legacy, which you guys can find on YouTube. And it was just like 7 episodes of short stories about some iconic games. And then after working on this, we're like, wait a minute, there's so many great stories that we can tell about video games and really about the people behind the games, because that was really our idea of like looking at the incredible crazy personalities, characters who were total pioneer and created new mediums. So we decided, okay, you know what, let's put together a pitch deck and go and sell it to a streaming platform. And I always say, you know, I'm French. I didn't grow up in the US, but there's one thing we all have in common. It's that we play the same games wherever you are in the world. And I think Netflix loved that global aspect and was really on the creative and the idea. And so here we go. We produced the series and that was it.
It's pretty amazing. And we were talking about too, it feels like, I mean, I think it's fair to say we're obviously nerds, right? So
that's an understatement, yeah.
It's an understatement, yes. So we've been into this for a while, but it's amazing, you know, even when you talk about that story, I can imagine, in my mind at least, I'm envisioning some sort of, you know, you put together a pitch deck and, you know, you're in front of executives and making the pitch to them. And for me, it's like, okay, now people are kind of listening to this community. And like you said, there's stories that you guys told. And again, we were talking about those, which are just amazing that a lot of people, I think, didn't know about.
And I think it's an amazing community because, you know, video games kind of have this uniting power. Like, it doesn't matter where you're from, your age, your gender, your religion, I think. And that's what we also try to convey in the series, that, you know, no matter what, it's an amazing universe that you can just wander in and get lost in and just be yourself.
Now, to that point, too, like Everybody Games, do you guys play any games, or what's your personal connection to gaming?
I see Melissa has an amazing T-shirt, and I didn't even think of putting a video T-shirt.
I mean, I definitely, I wouldn't say that I'm a gamer. I am a nerd, but I wouldn't say I'm a gamer. I mean, I grew up playing Nintendo and some Atari as well. And, you know, I play some Steam games still. And I have a daughter that I play Roblox with occasionally, but I would not call myself a gamer. But I think, you know, as documentarians, we jump into all sorts of subjects. So what was really appealing about this is just sort of learning about the creative process and how creators connect with their audience through these games, and how you know, these games come to life through the players. And so as somebody who's casually enjoyed them, I loved sort of diving into that process and getting to know the people and the things that they struggled with and what they worked through, and just the creativity innovation they brought to their passion. And when they started off creating these video games, it wasn't an industry, it wasn't a way to make a ton of money like it is now. It was just something that they were curious about and they wanted to explore, and they loved playing games. And then they sort of like through sheer force of passion and will created this monolithic industry.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more. I think you said it amazingly. Like that's the thing when you think about. We were talking about this morning too. Like back in the day, like there was no video game industry. Everyone that was doing this was a pioneer at that time, right? And they're doing it for nothing and doing out of passion for it and wanting to turn it into something. So it's
they're just tinkering and seeing what happens, which it's hard to believe given where we are now.
Right, because I mean, if you were to rewind, like I think about this all the time, like everyone. I'd say maybe 10 years ago, 20 years ago, was always, sports. And then eventually you heard this like trickle of, and you guys talk about this too, like esports. And everyone's like, oh, esports, like, what is this thing? And now you look at it, you're like, yeah, I mean, case in point, while we're even here today, like esports is its own industry. People laughed about it years ago. Now people are streaming Tetris World Championships online, right? So, and the ESPN's covering it. So it's amazing how
and that's something, I mean, in our first episode, we have one of the first esports champion. And, back then the competition was like held at malls, and it's really nostalgic and fun. And I think something that actually mattered a lot to us while we produced this series was to include the voice of the player so that we could show that unique connection that video game allow between the creators and the players, and that it would also feel really relatable to the audience.
Agreed. And Franz, I'm not going to let you get away from the question too that Melissa asked. Do you play any games? Any games that you grew up on? Any nostalgia as well? I have to ask you.
I'm exactly like Melissa. I'm more of what people would call like a casual gamer, but I obviously had my Nintendo, and I played a lot Street Fighter with my brother, and we had lots of hours fighting against each other. I think it's definitely the first game where you could pit someone against someone else. So I love that. And then I think to Melissa's point, our team was made out of like really hardcore gamers, which was amazing because they were the expert. And us, we were really drawn in by the nostalgic and character-driven approach. And I think it was a perfect combo because that allowed us to make sure that this series would appeal to kind of a wide audience and everyone. But yeah, I was very happy to meet the Street Fighter team when I filmed in Japan because that was a favorite game of mine when I was a child.
Yeah, I'm sure that was awesome. And then you actually brought up something which brought me to my next question too, was as I'm watching this series, right, and we were talking about some of the stories you tell in the call it video game lore and history, right? But I'm thinking to myself, like, man, you have to have an entire team of writers / historians / people that know this thing, right?
Yeah.
And that also know the people. I mean, case in point, you kind of putting together a show like this, you have to know people who know people to connect people, to fly people somewhere. So, you want to talk about that for a second, maybe, and some of the insight, like how did you hire these people that knew all this knowledge and how to connect you to the right people in the industry?
Yeah, I mean, it was very intimidating going into the subject of video games because we knew that that there's a big audience out there who will find any mistakes or poke holes in anything we missed or be disappointed in us not covering their favorite game. We just knew it going in. But we made a choice that we didn't want to approach it as an end all be all anthological encyclopedia of gaming history. We thought that would be boring to most. Perhaps not all.
And you're setting yourself up for
we made some choices going in
to
have a perspective. Sorry?
No, I was saying you're setting yourself up for failure right there, too, because, like you said, people are always going to look at different sides of it. You missed this, and you didn't tell this story.
Totally.
And we would need like 50 hours. If we really had to go through every single game, I think it would just be impossible. We couldn't do justice to the games themselves. And I think to Melissa's point, the topic is so creative and visual and engaging. Like we had to make this look great and have the most flamboyant characters to tell the story because like video games are such creative art form, you know? So I think we started, Melissa and I, with like having like a blank wall where we were just like reading a lot and then calling people and speaking to as many people we could, so that we would start, you know, getting a sense for maybe the most unknown stories. And, you know, back then I worked there, or getting all the anecdotes about the early days, which we laughed a lot about all this. And I think we came across some amazing characters that way, like, you know, a Nintendo game counselor or a champion Tetris player from the time, and not just, you know, the actual known creators or like the more obvious people who worked and designed these games. But yeah, it was a lot of fun conversation, a lot of reading, a lot of playing games. We actually had Friday video games for the team where we could all play and research together.
But that's what everyone did back then anyways, too. You know, everyone was researching games. That's, I mean, if you're going to do it, let's do it right?
Right. Like method producing.
Right, yeah, right. Method acting, method producing. And in my mind, as you're talking about those things, Franz, like I've got this like noir detective like whiteboard in my mind of like, you got a picture of this Tetris world champion, you've got the, you know, Shigeru Miyamoto over here, and all the red line drawn to each other, and this will get us to the story. You guys get what I'm laying down?
It's one of those
a beautiful mind
right?
kind of
mind.
Yeah, it kind of felt like that too. It was there is so much to wrap your head around in this industry, but I do think we were really fortunate with the phone calls, the people we talked to, because it was such a it was a small group of people, small world when it all began. So there are a lot of there's a community from that time period, the early, you know, the late 70s, early 80s. They all kind of know each other, and this is a passion for them. So we really didn't find a lot of people who didn't want to talk to us or share other people's names or didn't have ideas to offer. And we did a ton of research, but I think really the people involved in the industry were huge in helping us. And you know, to Franz's point, we had like a couple of gamers on the team who really kept us in line when we needed to be kept in line.
Like, you have to hit this, yeah.
And vice versa. We said we would have to tell them, no, that's boring. We're not going to do that.
And we only get so much time per episode. We're slated to,
It's really fun because the creators at the time, or like the business people, they're usually asked about, you know, very meta question, either like technology or creating a new business. But I think whenever we would ask them about like, okay, what inspired you? Like, what was your idea behind this? They're really happy to share that. And I think we kept on telling them, like, we're trying to make a series that really showcase the people behind the pixels and really show like that games are a real craft, that it's not just, you know, this kind of common cliches that it's all digital and living through a screen, but actually you have music composer, you even have painters, like crazy roles that you wouldn't think about. And I think they were just so happy that we were showing this community and these big teams who work together to create iconic work of, you know, entertainment, but also art.
Yeah, and I think you guys did homage to that. I mean, the opening, I remember when I was sitting on my couch and I booted up for the first time and you hit play and you see that intro and the soundtrack, and even when you just watch that trailer again, it's like, that's doing it right. You know, like as gamers, I mean, you guys agree, right? I mean, like you see that, and
touch on a little bit of everything. Just
it's
cool. Starting from the 70s and just kind of bringing your way up there.
But I bring that up because, I mean, to your point, Franz, it's artwork, right? Mm-hmm. And it's artwork in terms of, I always say I get goosebumps when I talk about this stuff, but I do. But it's because it's artwork, it's the sound, it's the music, it's the memory, and someone in the chat here too. Thanks and if you have questions for Franz or Melissa, feel free to keep them coming. But they mentioned Deep Sleep 216 said, you know, it was in terms of the iconic handwritten designs and drawings, you know, that the original game creators brought up, like that to me is like, wow, like seeing how these were developed on paper. Right? And the initial designs and the passion, like you talked about, the passion that goes into it. And you guys definitely captured that, I think, in the series. It was incredible.
I mean, it was super fun to see like the creator of Space Invaders coming with this little book that he had perfectly wrapped in old paper that clearly has been in this little wrap since the 80s, and just opening it and looking at it, and it's just like, wow, this is how it all started. And I'm too young to actually have been in the arcade when Space Invader was released, but still it felt like something absolutely amazing that we were able to witness, and really like the early sketches were fantastic. And and also just looking at him or any other designer we have in the series, but walking back down memory lane and remembering that time where they came up with that idea, because like Melissa explained before, I think they just didn't know what they were going to do. It was just a pure creative fun and behavior, and then eventually they realized, all right, there is a big money to be made and a big business here.
Yeah, and I always wonder too, like like we were talking about at the beginning, like they didn't even do it because of the money. They just did it because they know it could be done and they wanted to do it, right? He talks about the character design in Space Invaders, and then you have to. Then not only can you, is someone taking it on paper and what you're visualizing in your head, but then you're like, okay, now what can I actually do with the hardware at the time? I mean, we were even looking at some of the actual file sizes for some of the games we played that are like less than a meg.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's the memory you have.
And that's why I love the Miss Pac-Man story too, because I did grow up playing that, in the arcade, and I hadn't heard that story. We did find an article that somebody had written a few years ago about that story, but to think that just, this group of college kids, it's like it took a combination of being super smart, but also so naive and a little bit ballsy, like for all that to happen. And, if it had been a real industry by then, or if they had been a little older or more mature, it never would have happened. But the fact that these sort of personalities that in some ways didn't know better, but were so smart and curious, they revolutionized video games, and came up with a classic.
That's what always blew me away about the Miss Pac-Man thing too, because like you said, nowadays they would just slap a lawsuit on them and that game never happens, which blows my mind, because I mean we would have been deprived of arguably one of the greatest games of all time.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of that right now. Obviously everyone wants to protect their IP and whatnot. But Franz, did you have any parts of the series as well that maybe stood out or you remember as kind of being a favorite to you? You don't have to pick just one. It's always hard when you ask someone about their work.
It's hard because it's a little bit like or babies, this project. So it's like we love everything and we also hate everything, because we had some challenges in the edit here and there, and we also, I think Melissa actually directed a lot of episode 2 with the game counselor, and that's that whole very funny moment with Sean Bloom, who is wearing that mullet wig and all that jacket, and I think it's really fun. And it cracked me up, and maybe I love it even more than anything else just because I didn't have to be working on it and directed it. But I think ultimately, I love every single moment. I related a lot to the Nintendo episode and the episode 5 about the fight games, because like I said earlier, I just love Street Fighter. And I think the Japanese state of mind was so fascinating and so poetic when it comes to developing games that I felt I was really discovering something new.
Go ahead, Melissa.
And Franz, by the way, directed the Japanese shoots, and so one of my favorite scenes is the e-gamers that she directs in episode 5. There's a fun little sort of 80s training montage.
Oh yeah. Was that
just like
the Rocky training montage?
Yeah, we called it like Rocky
because it doesn't really do much. It's just because we thought it was fun.
You got it. If you're doing a documentary about retro games, you need a Rocky montage.
An amazing story. I mean, when we found that guy who won this early Street Fighter 2 tournament and then ended up working in an office setup and then suddenly had a twist and is creating his own e-gaming team, we're like, what? This is too surreal and funny not to just really make it absurdly funny. And I think they actually laughed a lot while we filmed as well. And we're just like, yeah, let's do it Rocky style / Wes Anderson. So we kind of poke fun at the whole situation. And on the other hand, just, take nothing seriously. I think we all know that esports is huge today, and it was just a funny little twist to the story.
I love the Wes Anderson reference, by the way. One of my favorite. She needed a Bill Murray. Could have done I remember Bottle Rocket back in the day, all that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I love Wes Anderson. His stuff is fantastic. Okay, Kevin, did you have other questions? You look like you're about ready to fire one off.
Oh no, I was just wondering. She mentioned the edit. I believe it was Melissa that mentioned the editing process. Was that the biggest challenge during the making of this docuseries, or what would you say would be the biggest obstacle you guys had to overcome?
I mean, every stage had its own sort of set of unique challenges. Because, sometimes just finding visuals for the stories, figuring out what to shoot for them. I mean, there's only so long that you can make a TV show where you're filming a screen of stuff happening before it gets really boring, or people, just like talking heads sitting in chairs. So sometimes figuring out how to visualize stuff that had happened 40 years ago was tough. But fortunately, most of the people that we interviewed were so creative themselves that they were willing to be a part of our process and sort of do interesting things on camera. But I think, the challenge of the edit was really, just making so many different stories and different threads that kind of happen. Everything kind of like overlaps but influences each other. And, it's just kind of like a very full, messy timeline of history, because so much is happening all at once, and it's so creative, and it's so intermixed. So figuring out a way to sort of create a sense of cohesion over the 6 episodes, but also have every episode itself sort of feel like it belongs in that episode and to the other stories was a challenge for sure. But we just kind of felt like we could take some liberties with this series because it's about video games, and video games are fun and surprising, and you don't have to stay on a linear track the whole time. You can bounce around, you can time warp, you can do whatever you want, and that will keep it exciting. And so we embraced the subject that we were covering and trying to put the stories together, and didn't follow the usual documentary rules that Franz and I are used to following. We just felt like if this is a project to break some rules and try some new things and mix together some stories, now's the time. And so that's what we did. But it was hard, but it was also, like I said before, it's so fun. I mean, and I think going into work every morning to think about video games, think about how to tell these stories, it was just like, I can't believe I get paid to do this,
We were very lucky, and I think maybe sometimes what was the most challenging just stemmed from an ambitious vision we had for the series. So we really wanted to feel like a little bit of a fusion between games and reality. And so we had this animated segment that had like that 8-bit textured feel. And I love them. I think they're amazing, but it was also an insane amount of work to just put together. We had a very talented team of animators, and we really had a lot of fun doing them, but we ended up realizing like, wow, these take a lot of time to just put together. And we had to run against the clock and just
let's allocate some budget. We need some more budget for you're like, we need some more budget for animation and intros, more than we expected.
No, but I mean, I think like Melissa said, especially now that like the world is completely out and everything took such a twist as soon as we delivered the show, but I keep on being like, oh my God, was that the best year of my career? Did I just work on the best show ever? Will I have another one that fun,
Yeah.
It's just been an amazing team and an amazing subject, and whatever challenges we had, it felt that, there would be a solution to overcome them.
That's the way to go in. And how long did it, just out of curiosity, how long did the entire series take to produce? Like from day one, first project team meeting, kicking things off, here's what we're doing, here's our goal, objective, here's the dates, time, like how long did this take?
We literally started, I think, in January 2019 with like a very small team. It was really like the very early days with just, okay, let's research, do some development. We're just a few people calling people like we described earlier. And then we kind of had the series ready to really go on air by like March, more or less. But yes, I would say a bit more than a year.
Yeah.
So January 2019 through March 2019,
No. Oh, I wish. No, March 2020.
Yeah, so it's like, I was like, make sure I get those dates right.
No. And then it's in the hand of Netflix, who does all the translations in so many languages. I think what was amazing with the series is that it also reached so many countries and so many people were able to see it.
Yeah, I mean, what's your? I mean, obviously this year's different, but probably arguably the best, probably for a release like this, because Netflix is going through the roof and everybody's at home watching Netflix all day. So what's the reception been in the community? You know, from whether people like us or others. I mean, what have you guys been doing?
I mean, I think it did well. Netflix was definitely happy with it, and I think people. It's the subject matter that. For 2020 that I think people really gravitated to. It's like, it's nostalgic, it's a positive story, it's escapist. So, we were really pleased that people around the world all seem to be interested in it, and it does sort of go to Franz's point about the universal language of games.
Agreed. Kevin, did you have something you were thinking
I was wondering if trying to word this right. With your previous works consisting of like U.S. Secret Service and Live Free or Die Explorer and I believe
you did your homework.
Darknet. IMDb.
He's ready.
No, I was just wondering. With streaming it on Netflix, was there any? I don't want to say interference, but like, did Netflix have a certain criteria for you guys to meet? Like, did they want you to cover certain things or?
I mean, they have an international audience, so you have to keep that in mind versus, other platforms that might just be for the U.S. audience. But I think they've built their brand on trying to support an artist's vision. They're not, they don't have like one style of show and one kind of demographic that they're aiming for, which you get sometimes at the cable channels. They want to get, people in a certain age range who, live in certain areas of the country or whatever. Here it's, at Netflix, they wanted us to make the best show we could about video games. They wanted it to be fun. They wanted us to think creatively. I feel like, if anything, like the boundaries were off. It was just like,
so they kind of let you do your own thing. Essentially, they let you alone and have it.
Yeah, I mean, you have to. They're involved, like and make any TV show. You from the beginning of the process, you kind of give them updates about what you're planning on filming, who you're planning on filming with, why. We send lots of documents, write-ups about various characters and what we saw the series looking like. And then they see cuts, the edit as we go along as well. But I mean, it wasn't, some channels will just like tear your stuff to shreds and you have to pick it up and redo it. But I feel like with Netflix, they were, they didn't blow anything up. They just figured out, how to make it better with fresh eyes. And it did feel like a really great collaboration, and that this show belonged on Netflix. It was the place.
Sounds like a very good collaboration.
Yeah. It was great.
So the series also has, call them episodes, 6 episodes. Is that fair?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So how did, you talked about the beginning too, we got so much content, we've got this noir vision or, what we're talking about, the beautiful mind framework of all this stuff, right? And things start to get whacked and you're like, okay, we got 6. Was it always determined that there were 6 episodes, I guess, first? Was that always we're giving you 6 episodes, here's the time, here's what we're going to do?
Yeah, we always thought we would do 6 episodes just because we didn't want it to get too long either. And we felt like ending the series when, the advent of 3D and the first-person perspective would be like a good turning point. And then, games just look way more similar to what they are today. And that, we first wanted to really look at the early days and that golden era where literally they just started from scratch and had no rules, no roadmaps, and just were super creative. So I think 6 episodes is what we wanted. I feel like we could always have done more. We would have definitely struggled to do less than that, just to really like explore these stories. But it was where we started, and we just felt like starting with, Space Invaders, Pac-Man in the early days, going all the way to Doom and that multiplayer aspect as well. So showing that idea of community from the arcade to like the online community was like a good kind of circle for it.
Was there any genre you wish you had more time to cover,
Or didn't hit, maybe, yeah.
or didn't hit?
Yeah, I feel like we didn't speak that much about maybe like even before games, like all like the puzzles genre and maybe like the more early technological aspects of it. And then we also didn't speak that much about maybe like games on different devices that were not just like on consoles or computers or arcades, but like, you know, all this Nintendo unit that they had, just looking at handheld devices or things like that. We just had to kind of make a choice, but more importantly, I mean, the way we looked at it wasn't even like, okay, let's tick boxes, we need that game, that game, that game. The way we looked at it was more like, okay, which stories are really unique and great, and we have the right characters to tell them. And then that kind of guided us through the vision and which game we would cover. And then to Melissa's point, having one influence another and you know, moving forward. But we also wanted to make sure that we would look at different aspects. So let's say episode 4 is that's a little bit more about, you know, the console wars would be more like a business angle. Episode 2 that's about Nintendo is a bit more, you know, about the sense of this mega mascot and the competition and the Nintendo, like the building of an empire. And then we have more like the community in episode 6. So it was also like trying to make sure we had diversity, because otherwise it would feel like we would just repeat ourselves. And so it was looking at the different people we would access. I mean, I think it's amazing that we go from someone who is a painter using brushes to like the early music composers to, you know, the marketing, and then the top CEO, or like the students were just like, don't care, won't care, let's just be bullish and right. Copy another game. So I think, yeah, it was, there's so much more we could have done, and hopefully, you know, it will inspire others to share their story, or one day we will do more. But I think for now it was just like, let's look at the people and kind of take it from there.
And that definitely came through. I mean, we were talking about too, again, before we brought you guys on, about the stories that, I mean, I personally learned. I did not know the story about Kirby, how that came. I mean, that to me was incredible to learn about. And like you just talked about too, the kind of the business end of Nintendo and Sega, and how Sega emerged and how they were going to emerge and what their battle plan was and how they were going to do this thing, like telling it from a different angle, because a lot of people know, like, okay, Atari, you know, ET Crash, you know traditional like game lore. So it's like, okay, we already know this. We got to maybe check that box, but let's hit on things that people, and I felt like I actually learned a lot doing that. And you guys did a lot of new stuff, which was awesome. Which is just really fun. That's just me personally. Sorry, I don't have any question there. That's just general commentary. What else? What other questions? Kevin, do you have any questions? You're quiet over there.
No, I'm just
taking it all in.
I'm just engrossed in the conversation. It's just no, this is great. I guess sort of to touch up on what we were talking about earlier, where it's you had all these creative people kind of at your disposal, whether in your team or through your interviews, and you know, compiling all this information over these episodes. Is there maybe any specific? Is there any specific like game or like a certain like a part of like that you were working on that kind of hit the cutting room floor? Like it's from like a personal experience, like it didn't make it into the scene. If you have like a story or something behind that.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, we filmed something that was really like visual and interesting and fun called video games lives, like this concerts where you can go, and it's led by a great character called Tommy Tallarico, and we filmed with him, and he's fantastic. I mean, really excited about games, and an amazing musician. And then I think it was really just hard to fit in the series narrative, because we're looking so much at the past, and then we just struggled to do that. But it's unfortunately, it's one of the stories that didn't make it, and I was very sorry about it. But other than that, we were pretty efficient in just selecting, you know, the story we wanted to cover. And we had a very limited number of filming days, so we wanted to make the most of it. And we really thought ahead about like, okay, what do we need? How are we going to tell that story? And try to be really just conscious about not wasting people time as well, and just making the most of everything we would have.
Now I have to ask too. I mean, we were talking about time frame in a minute and things that got cut. It's good to hear you used, predominantly everything that was in there. But having this come out in March, right? Obviously that's just let's say that was like kind of the early part of when COVID-19 had hit, right? But there was some chatter about this, at the tail end of 2019 and coming into the better part of obviously 2020 now. Did that play an impact, or did that affect any of the production? In terms of getting together with the crew and anything we had to do before we get to March 2020, or was that kind of still in the back of your minds at that point in time? Did that impact anything?
I mean, we wrapped production, or we wrapped our main production at the beginning of this year, but we still had a few months before it actually went on Netflix. So we were okay there. But we had to go remote for the finishing of the project, which fortunately, we weren't in the field anymore because a lot of our industry is basically shut down field work, unless you have a really big budget. You can't really afford to film in these conditions. So we were fortunate that we filmed everything before then, and we were in post, and you can do everything remotely now, even with very big files that we were editing with. So the only thing we were thinking about, as we were going into lockdown and kind of wrapping things up, was how this show would be such nice viewing for people who might be really stressed out right now. And if we already felt like we were putting something good out in the world, we're not changing lives, but we were creating something that's positive at least. And we felt like even more so that it was something that people might really need.
Agreed.
So
it's a feel good series too.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, I mean, it's all positive, like you said. You learn a lot. It's positive. It's fun. I have to ask. I have one question here. I want to ask too. The segments, the series, talk about like different things that you mentioned a couple times, Franz. Like the art, whether it's art, music, storytelling. My question is, in short, like kind of what's maybe if you had to pick one that kind of sticks out to you, what makes video games and telling these stories kind of different or stands out most to you personally? Is it kind of the art? Is it the music, or is it some of the storytelling behind it? Which stands out to you if you had to pick one?
Oh, it's hard to just pick
I know,
one.
You gotta pick one.
I think one thing that I really loved and just witnessing it was amazing was just actually looking at the music, because when we filmed with a composer in Japan, I mean, when he just took out Chip Tanaka's this old like circuit board, and it was like, hey, this is the music from Donkey Kong. I was like, sorry, what? Like it's what it is, and just realizing the process that went behind. And then I think that music is actually a huge factor when you play a game to get you in, and I mean, nowadays, obviously, technology is so advanced when it comes to the design and the art and the world that they depict. But the music part, I think, is still very unique and different. And I think when we looked as well for a composer to design the title sequence track, and Melissa actually came across Power Glove, and we listened to it and we're like, whoa, that's exactly that. That is the sound of video game that just makes you happy and gets you there. And I think for me, the music aspect was really fascinating and something I wouldn't have thought so before working on this show. I think the artwork, there was no question about it, but discovering the process when it comes to music, and like, I mean, these little footsteps of Mario and Donkey Kong are so irritating, yet so lovable, like ning, ning, ning. And it was just so funny to see that they happened by accident, because like the circuit board was made in such a way. And so I just really enjoyed that.
It's accidental and iconic, right? I mean, we could play that sound right now, and it's like, it immediately draws on that memory. You could play, we could play, probably 50 sounds, and you could name all of them, because
exactly.
Remember, it sticks with you, right? Melissa, what about you?
Well, I mean, I think video games are stories, and we're storytellers as documentaries. We approach them in a completely different way, but to me, it's a story experience, and so, I love the text adventure games. I did play those growing up as well, and so I loved getting that into this, even though it was like hard visually. Reminds me of Choose Your Own Adventures, which I was also really into when I was younger. But it's an interactive story, whether it's through text or visuals or whatever. And then to sort of go back, it kind of loops around into another question you had about who we left on the cutting room floor. We actually did talk to Brenda Romero, John Romero's wife, who is amazing. And it didn't quite fit into the show because what she's doing these days is something called, she's calling The Mechanic is the Message, which I encourage anybody to Google. She did a TED Talk about it one time, but they're not video games. They're more like board games now that she does, but she uses them to sort of deal with really heavy sort of topics to help people work through historical issues, social issues.
What is it called? What's it called?
And it's almost like using the game to learn and experience and understand, which I think is such an interesting future for gaming. That she is brilliant. She is a wonderful person. I love her and admire her. And so encourage anyone to look her up. John Romero is obviously a legend, but he's, in my mind, married to somebody equally important in the world of games.
Yeah, what was that called again? Mechanic is the message?
It's called, the idea is mechanic is the message.
Yeah.
And if you look her up and look up Brenda Romero TED Talk, she talks about it, and it's pretty incredible.
Well, I think that's cool because, that's like taking a medium. And you obviously hit on some of these topics, too, in High Score, right? Some things that, are top of mind and topical right now. And, as a father of two, and I have two young kids, right? I'm always looking at ways to connect to them and address issues or topics or things and approach them differently.
Yeah.
Because we often find and they play games, right? So it's like if you can do it in a way where someone's paying attention and it's fun and it's entertaining and it's getting your message across in a good way, why not? I'm thinking about that. I love that. That's just genius. That's great.
Yeah.
That's great. What else haven't we hit on? I'm looking at the chat here, too, see if there's any other questions coming in. There's none right now. I think we're all caught up. But did you have some more, Kev?
I was going to ask, was there anyone particularly you were excited to interview during this, during the making of this? Or was there any interview that, blew you away and you kind of wish you could spend more time talking with that person?
There's one moment I remember, and obviously I don't speak Japanese, so we had a great team there to help us do the interview as well, but I would prepare the question. But when we interviewed the creator of Space Invaders, Nishikado-san, he said something that just blew my mind. He said that back then, and it's really also a Japanese cultural aspect where you always put forward, the company and your team and don't take credit for anything. But he couldn't and didn't tell anybody he was a man behind Space Invaders, and he didn't even tell his wife. Only 10 years later, she found out, and he told her, yeah, I designed the game. How do you keep that secret for a decade when you've created a crazy, phenomenon with people playing, going to the arcade, launching a new business, and you just keep that for yourself for about a good 10 years.
Well, that's the thing, too, is a lot of these names we know some, you talk about Romero or Shigeru Miyamoto or others that are just I'll say household names to us, but then others that came out, I can't remember the one story, but you did the part about the console. I had never even heard of this console. I can't remember. What was that?
Oh, yes.
The yellow.
The Channel F.
What was it again?
Yeah.
The Fairchild Channel F.
That part blew my mind.
Yeah.
I was like, what is this? Did you guys remember that? They're talking about it had the yellow carts and...
Yeah, it's the big white box.
Yeah, I was like, how have I never heard this? And, my heart was breaking. I'm like, this poor family, this is an incredible story. And to be sitting on this for however many years and not to get this out. And I love that part. I thought that part was fantastic. That was just
we thought it was really important to bring, obviously there are some stories we couldn't miss, but there are other stories that we felt hadn't been told and that really needed to, and that was one of them. for sure. And yeah, and it was surprising to me that how many people are really tapped into the video game community, more so than we are, who are also, that was news to them. So we were glad that we were, we have a platform to share stories about real people, and so we can use that platform to tell stories that need to be told. I will say the person that I would have liked to spend a little bit more time with, or at least snoop around his house a little bit more, was Richard Garriott. Who he lives like in a fun house, basically. I mean, he's like the most, he is the most interesting person. I mean, so smart, it's intimidating, but very nice, very welcoming. But he's got an amazing house and just a ton of like really interesting story to tell. And he was such a good sport. We had him doing all these costume changes because, like, I mean, we really sort of zipped through it in the documentary. But I mean, he has been in space, and he has gone to Antarctica, and he has visited the Titanic. I mean, this is a guy who's like living his best life.
Episode 7.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Episode 7. Richard Garriott full episode. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's amazing. And his house is also just really fun. So it's like, that was a blast. I could have like gone on for days. I would have been happy as a clam.
He did the whole Ultima series, right?
Oh my goodness.
I remember that.
Yeah. I'm so glad she said he went into space, because that photo of him in the astronaut thing kind of just blew me away after seeing, like, there was a photo of him wearing a crown right next to it. It's like, okay, he's a king, he's an astronaut. What's going on with this guy?
I mean, he got into the industry before it was an industry, but he was definitely a part of it becoming a money-making industry. Oh, yeah. So that's when you can go into space, I guess.
That's when you have that money. Right, there's a lot of that. I like the part, too. You're talking about this sequence with the Nintendo, was it Nintendo Hotline?
Oh,
we're talking about
players' counselors.
I love that whole, the players' counselors, right. But I was also so upset, because I could just feel my parents would have never shelled out, a credit card or any money to do that. Yeah. Sorry, Mom or Dad, if you're watching. But I know we never would have called that line. But when I found out the actual secrets of that these guys had no idea what they were actually doing in my childhood. That's the only part I went into the docuseries. I'm like, man, what a downer. This is depressing.
Just to get a job there, though. I mean, to have that be your occupation of work. Oh my God.
Talk about a good gig, right?
Seriously.
Yeah, I mean, you never then you're like, your career's peaking at 17, and you like, what do you do after that? Like, there's nothing else you can do for the rest of your life that will top it. Yeah, but that's looking at the positive side of coming from somebody who wasn't a game counselor, because I would have loved to be one in high school. There's no cooler job.
Right.
Just the application process too, having to play the games, and oh my God.
And how do you show up to your next job interview? So, Melissa, you mind telling us a little bit about yourself and what you've been doing for the last year or so? Well, let me tell you,
Mario Brothers.
Playing Mario Brothers, and I'm terrible at it. But I tell kids what to do.
Customer service, and I don't know how you categorize that.
Yeah. That's what you write on your resume. You write customer service, client relations.
Phrase it carefully. Yes.
Right.
So I'm doing.
And I love that they had like a little, cult stardom kind of following, and I love when you described, like I was wearing my jacket and I would go to the mall and people were like, "Whoa, game counselor!" And I think it's just fantastic. I mean, how do you top that up? I don't know.
Yeah. He is the same jacket. Was that his actual jacket? That I know he's got the jacket. Was that his original one, or did you guys have to remake one?
No, he had to borrow. So there's like a Facebook group of former game counselors. So they all like chat and talk. So we were going out there to film with them, and we were like, we've heard about these game counselor jackets. You got to get one. So he borrowed one from his buddy, who's from his Facebook group. That's why you see the "Hi, my name is Sean" sticker there, because there's somebody else's name, so we had to cover it up. But he had when we showed up, he had a whole box of memorabilia, and he is somebody like, those people who like remember every detail of their life. I think he's one of them. He remembers almost every day of his job, and like gleefully, and is like, so I mean, you can see why they put him on phones with kids, because he's just like a cool guy who can talk about anything and has enthusiasm and is just like, he's just full of entertaining stories. But yeah, he remembered everything. He says it was like some of the best years of his life. And, he was so into filming with us. That's why we were able to
you guys got a lot
talk
of
about
time
doing
with
some outrageous things.
But now he's permanently banned from that Facebook group because it's kind of like a scarlet letter. Like, you don't have that jacket, you're out. Get
Right.
him out of here. He's a bum.
Just sending enough like box tops or something.
Right.
It's
Yeah, or he revealed too much that they actually didn't know totally what they were doing. Maybe that ruffled some feathers too.
Yeah. So the only last question I have is like, with a lot of stuff going on, like Nintendo, obviously, Universal Resort, right? Theme parks. They got the Nintendo Land and everything. I think it's going to open next year, right? Or
At least
goal?
we'll see what happens. Right?
They pushed it 2022.
Tentatively.
Yeah. So my question is, you have like lifetime free admission. Did Nintendo call you at all or no? No.
I don't think
That's not how it
Oprah
works.
gets lifetime free admission. Like, it's Nintendo.
Well, I think you guys got a solid business case you can make for it. Got some good PR
Yeah.
in the series.
I wish. I mean, it looks bonkers.
Right.
I mean, it just looks insane. But I feel like they'll charge us.
You can show up and be like, hey, here I am. We did this
Remember
thing. We
me?
talk about you guys.
Please like us.
Please like us. No, I mean, it does look bonkers. I mean, I when I see photos and updates and things that show up on Twitter, I'm like, this is happening. Like, but this is to kind of where we started this whole interview. Like, this is happening, right? Like, we're doing this interview, and again, I appreciate you guys even probably taking my email, Franz. I know originally spamming you saying, hey, I'm some random dude on the internet. Will you please answer my replies? But you know what it's like, I think, based on your experience doing this series.
I think we were super happy as well to receive a lot of messages of people who've watched the series. I mean, we got so many just saying like, hey, you know what? When I was young, I had difficult childhood or whatever, but games were what allowed me to escape and have fun. And you really made this clear. And I think also one thing, and we discussed it earlier on with the story of the Channel F and, these unsung eras, but also showing that the video game industry is not just made of, the people that you can easily foresee. We have characters that was transgender. We have people of color who just found a place to be themselves through the games. And I think it was the case for many people, and just addressing it really made it great. I mean, we got great messages as well following the story we did about Gayblade, that funny game with Ryan Best. And I think, again, it's one of these games that most people have never heard about, but it just makes it really universal and shows how actually video games make everybody kind of united and a sense of belonging. And I think it's not just about the fun and the fluff. There is real like depth and substance, and with Brenda Romero as well, if you guys go and check. But there is a whole lot of powers that video games can have on society.
Agreed.
Definitely.
Agreed. Well, I really appreciate you both coming on today. This has been fun. I had a great time. Appreciate again. I think it's
Me
like you
too.
said, it's a community. Thank you both for doing this today. Again, if you guys haven't checked out High Score on Netflix, please do so. It's amazing. You can watch it, I'll say, in a day, if not a weekend. It's super fun, uplifting, like you mentioned multiple times, very positive, and it's just incredible. So
Absolutely.
if you guys haven't seen it yet, check that out. And thank you again, Melissa. Thank you again, Franz. Really appreciate you guys
Thank
having
you.
on. Thank
Thank
you
you so
Have
much.
a great day. Take
All right.
care.
Thanks, guys. We'll see you.
Right. Bye.
Bye. All right. You're good. Wow.
That was good.
So that was. I hit my microphone. I was so excited.
Video games afford you the opportunity to start over. In games, we all start at the exact same place to play together because we're all playing by the same rules.
Long before the internet, a handful of visionaries reimagined the world.
We felt that we were creating a world-changing technology.
I had no idea what to expect.
何回もゲームやってみようというようなそういうようなゲームだったので。
Pac-Man is so cute. It is. It's so cute.
People no longer played video games, they played Nintendo.
It all started when our hero Mario had a very strange dream.
Having a fast console wasn't enough for Sega. They needed a new hit game.
やはりアメリカで人気になるようなキャラクターになってほしいっていう思いもあった。
You'd see kids screaming, Sega! Sega! They woke up Nintendo.
We have the biggest consumer electronics company on the planet. Coming after us? Awesome.
It is a sick video game. Shame on people that produce that trash.
I made the worst game of all time.
What we did back then was ahead of its time, but the time is now.
Video games afford you the opportunity to start over. In games, we all start at the exact same place to play together because we're all playing by the same rules.
Long before the internet, a handful of visionaries reimagined the world.
We felt that we were creating a world-changing technology.
I had no idea what to expect.
何回もゲームやってみようというようなそういうようなゲームだったので。
Pac-Man is so cute. It is. It's so cute.
People no longer played video games, they played Nintendo.
It all started when our hero Mario had a very strange dream.
Having a fast console wasn't enough for Sega. They needed a new hit game.
やはりアメリカで人気になるようなキャラクターになってほしいっていう思いもあった。
You'd see kids screaming, Sega! Sega! They woke up Nintendo.
We have the biggest consumer electronics company on the planet. Coming after us? Awesome.
It is a sick video game. Shame on people that produce that trash.
I made the worst game of all time.
What we did back then was ahead of its time, but the time is now.
Video games.
Am I on? Oh, that was fun. So Kevin Cabarello and Molnar are taking a little bit of a break. We've been actively on the mics here for 3 hours, but we actually were started a little bit early. So some of the crew is going to get a little bit of a snack. We just met with Franz Castrell and Melissa Wood. So thank you again to Franz and Melissa. Thank you for doing that. We're going to take about a 2-minute break here. So you'll see just on the stream, we're going to take a 2-minute break. We're going to grab a little quick bite here. And then we're going to start playing some terrible games. So that's going to run from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern. We're also going to have some prizes to announce. So again, if you donate through GameCleveland.com, I see we've got some donations coming in now, which is fantastic. So if you donate while we're getting a turkey sandwich here, maybe we'll even give you an extra prize. But thank you for those donations. We'll catch up on those here in a minute. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to run a commercial, and we will be right back to play some terrible games. Take it away, John.
cancer won't wait. And at CTCA, we aren't waiting either. We're still focused on providing world-class cancer care because cancer isn't just what we do, it's all we do. Call now.
Welcome back, folks. We are back, and we are here now playing some really awful games, and starting off with a bang with the greatest, well, not really the greatest awful game, but one of the definitely hardest awful games for the NES, Silver Surfer. We got Kevin Cabarillo.
Yeah, and then we're going to try to do a little two-player thing, two-player action. Certainly iconic for just being just a really difficult game, just bullets flying at you everywhere,
And
just
making your character the weakest thing in the entire game. I mean,
so yeah, we can get things started here. So
All right.
you got your controller over
Yep,
there. So it's I'll start things off. Yeah, we'll go. Let's go. I'm not real familiar with the lore of this, but you got Fire Lord. Looks like angry Alan Thicke or something.
I was thinking Ron Perlman, but
there you go.
Yeah, angry Alan Thicke is pretty accurate.
Oh my god.
Just.
Yeah, it's one of those like you can't hold the button down.
No,
Because
it doesn't even.
just,
you need a turbo.
Like I don't know how I'm gonna get through this here.
Well, I mean, you initially got past my.
There it is.
Did you already die? I took my.
I was gonna start a drinking game on this, like you drink until you die, but the fact that you lasted that long kind of scares me. All right, let's go. This
Reptile.
Reptile, not reptile.
Yeah.
But reptile. He looks pleasant. All right, here we go. And I'm pressing the wrong button off the rip. One Mississippi. No. All right, get past those fishies. Kill that duck. The duck has more like power than you do. Give me the double.
There you go.
All right.
There you go.
All right, we're in good shape here. Now the trick of this game, as you can all see, is just to stay back and let things come your way. But then obviously,
oh god, but everything kills you.
I forgot. Yeah. Wow. I get the. Wow. Okay, fair enough. Back to Fire Lord.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out like the gist of Fire Lord. Okay, like him trying to do nominal tasks. Like what? Like he's made of fire, correct?
Right.
What does he sleep on?
I don't know. It's coals or something. Like how does he like mow his lawn? You know, it's
That's another question. Well,
just scorched earth or something.
yeah, I would imagine he wouldn't have much of a lawn. It would be I would say wooden chips, but even those burn. Oh man, this is rough.
That's how I feel right there.
Yeah, that's the ultimate you fail screen. All right, let's see if we can do more damage. I think I'm gonna take the upward route this time around. And this is not a good idea.
What's gonna kill you here? There it is.
All right, and actually, to be fair, a bullet actually killed me this time. So.
Yeah, as opposed to the actual environment.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I technically I did break my neck in the first time, but by touching the ceiling.
Oh
what the hell?
Gosh, okay. Oh my god.
No, it didn't even hit you. It hit the
pattern.
It hit the board. You're not the board, so any kind of misdirection. All right.
This game's the best.
No, it isn't. Very opposite.
I will say it's I do like the tunes, and I do like the tunes in the game, but it's the music's good.
Yeah, that is something so perplexing. How, like, come on, man. The music is good. That's something the game gets right.
Because I did look it up though. It's the guy who does the music for this, like just like another like iconic kind of sports game. Like he did the music for Ken Griffey Jr. on the Super Nintendo.
Oh my god,
it's the same dude. So it's like. You know, it really does have something going for it. Just not in terms of absolute frustration though.
But now you mentioned Ken Griffey. Like now I can kind of just I can hear like a little bit of this into Ken Griffey, like
a little organ music. Yeah. But what do I do here?
Oh
god. Okay.
All right. We're in business.
We're fine.
We're in business here.
Oh my goodness.
You're fine. You're fine.
Yeah.
Stay away from the pumpkins.
Yeah, right. Oh, pumpkins are coming.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Seriously. I'm just okay. It takes more than one of those hits to kill a hand. You're weaker than a hand in this game. Oh my god, that was it?
Yeah, baby.
Oh my.
We got one. Oh, it's just right back to you. Okay.
All right.
It's not one of those like wait for the guy to die games. So.
Really thought that piranha was gonna get me. I love the little animation dip with his feet too. When
Yeah,
he
right?
goes down, up and down. It's like, It's like a little Elvis move. All right. Seriously,
we only got a couple lives left. We're gonna have to. You're gonna have to pick the next game here. You know, it's coming up soon.
Yeah, feel free to put in the chat any games you would be. I'm not sure if I can die by that bridge, but feel free to put in the chat what games you think we should be playing next.
Otherwise, I'm gonna have to hold your feet to the fire. You're gonna have to pick something.
So, come on, my thumb is getting really tired. Let's go. Come on.
There we go.
There we go.
What part of this is gonna kill you?
The tree.
Oh, you're able to go.
I'm not sure if the tree. I can touch the tree.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Oh,
no!
Goodness.
Oh, look at the
rubber
ducks!
duckies.
Look at the quack! No.
You're actually doing pretty well here. I like it.
My thumb is. You had to go through like 2 sections. Jeez.
There we go.
Yep, but okay. Can I get past? Like.
I guess you gotta fly through the top, but he's shooting at you and the fish, and now what's gonna? Your thumb is just done.
For anybody in Tecmo that wants to get their taps up, this is how you do it.
Yeah, right. This is a Tecmo thumb tapping exercise.
I think I figured it out. Like I can't get past that, so I gotta go above it.
You use the bullets to figure out what you can and can't shoot through.
Yeah. Oh, 3 of them?
Oh.
Fucking iguana.
Oh, come on! You deserve that. You were past him. You had it coming. That was a long level too. It's like mine was like mine was like half the length of that.
That's not even fair.
Okay.
Seriously?
Pumpkins.
Pumpkins.
I almost just plowed right into the ground there. Oh my god. Pumpkins.
This makes no. How do pumpkins come out of lava?
It's Nintendo, you know. It's
no, and they're alive pumpkins because they're smiling and laughing maniacally.
They're just happy to be here.
They're
oh
not
my
happy
god,
to be
that
here.
scared the hell out of me.
You know, I'm just gonna. If this drops me off at the beginning, I'm just gonna forgo this. All right, it's
okay.
Looks like we're not at the beginning. Stupid iguanas. You can't kill the iguana. I seem to be getting the power-ups at least.
Yeah, right?
Ah!
Okay.
No.
Whoa.
A frog? Why does everything want to kill you? Like, what's the problem?
I'm starting to wonder if maybe this game, like I said, don't really know all the Silver Surfer stuff, but like, never a big comic book guy or anything, but was this like a different game and then they just like slapped Silver Surfer on it? Because, or were there actually like, you know, mutant piranhas that come and attack him like in the comic books and stuff, or it's... Oh man. Oh, Molnar.
It's not. I mean, I'm just. No.
No.
Oh, that's even better. The lowercase, uppercase, GFY for
good.
Yeah, go.
Yeah, right.
Yourself.
All right. Assuming we're not gonna beat this game on this one life. What do we got next on the games here?
Do we have to? Can we look at the chat somewhere? Or I'll go bug Tom while
I'm gonna say it's
you're alive. Don't die.
Don't die. Okay, very good. We'll see what we can do about that. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
You died? How?
Do I even need to explain it? It's too easy.
What did you bump into?
Flying pumpkins. So. Yeah, but you beat me. See, look, you got way more. Nah.
Bad.
Last action hero is what they're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
But it's,
Yeah,
but
fire.
it's Arnold. How can it be a bad game?
Oh, goodness. Don't say things like that.
But it was such a good movie.
John, you want to go to full screen camera real quick?
I'll actually stand behind that. That movie is amazing.
John, go full screen camera. Hey, John, can you go full screen camera, please? Yeah. What's out here? All right, we're going to... What, last action hero? That's the request?
Last action hero.
All right. We're going to do some last action hero.
So all around, I stand by. That game isn't Silver Surfer isn't necessarily that bad of a game.
Right.
It's just incredibly. The difficulty level is just.
I don't think I've ever played this game.
Unimaginable.
Yes.
I'm curious to see how this goes.
Oh dear. Have you played this? 1993. All right, it's.
I have seen the movie, so Magic Tickets.
Right. Sony Image.
Oh my god! Oh my
baby!
god!
Oh baby!
They're trying to get the film graphics. Oh come on, NES.
Oh my. Okay.
I love how your power punch just takes him off the screen.
Oh my! I'm just
is
murdering this guy. All right, so B to jump and A to punch, and I'm almost dead already. Oh my god! They just won't stop coming.
That's what she said.
Yes.
Why? Again, this is like Silver Surfer. Why does everything want to kill you?
I guess I'll just keep jumping on cars.
The cops are shooting at you,
Yeah,
and you're a
right.
cop.
Oh, so this guy just came out of the trash can and is throwing bombs at me.
What?
I think I'd lost a life, but I keep going. Like, oh, that's a charming epileptic seizure of a screen right there.
I think it was just time break. What are these cops are terrible.
Yeah. They really don't like Arnold.
Wait, is that a monkey in the garbage? That looks like a monkey.
I don't know what it. I don't know what half the things are.
There seems to be a delay on the punch too.
Yeah, right.
It's like,
Oh, it's real bad. It's
you really need that animation of him swinging around.
Oh my, goodness.
You know what this game looks like to me? It looks like. You're being nicer than I am. I was gonna say it looks like you take all the good stuff out of Kung Fu, and you have this game.
What? Okay.
Oh
I have to
god.
hit down. It's one of those games that you hit down to. Oh, there's no way I'm gonna beat this guy up. Oh my
He's
god,
got a gun.
He's got knives or something. Oh, he does have a gun.
Can you duck?
No. Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Oh yeah, but your punch is even slower. It looks like.
Yep. All right, I think we. Oh, we got him. All right.
There you go.
Is that it? All right, you want to take the next level here?
Oh god.
Oh, here we go.
What the hell?
You get axe throwing, man. Oh my god. Yeah, see how delayed that is? Like, it's
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
All right, 3-3 on the hearts. You got it. You got it. Oh, you got to restart.
Yeah.
Okay, at least you start on this boss again.
Like, there's no way to dodge the axe.
Just magic jumps. I don't know.
I'm thinking this ducking punching is definitely.
Oh,
he turned to dust.
He exploded. I was digging like the orange rain, and just like
that was acid rain. Never mind. Take this and come back. Ew, yeah,
I like they really tried to put these little cinematics together. Just it's not a. Yeah, it's Ninja Gaiden cinematics. It is not. Okay. Yeah.
Level 2 was Hamlet.
Yeah. It's I remember this part of the movie.
You know, I'm gonna give the game credit and taking scenes out of the movie and putting.
Oh my goodness!
Arnold, right?
Yes. It's supposed to be.
Yes. Ish.
Oh my god!
What is? I'm trying to think. Yellow Snake Eyes from.
Okay.
Or that's Scorpion, essentially.
Yeah. Right. It's He's gonna back low punch me if I don't run away.
They don't even have the jump animation for them.
Oh, I gotta punch the doors. You know, that's how I get into places.
I don't recall Hamlet having ninjas.
It's
Shakespeare's not gonna be.
You know.
Oh, this has even got a little Bugs Bunny birthday castle.
Tommy Wiseau's ninja movie.
That's a terrible game.
What, Bugs Bunny?
Bugs Bunny's Birthday Blowout?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant the Crazy Castle.
Oh, you like Crazy Castle?
Crazy Castle's got
that song. I like that song.
Yeah.
That's what we should play. Some Crazy Castle.
Oh god.
I love Crazy Castle.
Do-do-do-do-do.
All right, so
I'm starting to get the hang of this game, which
we have some
I'm
prizes
not
to
like
announce
it.
too.
Oh, lovely.
We're gonna announce some prizes here. So I'm gonna get you some names.
Punch through that door.
Got some winners here.
A winner is you.
A winner is you, if you will. So just give me 1 second here. We'll announce some prizes here in a second. I'll let you guys keep going. But
why?
He's gonna beat this. Guy.
Why? I like it.
How did that not kill you? You threw a knife at your head. What do you? You have destroyed his groin. This is kung fu.
There we go.
Really bad kung fu.
So on the, you guys remember we're doing the balls giveaway?
Yes.
The balls case giveaway. That case is going to go to Chris Vote.
Congrats,
Vote.
Chris.
All right.
Chris Vote. Thank you for
Nice.
donating to the stream. That was awesome. Thank you. And we're also going to give
Enjoy your balls.
Ed Molnar also donated as well. So we're going to ship him a case of balls as well. So thank you, Chris and Ed. We will get you guys both a $28 case of balls. Would you just die?
I think so.
What happened?
Blew up.
Yeah. It's,
What, it just like ended.
yeah. It's,
I don't want it.
So yeah, just for donating. We're gonna do something else here too. So the next person that donates, I'm gonna mark it. We're at 123. Next person that donates, I've got a $50 Dave & Buster's Power Card.
there we go.
So $50 to Dave & Buster's. If you donate 25 or more, I think that's fair, right? Donate 25, you get a $50 gift card.
Yeah.
Say that's more than fair.
I think it's fair. So donate $25 or more right now to UCP of Greater Cleveland. Just go to GameCleveland.com. We're going to get you this Dave & Buster's Power Card. Back to you guys with the terrible games.
Sure you don't want to talk more?
Yes, yeah,
Sure
we needed that breather.
Freaking Cyrax from Mortal Kombat is taking it to me, man.
Oh my god.
You know what? I'm just gonna screw it.
Where are you going?
I'm
You
making a
going
run. I'm
backwards?
making a break for it. I'm not even gonna try.
Just jump over everything they're shooting
Yeah.
at you.
And get hit.
There we go. Let's look. He's knocking you forward. What a nice guy.
It's like, all right, here we go. No! Ah!
Oh, there we go.
Down to the last life, I think. I don't know. I have the.
I think that's how that works. Yeah.
I think I got it. It won't let me go up anymore.
Oh, you got.
Oh, look at this!
Oh, what? How?
I'm pressing up and attack.
Oh my goodness. I feel sorry for anybody who got this for Christmas in '93.
Is this still the same level?
Yeah, this is still that's the Hamlet level with ninjas. Yeah.
How did we deal with this?
I'm still trying to figure out
imagination.
what's the fist. It's got to be like you got to get a gun later on.
Yeah, right.
Who recommended this game?
Ken Town, thank you.
Thanks, Ken.
Thanks,
Town.
Ken.
Well, he did donate $100 earlier.
Ken, you're
Oh, okay.
awesome.
So
but
you're allowed-
Your taste in games is not very
I feel
good.
slightly better about that then.
That was horrific. I want to burn that game.
Any other game suggestions you guys want to throw out there? Kevin or
I
Kevin?
got Bad Street Brawler.
Bad Street
is
Brawler?
Bad Street Brawler.
We can boot
Okay,
that up.
yeah, we can throw that up there.
I'll load that up for you guys.
Okay.
John, if you want to go to the main camera, I'm going to load up Bad Street Brawler.
God.
Why Bad Street Brawler?
Yeah, tell us about
Have
Bad
you
Street.
played it?
It's sad. I don't think I have, but I'm pretty sure I own it.
You mentioned Tommy Wiseau earlier.
Yes.
This is, I think, the Tommy Wiseau of the NES. It's a beat 'em up, but the attacks change every level, and the attacks range from like kicks and punches to tickling.
What?
A real bad jump kick. It's
Mattel?
made by Mattel,
Oh,
so you know you're getting quality here.
oh my goodness.
Look at that.
Oh wow.
Look at that gem. The yellow traffic crossing guard
Yeah,
vest.
right.
They're talking about my bald head.
The bleach blonde hair. If that doesn't scream tough, I don't know what does.
All right, so
Fired up.
I'm pressing like start and B and stuff.
Try
and,
clicking on the screen, maybe. It's that bad.
Just refuses to work.
It's so bad it doesn't play.
The mouse ain't showing up.
Yeah.
Oh god.
And
we call tech support. There
Tech
we go.
support.
Yeah.
before each level, he also gives you some words of wisdom from the brawler,
Right now.
which I use some of these words to every day.
Can't wait.
Oh yeah, you've never played this before?
I don't think I have.
Oh, this is
Is it gold?
It's gold, Jerry.
It's beyond gold. Like I said, it's the Tommy Wiseau of the NES.
All right, let's get this moral here. Yeah, it looks good. Yeah.
All right.
Nothing.
Yeah, the music is really
Nothing.
not
Maybe.
good.
It's that bad you can't play it. Okay. Let's try something else.
Ooh.
Someone's got WrestleMania Challenge in the stream.
Oof. That's a tough game. That's a 2-player though. We can do.
Yeah, we can play Punch Kick Man.
I was no, this is different. This is the one where the ring looks like a diamond.
Oh yeah, the corner view, yeah, and then you have the little your life bars are like on the aprons or whatever.
Yeah, I'm not ashamed to say this. I owned this game when I was young.
See if the start button works now. There we go. Yeah.
Oh.
All right, let's go.
You can have a Survivor Series team. Daniel Bryan's in the game.
I'm sure.
Yeah. No, I'm dead serious. Actually, there's a guy that looks exactly like that Daniel Bryan.
Is it like the you? Is it like you can be yourself in the game?
Yeah,
okay. All right, so we gotta smack each other around, right? Yep. Oh, there you go. Yourself. You got Macho King.
Yep.
Okay. Ultimate Warrior. Oh, Ravishing Rick Rude. Oh God. Zodiac.
Brutus Beefcake.
What?
The Zodiac, or the man with no name, the Booty Man.
Yeah, the Booty Man. That's
19
Brother
different
Booty,
gimmicks.
Butcher. Yeah.
So many different gimmicks.
This has a lot of characters in this for 19-7 or something. Yeah. Oh no. Oh gosh. Let's be the beefer.
All right. Yeah. You gotta go.
Because you're gonna win, so I need to make sure that I can blame it on being Brutus Beefcake.
Oh yeah, him as your captain. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta go with my boy Warrior. Singles match, or do you want to do Survivor Series, or?
Let's just do a singles match. Yeah. Oh right, I have to pick it, don't I? One fall.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Oh my God. I mean, graphic-wise, it doesn't look too bad.
No.
Gimmick-wise, hold on. It's
okay.
Are they doing the chicken dance?
Yeah. It's like the Battletoads pause music, you know?
I like how your guy's mouth opens when he does that. Like, he gets pissed. There you go.
Oh man, dream's over now. I'm not falling for that trick. Okay.
There we go.
Oh
Nice.
my goodness.
Elbow. Pin him.
Oh. How are you doing?
Get out of here.
So who do we have in the pink pants and who's in the green Speedo?
So it's the Ultimate Warrior versus Brutus Beefcake.
Okay, so we've got Kay Molnar as Ultimate Warrior.
Yes, sir.
And Cabarello as Brutus Beefcake.
Yes.
Also on the screen now, you have a QR code, so you can scan that QR code with your phone and make a donation, and hopefully you win that Dave & Buster's $50 power card.
Get away from me.
Seriously?
No.
Wait, what?
Whoa, that's.
Oh, what's going on here?
Oh my goodness.
Oh, it tosses them.
Even more, another credit to the game developers for this one. When Ultimate Warrior walks up, you do see the little camel toe within his butt region. So great details there.
Great development
there
skills.
We go. Okay, down and B. Okay.
Warrior doesn't job, man. Come on.
Oh, no, of course.
Can you toss him out of the ring?
I've been trying to.
No.
It's weird because it's on a diagonal plane.
Yeah, it's a little
Fire Pro
jarring.
Wrestling.
Yeah, it's. Oh. Oh, no.
I'm trying to climb the bloody ropes.
There it is.
That's how I climb.
Wait
He
for
does
it.
not. That.
Oh.
It's not climbing the ropes. That's more like just mounting.
It's sauntering.
Assaulting the ropes.
Come on. Uh-oh.
Get back here.
Get back here.
No.
Oh, there we go.
No.
The toss.
Come on, Brother Brutai. No.
Donkey punching you.
The stream has gone sideways.
Oh gosh.
It's
I have no
official.
health left. Neither of us have health left.
Where's your health bar?
Where it says 2 and.
That's a health bar? It looks full.
What bar?
Oh no! Oh.
So.
I'm literally.
I just. Come on.
Yeah, Dave & Buster's
No!
power card given away now. $50 power card. Next person to donate. Let's see.
Yeah, let's go.
No, I can't.
Oh.
Gorilla Press.
No.
Get.
Don't do the splash. Come on.
Yes.
That's
And
it.
he jumps for joy.
Brutus
Not only have
Beefcake
I beaten you, you've
has been
been
eliminated.
eliminated.
Yeah, right.
Rematch. You gotta do
Yeah,
2 out of 3. You can't
we
go
gotta
out
go
on
two out
2.
of
You
three.
can't
Yeah, we gotta see
just
the
do one.
Yeah.
gotta see the other sprites.
Is that a true story?
That was not quite. Was that on the?
John, are you on the stream? John,
Yeah,
are you talking to people now? John,
Oh,
you
you're
can
not
talk.
to-
John, say hi to everybody.
John's talking about WrestleMania 23 back there. Not
Hey,
that I-
everybody.
With
on the
Bobby
stream.
Lindsay.
Yeah, yes, right. Oh goodness.
All right, this is it.
Round two.
This is it,
Round 2.
Yeah. We gotta be. Yeah.
So who's the jobbers in this game? Duggan, Bossman,
Yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
Yourself.
Duggan and Bossman and yourself. You know.
Who'd you pick? Duggan?
I took Bossman.
Oh, you took Bossman? All right, I need Andre. I need the girth.
Andre.
I need some girth.
Oh yeah. Nice and
Battle of
girthy.
the big boys.
Like I said, stream has gone sideways.
One half of the Twin Towers. Never
That's right.
forget.
That's
Against,
right. That's a great shirt. So.
Yeah. Andre.
Rah, 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 rah.
He's taunting in the corner.
I like how both of they're like jazz hands almost.
Yeah. They're just doing calisthenics in the ring, you know?
One,
two. Oh my god, he's choking me.
Oh, it's a headbutt. Andre don't fight fair. Captain Insano shows no mercy.
That's right.
Wait a minute. Do you seriously use your gut as a form of attack?
Yeah, why not? I'm big boss man, you know? That's what I do.
Yeah, but that's such a
god,
like stereotype move.
What? Oh
Seriously?
my goodness!
What was that? Did you almost pin him?
Yeah.
That's
you seriously slam Andre.
Boss man. Ah. No.
I say the
Just
longer the
leading you
match
around the
goes, the
corral.
boss man, the better for the boss man, I would imagine.
Get up.
I cannot hit an elbow drop.
Oh,
Andre! Getting airtime.
Wow. Whoa.
Wow, he's gassed. Yeah.
Okay,
Oh my
boss man
goodness.
has no. All right, one more.
Oh, is that just a pity match now, or what do you?
That was just embarrassing.
I don't understand what happened there.
Bossman has no stamina in this game at all.
Yeah. Oh. Hold. Yeah.
Yeah.
I see. I need to redeem myself on this one.
Yeah.
And it's yeah. We got time for maybe like one more game or something before our next panel comes on. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Pin me now. I bet you win. All right. Get up.
Told you, man. I had this game when I was younger. MVP. Can Andre climb the top rope?
That would be amazing.
I don't know what that was
just
just then.
The running pelvic thrust, yes.
Oh.
Oh gosh.
How'd you get out? Press select.
No,
isn't it? I thought it was select
Oh
to
no.
get out of the ring.
No, not like this.
Yeah.
Not like
wow.
my gosh.
Wow. Erroneous. Rules stupid.
Cute.
Kind of has the WrestleMania 7 vibes. with
Yeah, right. The Stars and Stripes
Yeah.
forever. Yeah. Oh. Okay.
Haven't had enough, huh? No.
All right, we'll get one more, or we can switch up. What else do we got? What else do we have to play here for some bad games? Oh my gosh. There's no way. What?
I'm not pressing anything.
That's incredible.
It might just be the weight thing.
Yeah.
The weight. No way. This is NES. It didn't take it took them until No Mercy to figure out
Yeah.
how to do weight distribution
Yeah, right.
in games. That Taka Michinoku should not be able to slam Andre the Giant.
Right. Oh.
We got
Please get up.
We could try Akari Warriors. We could try I'm trying to think.
So
what else is
you're
bad.
called. Oh.
Whoa.
That was suggestive.
Yeah. That was the stink face.
Yes. Oh, there we go. Yeah, there we
Quit
go.
using your gut as a weapon.
That's all I know how to do. There we go. Oh, okay. Please get up, boss man. All right. Oh, there we go. That's realism for you. That's just the best move.
It's not.
Huh.
There you go. I don't know how I'm ducking, but
we go. Come on.
Okay,
we
Andre is
got,
like massively overpowered.
we got a 2 count out of you. Oh, get away from me. Oh god, the dream's over. Oh, okay, we got some life.
So I pinned you with all that life left.
And then now you can't.
Yeah. You take away the stomach, and Bossman's got nothing.
So we got an update on that Dave & Buster's gift card.
Yes.
Awesome. Dave & Buster's power card going to Troy.
Ooh, Troy, all right.
GB Land Frisk. Troy, $50 Dave & Buster's power card coming to you. Congratulations. Big Boss Man out on top.
We gotta
let's switch it up.
Let's switch this up here, my friend.
So quick update on where we're at today so far with donations.
Yeah.
We're at 3 1/4 today.
Delightful.
So thank you guys for your donations. Keep them coming in for United Cerebral Palsy of Greater Cleveland. We are at $325. We got a lot of stuff to give away. We're probably going to give away another Dave & Buster's power card here, $50 power card here in a couple of minutes. So stay tuned as we boot up another terrible game here.
Yeah. Tom, how do you get to the...
I'll get you.
Yeah.
What do you want?
Kari.
You want to do a Kari 2?
Do a Kari 2, yeah.
That's even worse.
Got you guys.
Another
Tech
game
support.
I'm not ashamed to
Tech support.
say I had when I was young.
Oh, I-K-A.
Oh, sorry. Oh, don't be sorry. No one wants to play this game.
that's
I don't
3.
want to spell it either.
You're supposed to buy me time here.
Well, we are going to be playing Akari Warriors 2.
I only have 1 or 3.
1.
Or 2.
There's 2.
Yeah.
Is that the one?
Yeah.
It'll have to be.
Yep, that's it.
Oh,
This is
boy.
it?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Input work? Try the inputs.
Yep. We're in.
Yep.
Congratulations.
ABBA.
ABBA. Oh my god.
Oh, this is the ABBA one?
This is I love how their legs are just sticks.
Oh man, this looks great.
Oh god.
What is that, a spider?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll go with that. Oh,
I'm just gonna let you go out ahead and.
Okay. You pick up the scraps.
Yeah, Troy, congrats on that.
It's always been my
that $50
MO.
power card.
All right, so I'm red, and Molnar is the blue guy. So
Or as the angry video game nerd would say, what is it? John Rambo and the guy from Commando. And I'm dead. ABBA. ABBA.
Does it work in this
ABBA.
one?
I think it's only in the first one, isn't it?
ABBA. ABBA. And I'm dead.
I think it's only the first one, right?
Thought it was this
Well,
one. There's.
I'll try and carry us to victory here.
All right.
Yeah, that's-
Well, the,
Get the lightning
title
bolt.
of this game is Victory Road. So.
What is that?
That is a thing.
Is that a bad guy?
No, that's
Whoa.
something you gotta just go in.
Oh.
What?
Yeah. No, you mean you haven't had a game where you had to go fall in a hole on purpose?
Try
And hit
ABBA
an
now.
impossible. Yeah, hit an impossible.
What are you shooting?
Oh,
You have to hit that
my
thing.
gosh.
Yeah. You hit it?
Yeah.
I didn't think it was possible.
What are you
There we go,
doing?
I got another one.
But what are you supposed to be doing here?
It's like target practice. It's
Got another one.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
4. 5.
Is that a bonus round?
All right, best game ever.
Wow.
Best game ever. We love Akari too.
Oh my. Okay.
Tickle me impressed.
So now what?
And you broke
are you
the
back,
game.
Yeah, I was gonna say, are you back in or?
Yeah, yeah.
What?
Yeah. You just go back to the level. It's kind of
Okay.
like a mini game.
Is that Dracula?
No.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Looks so
you gotta
muscular.
Throw grenades. You gotta
Throw
find the
grenades.
path. You gotta find a path.
Oh, you gotta be kidding.
Looks like it's
No.
to that left side because it looks like the
Yeah, a little.
pixels are different over there.
No, not that one.
Yeah, to your right there. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you gotta throw. No, you have to.
Oh, I
you
gotta-
have to throw grenades at
Okay,
all
I gotta
times.
back up. Oh my god, turn around. Oh my good god, the controls are.
Yep.
There we go.
There you go.
You got
Now you
this.
One more.
You're doing great.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Now what?
I don't know what's more sad is that this game is terrible or Kevin knows how to Molnar knows how to play this game.
I owned it. I
Yeah,
had
that's
it.
what I was gonna say. It's one of those like this is just
What?
the game you had, so you had to like
What is that?
deal with it.
Oh, you have a
gargoyles.
You have a life meter. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah,
dear,
he's almost
and
dead.
it's almost gone. Get
Frame rate. Frame rate.
frame rate is intense.
ABBA.
I don't know.
I don't know if that works in this one.
Up, down,
Wait,
down.
what happened?
I tried to pause it.
Well, that was Akari Warriors.
10 out of 10. That game is beautiful.
I mean,
10 out of 10.
Akari Warriors Victory Road, more like Akari Warriors Champion Road, because this game was a champion.
What else?
Burn it.
What else? We got time for one more.
Yeah, we got
or is
time
it-
for one more.
Okay.
You got any more?
Right? What time is it? There's always time for one more.
Let's see here. What time we got 1:43. Yeah.
Yeah, we got time. There's
Okay.
always time. What are you guys thinking?
I remember American
Ooh,
Gladiators trying to
That's what I
climb
was
up
just
the
gonna do.
wall.
Okay.
I was
There
just
we
gonna
go.
do that. That's what I was just thinking.
Just the wall. Like, literally, it's impossible.
Game tech. Try it out.
Good old game tech. Thanks for Wheel of Fortune and Jeopardy, bud.
Oh, that's what we could have done too. Is it working?
Jeopardy. Yeah.
I love the character designs for Jeopardy.
they're the
They're just
best,
some of the
yeah.
funniest things ever.
All those what else? The classic
not age well.
concentration, and
Classic.
Family
Oh, yeah.
Feud and stuff.
Just the caricatures.
is it working? Input's working.
Yeah, it's okay. 2-player, yeah.
Yeah.
It's,
Oh, you got a
you know
password?
any passwords? No. Okay. Wait, did it pick one player?
No, that's just player
Oh,
one.
okay,
It's-
I see.
Oh, there
Gotcha,
you go.
gotcha.
Oh, yeah.
If you want to put in a password, you can. So then that's
Yeah.
on you.
What was I gonna say? The Super Nintendo version was actually playable. I recall
Yeah.
this, and this one is just
Like, what do we start with here? Do we like?
all of them can be beaten, I think, except for the wall.
Okay.
So, I just remember the assault. You fight against a giant robot. Just
yeah,
like in the
just
show,
like in the show. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll go for assault.
against Laser.
Oh yeah. Have you got what it takes? Probably not, Laser. You know, it's
No.
what the.
Laser in a tank.
What do I hit him with?
You gotta run forward.
I gotta run. Oh, I
Yeah.
see.
And get the super missile. Because
Okay.
Laser can go through walls.
Okay.
You have the bazooka.
Yes.
What is?
Oh, I can't.
And yeah, you.
I
Can't
was thinking I
through
could
a wall.
shoot it like in the.
There you go.
Hey, all right. Oh, dream's over on that one.
I love how.
And a timer. Oh my god.
I love your little run too, because
Yeah,
you run with your arms out.
It's like a little slippery too.
Yeah.
It's. Okay, pick it up with B. That's intuitive. Oh my.
Oh come on!
God.
There you go. Oh, the tank's falling apart.
Oh my.
Oh, he shot you, but you get to.
Wait, that's not over. Okay.
Referee Larry Thompson is clearly not watching the game here. Oh come on! One more. That's it.
Hey.
Yeah, you
6
killed.
seconds left.
You killed him.
All right. Lasers.
You commit murder and you win. All right, let's.
I didn't know that American Gladiators was like Running Man. No, it's.
And
you got
it's
gold.
men against women. All right, Powerball.
Oh shoot! Is this me too?
No, this is just me.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're the pink. Yeah, okay. And they're just hanging out.
Look at that run, that upper body.
Yeah. And a big thick boy right
The
there.
power.
Yeah. Oh,
Look at the beef.
beef. The ham hocks on this guy.
Yeah. Check out those drumsticks, baby.
Oh.
Erroneous.
There, that's fine. It's a souvenir for the crowd.
Yeah.
So you just have to like fill all 5 of the buckets.
Assuming so. Ah, darn it.
Aw. You got this. You got this.
I got it.
Hey.
Okay, I think.
Yeah. It's gonna give you a chance to at least try to get in there. There we go.
One up.
Oh, you got one up.
Oh.
Oh, you just keep going. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, well,
Well,
that's not very fair.
That's rude, Gold.
Yeah.
It's a crab running. It's a crab.
Crab people. All right.
So,
Yeah, I'll take my turn at some Powerball.
All right, let's see
24
if-
carats of power.
yeah,
Okay.
eight to drop it in.
Get off of me. Oh my gosh.
Going back to the Super Nintendo, I loved how version they had a stiff arm button when you played Powerball.
Yeah.
And they would just go flying 15 feet if you even had it remotely near any of the gladiators.
That one had like the Atmosphere and stuff. Like that was.
Yeah, it actually had like a lot of the actual events. I shouldn't say actual events because this one does it too. But like
no robots. Yeah.
No tanks.
Oh please. I'm not faring as well as you did on this here.
All you gotta do is get 2 more.
Look at this garbage. Get off of me.
Run back.
I'm trying.
There you go.
I'm just.
Yeah, she got caught. There you go.
Hey,
now you just gotta get in the center.
I need.
Wow, they've learned. I mean, the AI has clearly learned.
Okay.
Oh, got it. You got it.
Hey.
Nice hit. Good hit. Fire, ice, and.
I'm just gonna pound it in submission for the end there.
I'm getting a little Big Trouble in Little China vibe out of that. From the there was a red, there was a white, and a blue. Oh, America, obviously.
All right.
All right. Let's bust out the wall. This is
all right,
why the
what?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a tapper.
Yeah, but.
Oh my God, they're flying up.
Yeah,
at
but
you.
this is.
What?
Yeah.
You just like grabbed the nothing and then you were done.
But sometimes it just sporadically pulls you off.
Okay. I'm just gonna mash buttons and Roy.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Look at this guy.
What do I do there? What do I do there? Like,
no idea. Let's go with the human cannonball against Gemini.
Gemini.
All right. Just like in the real show.
Okay. That looked legit.
Oh! Take that, Gemini.
You knocked him so far back, he landed on this other platform.
Hit you on your laser. Whee!
You got this on point.
Hello, Nitro.
Oh! Get out of here! Get out of here!
So I guess on level 3, logic gets brought into it.
Wait, what? I get to...
Yeah, you go back.
I can go back to the wall? Oh, I see.
Yeah, you can't play Assault and Powerball.
Because they're done. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll try Joust. Man, I'm digging that headband.
Oh my God. Looks like Ozymandias from Watchmen.
Okay.
Is that a helmet or is that like a white mullet he has?
Mullet. It's a mullet.
It's got to be a mullet.
Yeah, it's 90s.
Oh, come on, kid. Oh my God.
Kick his ass, Seabass.
I'm trying. Solid.
Get him back.
He's being a jerk.
Get that mullet.
I'm trying.
Come on.
Oh, I gotta do the.
You gotta time it. You gotta time it.
Oh my God.
There it is.
There you go.
Nice.
And you committed
And
murder.
you killed him because he just fell 300 feet to his death. Did you just fall off? You have to jump, I think.
Oh my God. Did it just
All
kill
right.
you?
This game is
I
great.
think you got to jump to the next platform. Why are you up so unnecessarily high?
Because it's American Gladiators.
It's true.
I love these Q-tips that you're fighting them with.
Oh, whoa.
Pugil sticks. Yes.
Oh, you're about to get tossed.
I'm not about to get tossed. I'm about to toss him. It's the plan.
Oh my.
You're done.
No, you're,
no.
you're done.
Get him.
Come on.
Hit the A button.
God.
There it is.
Come on. You're like in the same spot I was. Oh.
I can't hit him if he's.
Man. This is a test of endurance. Mentally, not physically.
Not at all. There it is.
Oh,
there it is. That's the move.
Combo.
Combo breaker.
There we go.
There we
go.
Now
Now
don't die. Right here. Okay. Screen move. Oh boy.
When did you have to run do that?
I did,
super tan
mullet. I did not
mullet.
think I had to do that.
Must be
Oh
Malibu.
yeah, Malibu.
Mullet.
It's season
Thunder.
1. Yeah.
Thunder.
Did you guys watch the reboot? Remember they brought back American Gladiators for a bit?
I never watched the reboot. It was like the Rock and
no, that's Titan Games.
Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
Focus on the.
Ali,
you're gonna lose. Focus.
It's Malibu. You ain't gonna beat Malibu.
Malibu mullet.
There was I was
mullet.
I was all for the remake, and then
Yeah.
I saw an episode. I can't help but think that it was fixed or something. They had a Marine, and the Marine couldn't do the Eliminator at all.
Huh.
Like run up the treadmill.
Nice work. Solid run.
3 seconds.
Rip.
All right, here we go.
Rip.
Do this blindfolded, Kevin.
Yes, sir.
What are you even hitting it so much for? You're barely moving.
I think it's like, at least I thought
It's
it was like
probably A, B, A,
alternating.
B,
Yeah,
like,
it's like
yeah.
alternating.
You gotta time it.
Yeah, but you gotta also get up there fast because
What's that noise?
the gladiators knocking themselves.
It's like the wall, like Kubert style. Oh my gosh.
I have a friend who hates
There
that
it
game.
is.
Oh,
Now,
Kubert?
okay, now
Oh,
go
man.
to the. Yeah. Oh, God.
Ah.
I think you guys did great. I hate this game.
This game's the best.
I do remember renting this for one weekend and just thinking, like, after 15 minutes, I wasted my rent.
Oh,
Don't you
Kevin's cruising now.
Cruising.
Well, when they brought it back, remember Crush? She's now in Mandalorian. What's her name? The reboot. Forget her name, actually.
There was a reboot of Mandalorian?
No. What? Oh, you're dead. Oh, you got it.
Clyde!
Oh,
take her
same
down
spot.
with you.
Yeah.
Now, how does this work? Like, how are you just able to pick the stage?
It's like
infinite
big
number.
We have like lives. We have to beat the level or something.
I can only imagine if this is like hard, how hard could the Eliminator be?
Oh.
What happened?
I
He
touched the
grabbed
thing.
the black nothingness.
All right, so played some really great games.
You really shouldn't be able to fall if you grab nothing. It's like you just shouldn't be allowed to progress further. If you grab nothing in real life,
But even there, he just was grabbing nothing and he came off of it.
yeah, but
You realize we're debating physics in an NES game, right?
yes,
You know, it's-
but it makes sense.
Okay, you got this. Nice. Yeah, you got it.
Oh my god.
Now you got to go down.
Please go down.
You got 78 seconds. Oh my god.
Okay.
Nice.
Oh my god!
nice.
Look at this.
Oh,
Wow, come on.
to the right, go to the right. Oh.
No!
No. You should have went to the right.
Go left and run.
No.
What do I do?
Run it back.
Oh my gosh.
You gotta do it
Okay.
again. Someone's gonna get it. Oh gosh. Come into my parlor. What was the rest of it? What did you say?
Guys, it's
5 minutes till 2. All right, so we'll get Straylight on here. Oh. Well, I thought we were saying a minute, but Kevin just took 6 seconds of
Hey!
American Gladiators.
I got one.
Are those
Nice.
those your points?
But I'm celebrating.
That's a good point. Like,
What is-
I won, but that's you.
I got second.
Yeah, there you go.
I've
And
never
we
seen
didn't
it.
finish it. Yeah.
A game with such low scoring. 164 points.
That's a lot in American Gladiators.
Yeah, so you would have killed people. you
Set
know, it's-
records. Yeah.
Mhm.
Not even Wesley Two Hoops Barry could
R's
have
right there.
beaten that one.
All right, so
that was good.
So what we're gonna
No, it
do
wasn't.
is we're gonna go to thanks Kevin and Kevin.
Thank you.
You guys are great.
Did we?
Not really.
Did we?
The mental psyche is just
It's there.
Ego is quite hurt.
I thought you guys did fine. But we're going to take a quick break. We're going to go to a commercial here, and then we're going to bring on the developers and team behind Straylight, Dr. Block. They're going to be joining us via Zoom, so we're going to shift around, shuffle some seats real quick, and we'll bring on Dr. Block. So we'll be right back. I think we've got a message from UCP of Greater Cleveland, then we've got a message from Dave and Buster, so we'll be right back as we set that up.
Cool.
Take it away, John.
My name is Sam Resnick. I'm currently working at the Shaker Heights City School District, and I work in IT for a living. So currently we repair the student Chromebooks, and we've been setting up the classrooms, like the teacher stations and classrooms for when classes do eventually resume in person. This position is actually the second one I've gotten through working with Oakleaf.
Sam's a great guy and kind of the prototypical client that we work with at UCP. He came to us with a good backlog of skills, but he just couldn't translate that into what it meant to get a job and how to get a job. So that was his struggle. So he had kind of been underemployed for quite a while. So we helped him to find that, and that's kind of who Sam is. He has a lot of knowledge, but he has a hard time expressing himself. But just hearing that how much he had grown and gone from living with his parents to living in a supported community to living on his own to now being a property owner, that's a huge growth. And just I'm always proud of, like, that's the growth that I love to see in our clients, and that's the growth that UCP really promotes.
If you'd hire people, then hire people with disabilities too. I mean, that's just as simple as it is. My name is Sam Resnick. I'm currently working at the Shaker Heights City School District.
My name's Ben Ludwig. I'm the GM of Dave & Buster's in Westlake. 25735 First Street is our address. Come and see us. Lights are on, games are on, food's being served, cold beer. Behind me, you see a 46-foot LED TV. We have over 200 games in the back and over almost 300 player stations. We have a huge Halo simulator back there. We have VR now, which is full motion VR, and it has 6 different titles that you can ride and play. We have shuffleboard, cornhole, giant Jenga.
Hey Tom, how's it going?
Giant Connect 4. It's a great place to just come and have fun.
Actually, hopefully that's not on my end here. Okay, good. I can hear you, Dan. So.
We're absolutely glad
he
to be
hasn't connected
supporting
audio,
the
so you probably
Cleveland
can't hear us
Gaming
either.
Classic. This is, I believe, our 4th year in a row that we've done that. We'd love to support because everything's going to charity. We have a great partnership and would love to continue doing this in the future.
Yeah, likewise. Or, I guess you want to touch that. I can spell.
Song. I like that song a lot. What do you think?
Pretty. There we go.
You like it? Solid?
Solid.
What do you got?
It's 8-bit.
What do you got over there? What are you munching on?
I have a cookie.
How is it? How's your cookie? Oh yeah, I know I'm live. Sorry,
It's
we're
a
just talking
good
about Costco cookies over here. So yeah, we're live. Good to see you guys again. Tom Jenkins. I switched seats with. Well, you were over there, right? We got done.
I've been in the same seat the whole time.
It's comfortable. But
It
we
is.
are back with Dr. Block, the team from Straylade. I've got Chris and Dan on the line here. How you guys doing?
Oh,
Great, how are you?
Oh.
How's the Cleveland Gaming Classic going so far?
Good. Solid. We got a little echo there, John. I don't know if you're seeing that or you're hearing that. Fixed. Cool. So we got that going. Yeah, the Cleveland Gaming Class is going solid so far. I think we've raised about $400 so far this morning for UCP of Greater Cleveland. So it's good. And it's good to see you guys. Where are you guys at? In basements? I know, Dan, you got the virtual background going.
Yeah, I'm in my office, just repping Straylite here.
That's right. You got to get that customized background on.
Yeah.
Chris, how about you? At home? Basement?
Yep, just at home in my basement. It's where I've got my best live conferencing stuff set up. So
He's in the VR lab.
yes,
Oh,
yeah. If I could turn my camera here, I don't know if that's going to work or not.
An actual thing.
Got the whole VR space over there.
I thought you were joking, but you're being serious. It is actually a VR lab.
Oh yeah.
Anywhere where VR set up and you work on it's a VR lab.
That's right. I love it. So for those of you that don't know, Dr. Block, we got, again, Dan and Chris here with us. I think the last time I saw you guys was at your release party for Straylite. So maybe you guys can give people that don't know about Dr. Block, who you guys are, and then Straylite, why don't you kind of take the point and tell us about what you guys have built.
All right, so the last time, we threw a big party, had a bunch of VR rigs set up, let the public play, and that was all before all the COVID stuff. So we didn't quite have the same protocols in place. But yeah, since then we've been developing our VR platformer. Making new updates, putting new levels in, just kind of getting that ready for the official release. That launch party was early access, so we're hoping at the beginning of next year, Q1, we'll have a full game out there on all the major platforms for VR.
Is early access always a thing now?
Sort of.
Yeah.
It allows us to get feedback and start kind of building some buzz for the game. But
I like it.
Yeah.
And maybe you can walk us through, so like Dan, your role, and then Chris, your role in Dr. Block, and then developing the game.
Sure. So we wear all of the hats because we're a 5-person studio. So I guess I'm kind of the team lead. I work with lawyers and accounting and all of those sorts of things. That's one hat. But I'm also a developer, so making the checkpoint system and the level select and just other tweaks and programming things, making some levels as well, helping Ben, one of our writers and level designers, and pretty much anything else that needs done. I'm also part of our QA department, testing the game, build releases, things like that. So pretty much we all wear multiple hats. So Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. And then I'm also a developer. I would say I'm probably like the main developer. So my focus is mostly on the code, getting the engine in place, fixing bugs, things like that. But I also assist with level design where I can, and just cause mayhem in any business side of things I can.
That's good. Yeah, I mean,
help Rob integrate the audio.
Oh yes, that's right. Yeah.
I was gonna say. So you said the team of 5. Who are the other your cohorts who are missing? I know one is on Twitch right now. Rob, how you doing? Good to see you. But tell us about the other team members that aren't here today.
Yeah, so Rob, he's our composer. He's made all the sweet soundtrack that you hear when you play Stray Light. He's helped with some of the sound effects and other things as well as helping us market and kind of get the game out there.
He's the hype man.
I would let Len speak for himself. I think he's trying to connect.
Maybe
so I'll just stall.
Maybe he's waiting to get admitted. I don't know if he's waiting in the
I'll stall for Len.
There he goes.
Oh,
there he
perfect
is.
Timing. There we go.
He's sweating bullets. He's like, oh man, I'm in.
Len, who are you and what do you do here?
Quick, you're on.
Identify yourself.
He's like, I'm still on mute. I can't
I'll give Len a minute to connect.
Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, but Ben's our level designer, game designer, kind of mastermind of how it all kind of flows together, and just a sounding board for a lot of the ideas in the game. I don't want to shortchange him. He does a lot too. Yeah, he's one of the main engines that drives productivity on our game.
Productivity.
And Len, a resident artist.
Yeah, Len, you're on. What do you do? Quick.
I basically design all the assets, all the 3D elements, put together the backgrounds, try to make sure that everything works together, skin everything. Just basically, if you like the way the game looks, it's my fault.
And of course, you put together all of our lovely marketing assets, such as the background behind Dan there.
There's that, yeah.
I love it.
Basically, all the visual elements.
That's incredible. So, how do you guys all know each other? I guess what's the history behind this team?
Oh man, I don't even know how we know each other.
Did you guys all go to school together, or friends growing up, or how this happened?
It's a mixed bag. Okay. Len, how did you meet Ben and Rob and that crew? And then we can talk about how
we don't even know that
together.
Yeah, I went to high school with Rob, and knew each other by name. But it really wasn't until after high school that we started, to hang out and collaborate on things. Actually started hanging out with Rob right about the same time as Ben. We got together and started doing a local film competition called the 48-Hour Film Project. So we'd all collaborate, do these silly little short films, working on other projects together, a couple of music videos, things like that. And then my wife ended up meeting Dan's wife, and they were like, hey, you guys should be friends too. And Dan and I showed up to like a couple's dinner wearing practically the same shirt. And we're like, all right, we can be buddies.
I thought we were going to say nothing at first. It's like,
yeah, and I think in getting to talk with you, you were describing your 48s, which sounded a lot like game jams. Yeah. And it just kind of was like, this seems like too similar to ignore, or like too much of an opportunity. So it's like, so you make films. What else do you do? Oh, I'm a graphic designer as well. I'm like, okay. I make video games and I'm a programmer. Like, how can we subtly hint to each other that maybe we want to try try a project together? And I think I met Ben at at your house, Len, at a party, a get together.
Way back when.
Way back when those were allowed.
Yeah.
And we just started talking about video games. I didn't know who he was, and then he just was like, we started talking about video games and just kind of hit it off. And he was talking about Factorio and all these crazy ideas he has. You know, he's a writer, so he had just a ton of ideas. And that was the first time I actually wrangled Ben in on an idea and was like, "Hey, man, you're out here in the ether. Like, let's talk about one thing." And then I've been doing that for about 3 years now. It's been great.
Still happening. So then how did the concept of, number one, like where did Straylight kind of come from as a name and then a concept, like you're saying, wrangling Ben in and the team, like how did you guys end up with this as a project?
Yeah. So
that was a fun one.
Go ahead, Len.
Yeah, when we all got together to do the first Global Game Jam together, was that 17?
18, I think.
18. So we were trying to figure out, first of all, like what platform we wanted to work with. Were we going to do something 2D? Do we want to do something 3D? And just because we're all a couple of smartasses, we were like, hey, what if we did VR? Because that seems easy and common. So I forget, was it Chris? Was it you that you just started playing around with? Like we started out like throwing objects. Like you could just pick objects up and throw them. We were thinking like maybe a basketball simulator or something silly like that. And then Chris grabbed onto an object that was actually locked in place, and like he went flying instead of the object. And Ben was like, "Whoa, what was that? Do that again." And it just kind of spiraled completely out of control from there.
Because that was
I
like
think
kind of
I have
like
that
Spider-Man effect that when I played it last year, I'm like, it most resembles like real life space Spider-Man. Yeah.
Yeah.
Chris, is that true? Did they capture the story right?
What was that?
I was asking Chris if that was an accurate representation of how it happened.
Yeah, more or less. It kind of came through a somewhat glitched mechanic that we just turned into the main part of the game.
Happy accidents.
Accident.
It's just a game full of them.
Yeah. Then how long did they tell us about the process? I guess I'm more curious too. We got people watching that, I'm sure, and the way we kind of set up the session too is like, hey, if you're thinking about getting into game design or video game development or exploring this, like a lot of people I'm sure are curious about how to do it. How did you guys then kick it off from there?
Yeah, so it started as a game jam. We had 48 hours or so to kind of come up with that idea, and we liked it enough that we kind of stuck with it. Normally, you'd probably come up with a game design document and a little bit more of a formal process. Pick a genre, pick something. Tried and true, but we didn't do any of that. We picked a genre that we just kind of made up, and we picked a technology that was pretty new at the time. We're approaching 3 years, so VR is still kind of in its infancy. So, our process has been just iterate, like just pick an idea, try it out. We've thrown away more code, more assets, more levels than we've made by a factor of like 10 or 20 or 100.
Why is that? Just because they don't hold up to what you're expecting? Like, what's the reason behind that?
We have high standards.
That's cool.
Len and I have a running joke that like I don't like what he's done until it's the 5th time he's done it.
Yeah. Basically, I know to just, if I'm going to try something new with the game, just make 3 junk assets, and then the 4th one he's like, oh no, this is perfect, I love this. So it's all about learning how to work together and collaborate and set expectations.
I like it. It's a nice diplomatic way to put it. So you
Right.
got some fans,
and consistency is key. Like meeting on a regular basis, kind of like we use Trello to kind of organize ourselves, and just kind of keeping like a consistent flow. And whenever we all have some sort of day job, so this is a project we are doing on the side. So sometimes it's hard, sometimes life gets in the way, but like always coming back and making sure we get back on a schedule, have milestones, have a goal in mind, from the art side, from the music, on the programming, the game design, everything. But what they don't tell you, like Chris and I had been making, game jam games and random games for, 8 or 9 years probably. And when you actually go to try and release something, how that just opens up an entirely new world of things you didn't know you had to do to make a video game.
Like what? Can you give it
So if you want to sell your game on like Steam or Oculus or put it on SideQuest, like there's a whole process. Can't talk about it specifically, but there's a lot of steps you have to go through to kind of get it out there. Some are more stringent than others. But you have to have marketing material. You have to have, trailers. It's not all just making video games when you kind of get to that last third of the development process.
Sure.
It's marketing and assets and getting it out there and generating buzz and, going on Cleveland Gaming Classic and talking about yourself. Like that's all part of the things that, we just never even thought were something you would be doing.
So, I mean, those are probably, we think we've been living this here as we set up for this show in this virtual format. So we're like, oh, wait, how are we going to route all this audio and video and commercials and bring in guests? Like, it'd be cool to do a show. Oh, but if we're actually going to do this, these are all the logistical things you have to think about.
Yeah.
It's easy to actually...
Logistics are something that no one thinks about until you have to.
Correct.
And
then you're like, oh, wait, we just can't hit go live, and then all this, Chris and
just
Dan
send out a
like,
Zoom link and you're good to go.
No big deal. We're just got like 6 microphones and commercials playing. Yeah, it just all works. Couple questions that have come in, though. I'm envisioning you might know this one person because they're commenting away on Twitch. Chicken Salad, Dr. Chicken Salad, PhD.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good friend of ours.
I think it's a great question. What would you define your game genre as? What genre is Straylight? What do you put it in?
I would defer to Ben, but Len, you're the closest in name.
We've pretty much settled on virtual platformer. Despite the fact that they made me pull all of the platforms out of the game after I had these beautiful platforms all built and scattered around the levels. They're like, you know what? Landing on things just slows you down, man. Just yank them. So.
Well, they're at the end of the levels, right? Aren't they? There's some platforms.
Yeah, there's I ended up sneaking little ones into the checkpoint. So again, there's that compromise, the back and forth. But yeah, if normally when we tell people it's a 3D platformer, it's a virtual platformer.
I could see that. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, like the difficulty curve and kind of the ability to speed run it, just kind of gives that VR platformer. That's what we've settled on. It's vague enough that it works. We can usually explain around that.
I think you guys did a great job.
But it's not a shooter. It's not a tower defense game. It's a VR platformer.
Yeah. Rob is in the chat too, and he's writing space platformer. I think that, I think it works. I mean, I agree. I mean, I look at it, I'm nodding my head like you guys are nodding my head. I think that definitely
Space
works.
is also vague. Cyberspace, real space, meat space. Who knows where you are?
Space platformer is getting a lot of thumbs up.
Pitching space to Rob. Rob was like, "Why are we in space and there's gravity?" Well, because Rob, we need something to drop you. So just go.
But on Steam, like when you put it on Steam, do you remember? I imagine Dan, you're probably the one since you talk about like getting it on Steam and different Like, do you have to pick like what genre? I'm curious. You would say
genre. You pick tags. So like we have VR as a tag. We have platformer as a tag.
Okay.
Like. You can give it like other keywords too. So I think like speedrun is in there, and so yeah, we didn't have to super define ourselves. Sorry, what was that, Chris?
Difficult is in there as well.
Oh yeah, difficult.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult. I mean, so we you guys were at the show last year when we actually could see people in real life, and that would have been probably a year and a couple weeks ago. And I think that was like the first time. I don't think I actually got to play the game until like late Sunday night. I'm like, hey, I want to play still. But what was the feedback? I mean, that was the first time you guys like had. I think you were at GDEX, right? A couple weeks or months before that, right? People were playing the game at GDEX or no?
Len, you were at the other conference, wasn't that?
That was afterwards. Yeah, no, we weren't at GDEX prior to that.
Yeah, GDEX was prior to that, right?
No, we were planning to go
to. Len's not coming through.
Yeah, he's a little low there audio wise. But yeah, no, actually, it was this year's GDEX that we were planning to go to, but unfortunately due to COVID and all that, that's been postponed.
Yeah,
But-
we didn't get a booth this year, and our game didn't show well for the virtual side. It was OhioCon that Len and the gang went to.
That's right.
Right. But that was actually afterwards, though.
Yeah.
Right.
So yeah. This was you were our first.
Was it
First unveiling to the public.
Yeah, I guess what I was trying to get at was like, what was that like? You know, because at that point in time, I think you probably showed it to your friends or your wife or your girlfriend
Right.
or a couple people like in a small community, and then you actually finally like, okay, we're doing this show and we're gonna have hundreds of people play our game. What was that like? What was that experience? What were the feelings?
Terrifying and amazing.
Okay.
All in one.
Overwhelming and addicting.
Yeah.
Overwhelming.
There was just so much energy, like positive energy from everyone there. It's wonderful to like see people's reaction to the game. We got a lot of really valuable feedback. Very constructive whenever people had things that they might want to see different in the game, and then just all the love. It was so great. Just seeing people enjoy the game.
Our tutorial level has changed completely at that event because all of the feedback we got from people there. So it was a great playtesting session, and that's that was before we were in early access. So that was like alpha testing, which was great to have that.
I just loved it. Like every time I went in there, and I have that one clip I use in a lot of the promo videos of these kids, and they're getting into it. People were loving that thing. I mean, everybody all weekend was like, "Have you checked out that thing Stray Light? Like, you got to check it out." And I think people were.
You're flying in space as Spider-Man or Bionic Commando. What's not to like?
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. But you
I'll tell you,
mentioned
the one thing I absolutely loved about it that I wasn't expecting was the repeat customers, like the people who would just come back like every 10, 15 minutes.
Nice.
Every hour, 2 hours, just, is there a line? Can I get back in again? So, it's one thing when you show it to your friends and, they're like, hey, this is a cool game. And you want to believe them, but they're your friends. They have to lie to you. But Perfect Strangers don't have that luxury. Like they can tell you the truth. And so it might sound weird saying that it meant more coming from Perfect Strangers, but having people I didn't know review the game, and get the live feedback and want to keep playing it. It was that was really cool.
And so how long had you guys been, like, what was the total, I know you're saying you got day jobs and you got things going on, but how long did it actually take to develop the game to even get it to that point, to CGC 2019? How long was that whole process? Do you remember?
So I believe we started in January of 2018.
Len's face said it all, by the way.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Chris? I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. So we had started the project in 2018, so just about a year of refining till we got to sort of that point.
That actually is not. I would have thought a lot longer, truthfully. I mean, based on how it looks and the sound. I mean, I know Rob is in the chat on Twitch too, but I mean, the soundtrack,
that's a lot of
composition, right? Yeah. I mean, from development, and you guys had never done anything on VR. Chris, had you ever developed anything on VR before?
No, that was kind of our, I don't want to say our playground, but, our first stab at really getting into VR. We had played around with using VR itself, and, I think Dan and I made like a really basic, just like, what is development like in VR in Unity at one point, like a little while before that, but this was our real first attempt at it.
It seems like you went hard on the first one. I feel like you could have chosen a little something softer to go in. Because, I mean, still VR. I mean, I don't personally own a VR. I still think of it as, like, bleeding edge technology, right? Let alone developing for it. I don't know. Am I wrong? Or is that a...
I'd say that's a completely fair statement. And, I think we really just wanted to kind of get on top of the latest stuff and see what we could really do with it and try to push it.
Yeah, really get outside of our comfort zone because, like, Chris said, we were making kind of 2D platformers. We didn't have artists or anything until, we met these guys. And we're like, we hadn't even done 3D yet. And we just went headfirst into VR.
We skipped a step.
Yeah.
That's just wild. I think it's cool, though.
That's pretty slick.
So you mentioned at the beginning, the game is in early access. So what have you been doing since it came out, in February, right?
Yep.
Was it February? So I think that's when I went to the launch party, and it was like right before everything started getting,
Oh, yeah.
People had started hearing about it, and COVID-19 obviously in China and everything, and no one was worried about it, really, I'd say, here, at least at that point. But so what's been happening since February, early access? What's the feedback been like?
It's definitely slowed us down a bit. We've made a couple new levels. We've fixed some of the mechanics, retooled the tutorial level. I don't like saying tutorial because people hate tutorials, but your first introduction into the game. I think, Len, you've done some visual things, but it's mostly been polish and some more administrative stuff. Like I said, the stuff you don't think you need to do to get a game out there. Talking about PR and getting into other stores, like what's it going to take to get us into on PlayStation VR? What's it going to take to get it on the Quest? Contacting all of those different people. Like that's mostly what I've been doing when I haven't been making random B-side levels that may or may not see the light of day.
Are those some of the realistic plans you just mentioned too, like getting it on PSVR and other platforms too? Is that?
I would love to. We're currently in talks with at least. We joined the Oculus Start program, so we're trying to get on Oculus. We would love to be on the Quest. That is a difficult place to get right now, unless you go through side quests. So, and PSVR is kind of a new thing we're just now trying to get in. So,
well, hopefully it happens. I mean, you'll definitely reach a lot of people getting the different platforms. I think that's the goal, right? I mean, the goal really from here is to get in as many people's hands as possible. Do you know how many people have actually downloaded it and been doing early access? Are the numbers at your expectations, above your expectations, or about right?
I always would love more, but some things surprise us, and some things are, like the floodgates open, and then it's not quite a flood, and you're like, okay, we need to do some marketing, we need to do some PR here. But we've built up some wish lists. I was surprised how sales go. Like whenever, people only buy games on Steam when it's on sale. So
really,
that is we've experienced that a few times.
Sale.
We're all
now
cheap,
99 cents off. Well, how much is it right now on Steam?
$19.99 on Steam.
Yeah, so I mean,
it's a solid deal. I mean, $20 for a game. I mean, back when they're selling them at retail at 60, 70. Yeah.
I mean, the game is amazing. I know it was my first VR experience, and even when I was at the show, and then I brought my wife to that party in February, and because she told me, like, I didn't have a chance because I was working in the front door and selling tickets all day because I was making her sell tickets at the show because we run a pretty lean staff, like you guys run a lean staff, and I was like, you have to come play this game with these guys and check this out and hear the music. And I remember because I'm a big retro video game music, any kind of synth stuff. So I told her, like, just listen to this music. She's like, why are you freaking out about this? Because it's amazing that you guys built this. I mean, it's something to really be proud of. And I mean, personally, too, I'm proud of you guys, even in myself, because it's like you guys are from Cleveland. You did this. It's really, really cool. I think it's something to be proud of.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
Yeah. So any other, I guess, beyond Straylight, right? So is there any other plans? Do you guys have any projects you've been talking? I know you mentioned multiple times, Dan, that Ben's kind of the idea guy or visionary, but I don't know if you guys have any other whiteboard ideas Are you moving on to new things, or are you sticking with this for a while, or what's the plan from here?
So you know how I said it's just fractal. Everything all the way down is take a million ideas and throw away, 99% of it. We've been talking about ways that we could move forward with Straylight or Straylight 2. We've talked about completely different directions. There's a lot of things on the whiteboard right now. But nothing we're ready to announce that.
That's all right.
We're always scheming, but
always scheming.
We definitely want to get this across the finish line first before we start dipping our fingers in other stuff. Oh, sorry, Glenn, go ahead.
one tip for anyone listening in, looking for tips on starting a video game or making a video game. One thing that we've all learned, Dan has done an excellent job of keeping this out of the game, is feature creep. When you get your game together, like, don't go Duke Nukem Forever on it. Like, just focus on what you want that game to do, and don't start like just bolting things onto the side of it for the sake of like, oh, that would be really cool. That'd be really cool. So 90% of our ideas for Straylight 2 are just trying to keep Straylight 1 clean and concise and where it's at right now. Like, oh, what if we did this? That's a great idea for Straylight 2.
Chris, I like the way you're thinking, but the answer is no. Len, that's a great idea, but no.
That's the thing that Dan and I have kind of just experienced from our own like previous projects of just, oh, what if we do this, and maybe we should pivot this way with the game, and then it just kind of dwindles off into nothingness and never gets finished.
So that's
and yeah, the game is not for you, the creator. It's for the gamers.
Exactly.
So, it might be fun for you to bolt that on or for you to design that, but it doesn't necessarily make your game better. And taking a huge step back, which this kind of time has been good to kind of reflect on what we have done and get a little bit away from the game and then come back to it and say like, oh, this is really fun. Those things we were obsessing over aren't that big a deal, because you can also get kind of down in the weeds of how everything works or how you want it to work better, or you want a certain visual or a certain feel and you can't force it. Like, people enjoy just being in our world and we just want to give them more of that. So kind of steering away from perfection in some places and just letting people have more content, because if you spend weeks on or months on one level that someone plays through in 5 or 10 minutes, it's more important to have more levels for them to cruise through than it necessarily is to have one perfect masterpiece of a level that someone's just gonna get through. But it also has to be high enough quality that when someone takes the time to play that level, it's well thought out. You don't want to just shovel it out. So it's the balance between obsessing and just letting things be fun.
Yeah, that's kind of the art of it and the imagination of it too. And it's like you just kind of know what you're probably putting in is good or poor quality, or you're spending too much time and just burning cycles on something. You're like, no one's ever going to notice this except for me. And like you said, this game's not for me, so nobody's ever going to care, right?
Yeah, so when you're in the editor and you're looking at it from this angle, it kind of looks weird. It's like player can't get there. Oh
my gosh, they're going to freak out if they see that. You're like, no one is ever going to notice that. Do not worry about that. So
that's a lot of my meetings with Ben.
That's fair. That's fair, but that's good. It means you guys are passionate about it and you care about it, right? You want it to be perfect, but you have to kind of just, like you were saying, get a project management and kind of cut out, things where you need to get to the end of the project.
Exactly.
But your guys' backgrounds too. I mean, I know I talked about this really quick at the beginning, but your guys' background, maybe one by one. I mean, what do you guys, I guess maybe ask this, to kind of do for a living, and is it relevant or related to video game design or coding, or if you guys want to go around the horn?
Yeah. Go ahead, Chris.
Sure. Yeah. So I'm a programmer for a living, although these days I'm kind of more of a project manager at my current job, but still have my hands in the code somewhat with my day job. That's sort of where my passion is in general. I just love programming, and less so on my professional side. I play a ton of games. I've always played a ton of video games, retro stuff, new stuff, love it all. And through that, I kind of gained a passion for analyzing game design, and then that led into, it would be great to make some games. Yeah. That's sort of the short overview of my background.
Oh yeah, you can plug Mr. Gunawatch on Twitch as well.
Oh yeah. No, it's fine. That's me in the chat though, if anyone's curious.
Oh, there you go.
So yeah, I was a software developer for about 10 years, and then I got into management. So went from nitty gritty coding to team lead to development manager. So I feel like I'm kind of doing that here on this project. So my hands are out of the code recently for my day job. So more like managing 6 teams and 25 developers. So it's nice to be on a bit of a smaller team and be able to get my hands in the code, stay technically relevant, but still manage the project, still keep everyone in line.
Yeah, but that's good because you've got the experience and you've done it and lived it. So, like you're saying, is even though you've moved on to team lead or manager, you can now understand what it's like on the front line, so to speak, and doing that, right? You can speak to it.
I'm like a non-commissioned officer. I came up through the ranks.
Came up through the ranks, and look at where I'm at. And then Len?
Well, I've been interested in art for as long as I can remember. I started drawing as soon as I could hold a pencil. I went to I did a couple of years in art school early on in college, and then moved on to engineering just to try something else. And I loved it all visually. It was just the technical stuff was really tough. So took a couple of years off, went back to art school again. So I've gone to school for illustration, for graphic design, for filmmaking, for just I just dabble. I do a bunch of stuff. So currently I'm a graphic designer for a distribution company. So I basically spend my days on Photoshop as is. So again, very visual fields. I love composition and lighting and making sure that designs are cohesive and work well together. So, and then I've also been I got an NES for my 6th or 7th birthday, and I have maybe put a game controller down for 15 minutes a day since. So I love video games. I love gaming. So when Dan approached me and was like, "Hey, we make video games, but we need somebody to do the art," I was like, "I love art and video games. I will definitely do this, but I got to bring my buddy Ben with me."
That's cool.
So, yeah, it's what I do for a living translates very well into, just being in the design aspect of it.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a question specific to that because I honestly don't know the answer. Like, so how does that work, right? So, Len, for you, when you're an artist, like you said, by nature and by trade. So, like, how does the process work from concept, illustration to, working something up, mocking something up, talking to whether it's Chris or Dan or Ben or whoever and saying, "Hey, here's this concept, here's the character, here's the protagonist, here's the level design, here's the layout, here's visually how does that happen?"
Luckily, it's a great team. I love these guys, and we work very well together. So sometimes it can be as simple as I'll just rip off 8 or 9 sketches in a notebook while we're sitting there in a meeting. Like, "Hey, what about this?" And I'll just document it out, draw it around, throw some arrows in there. Like, "Does this make any sense?" "Yes, that does, but it's not going to work." Okay, so but I'll usually I always try to start with a sketch first, so I know what I'm doing when I get into 3D. And every now and then I'll have something where it's a little more of an organic of a shape, or I have no idea what we need, so I'll go play. But yeah, usually I know what it's going to be doing and where it's going to be going, and I'll design it out. I'll mock it up in Blender. I love that program, and the fact it's free is just amazing. It's awesome. So mock it up in Blender, and then just try to keep it simple so that, much like we were talking about with the level designs, I'm not spending 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 hours on a design that's just going to get thrown out anyway.
Right.
It can happen. It happened earlier on. I learned a couple of very valuable lessons. So now it's just, again, same thing with the sketches in the notebook. I just do quick sketches in Blender. So is this going to work here? We'll get those in. We'll take a look and see how they work. And then the really neat thing about Blender and Unity is I can have them open at the same time, and I can actually tweak things in Blender on the fly and have it immediately update in Unity. So building a game in the future is just incredible. It's the cohesion, the synergy, if you will, of being able to work and update things on the fly is it really comes in handy. And then I also have to suck it up and realize that I could make something that looks really cool and I know exactly where it's going in the game, and I give it to Ben, and then Ben uses it in a completely different section of the game in a completely unrelated for completely unrelated reasons. I'm like, I don't like that there. That doesn't work there. But everyone else sees it and they go, "Oh no, that's so cool. How did you guys come up with that?" So it's a lot of it's a lot of on purpose and a lot of on accident. It's about I'm going to say 70-30.
Yeah.
Yeah, we make the Legos, and Ben puts it together, and you can't ever predict how he's going to use what you give him.
But with the art design, I apologize. I got one more question there too, because like VR is different, right? So like when I'm thinking about traditional, let's stick with space platformer for a second. Like there's usually a protagonist, right? It's like Mario or what's his name, and Captain Commando or like anyone. There's a main character, but in VR there is no.
Well, I mean, you technically are the main character.
I know
you are the main character.
You are the main character, but I guess where I'm going with this is, was there ever an idea that with Straylight, like you are Spider-Man or you are Mario, or was there ever a design for the character that you are? The user, correct? The user.
Yeah.
Was there ever a design for that? Just out of curiosity.
Never a specific like visual design, but we definitely always had who the player was in the world in mind.
Didn't you sketch a spaceman once? I distinctly remember in a meeting we talked about something.
That's what I was thinking.
It never made it into Blender, but I think it was at least a conversation and a sketch at one point.
And that's what I'm envisioning. Like there's some guy in a space
probably.
Yeah, because I always wanted to have like a mirror somewhere, secret in the world that you could like go find, and you actually get to see what you are. But
I'm thinking of another sketch related to the player as well, which is a whole other thing. I don't know if we want to get into that.
What?
Well, now you have to get into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we got some feedback via like Steam reviews. Yeah, that's where you're going with this, Dan.
I was going for like OG like spaceman like sketch. I remember from like way back. I'm not talking about the orc.
Yes, it's the orc. So just to give the full backstory on this, we got a review on the game. Someone that really enjoyed the game, but they had kind of uncovered a glitch with the hitboxes in one of the levels, which they attributed to the player's hitbox just being too large. And we've since tweaked that, but they described
were totally
it.
Right.
Oh yeah, they were 100% like, yes, this is an issue in this level, which awesome to get that feedback, especially in a positive fashion. On Steam, someone's bought this game, they could say whatever. They could say, "Oh, I hate this." What? Anyway, they described it as feeling as though you are an orc holding two golf clubs, T-posing, flying through space, with how wide your hitbox was.
I'm not sure if that could be used as an orc joke, or if that's a slight against like fat orcs.
I don't know. Slam,
right?
People can say whatever they want,
yeah,
but
that would be terrifying to me. To your point, I mean, you just dropped a little bit of a breadcrumb there, but like on Steam, when you said you do the early access, it's like, oh gosh,
that's incredibly
going live, and now people that paid $19.99 are going to comment on this, like. Okay.
Yeah.
To be fair, though, I mean, they paid $19.99 to comment on something, so you're getting your money's worth if someone's complaining.
You know how people are, though. People always kind of look for the, sometimes the downside things. So I think that type of feedback is good. Take that. I'd take that.
Yeah, they gave us the most thorough review. And it was not a negative review. It's just that one particular part was hilarious. That they're like, you're this hulking orc just flying through. Because, if... we've played the game so much. We know how big everything is. We know where you can fit and things. People who are brand new, they might think, no, I cleared that. And it didn't feel like it, and I died. Like I don't feel like I actually hit that thing. So, you gotta listen to your players, and it just feels a lot more tight now, and it came from hilarious feedback.
That's amazing. Are you able to respond to that user, say, hey, we've since fixed the orc issue?
Yeah, there are developer responses, at least in Steam.
That's cool.
So that was a positive interaction.
No, that's cool. So you guys mentioned, I know you guys have mentioned multiple times, like you play games. Len, you're talking about the NES, and Chris, and you guys all obviously probably are gamers. What's kind of a two-part question? What system did you guys kind of grow up on and have the most memories with, and or what are you playing right now? Just kind of a non-development question here.
Len,
Chris,
do you want to start?
What aren't you playing?
What aren't I playing? That's kind of true. I've been playing a lot of horror games recently. I've been going through the Resident Evil series, but I've also been playing a lot of Celeste, which is a 2D platformer with high difficulty and things like that. That's a fun one.
And it looks like you also stream too. Apparently, I'm supposed to.
Oh yeah, that's what my girlfriend's saying in chat there.
She's plugging your Twitch handle.
I've been exposed.
You've been exposed. There you are, Dan. What about you?
So what was the first thing you played?
System you grew
Chris?
up on.
What was the
memories
first
with-
thing I played?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh my
yeah,
gosh.
Yeah.
I don't know, but going back to game, I don't want to like bleed this into game design, but I think the first game that I played that got me interested in making games was an NES game called Lode Runner, which is incredibly old, but that has a level editor in it, and I was like, oh man.
Oh wow! Remember that on
cool.
the PC too, Lode Runner. I used to
Yes.
play Lode Runner on a PC because it had the monks, right? Wasn't it the monks?
Yeah, I played that too. We had the isometric view.
Correct.
I
I did a
liked
lot of
there.
level design in Lode Runner.
Yeah, it's really cool.
I think it was Windows 95 probably, or yeah, something like that.
Yeah, probably around then.
It's cool. Dan or Len?
Oh,
I,
go ahead, Lynn.
I think I love my NES. From there I went to the Genesis or a couple of big games. Really, the first big system where it was just me and my friends and we all started doing like the game parties was the 64. And you know, I mean, GoldenEye was just
Oh yeah.
GoldenEye, Mario Kart, Smash Brothers. You know, we'd get together on a Saturday, and you know, next thing we know, we're like, oh, it's Sunday night. I should probably go home at some point. So.
Those were the days.
Yep. Yeah, when you could just run 4 controllers off of one system and just.
Or when you had
beat the
time to
crap
do
out of
that.
all your best friends. Yeah, that was great. You know, as for now, recently I found a reboot of like the Arkham series on Xbox, so I just tore through that trilogy again, and that's always just such a fun like just beat 'em up. And then I tend to like games where you need like stealth and you got to like outthink, you know, some more strategy type. I probably have 230,000 hours in XCOM 2. I absolutely love that game. And then more recently, what I've been playing is Darkest Dungeon from Steam. So, and I love Lovecraft and that dark horror mythos. And I mean, you've played Straylight, so you understand that all of us are masochists, and we love playing just games that kick the crap out of us. So,
It's fun. Makes you want to keep
Darkest
coming
Dungeon
back.
Scratches that itch for me.
Yeah, for sure. And then Dan.
So first game system. This is a pretty basic answer, but my dad got an NES for his birthday, and it quickly became my NES. And I just remember playing, just the original Mario. Like that's pretty much what got me started. But like, I also remember just playing like really stupid Windows games like Jezball. I just could play that for hours and hours.
That's the one where you have the 2 balls and you gotta like keep them separated.
Yep. And then you're just trying to bisect them.
Yeah.
I loved like those kind of silly games because I didn't have a ton of systems or anything early on, but I had a computer that could do that, so I played. But yeah, like, playing Halo later on at like LAN parties was like a huge, thing.
Oh my god.
Yeah, like the original.
I remember just
like
hanging out Ethernet cords. I mean, that was when I was in college. I remember we'd hang out Ethernet cords outside the dorm room windows and drop them down.
Yeah,
If you had
like going over friends' houses or like church basements or
Right.
something,
Did
like
you
just
bring
wherever
a box? We gotta
would
hook this
have
up.
us and just playing with, because matchmaking was calling people up and like physically going over and seeing them.
Yeah.
But
those are the days.
yeah, I mean, I could talk a bunch about the early days, but yeah, lately I've been playing Hades just a ton. It's
know.
gotten really good reviews and it's justified.
What is that on? What's Hades on?
It's on PC. I think it's on Switch. I don't know. It's pretty
I'm
much
about to buy it on
everywhere.
Switch.
Did you get on Switch?
I'm about to.
Oh, you're gonna do it
The
today.
reviews are just amazing for
Oh,
it.
I did see that come up on like the top. It was like in the top or featured or best selling on Twitch. It did. I mean, not on Twitch, on Switch. Sorry. It did.
Yeah. Whatever you want to call it, roguelike, whatever. It's just an amazing game, and the way that they took the randomness and still tell a linear story is I don't know, it's just mind blowing. So, but it's also really fun hack and slash. So
That's cool. It's fun. I just always am curious, like what games people like to play and how you got into it and what you're doing now. Do you have any questions? I know we're coming up on the hour here, and I don't want to.
I have
Yeah, go
two
ahead.
short ones. I was just wondering, did I noticed the game, the design has like a very colorful '80s neon vibe. Did that like motivate the musical choice for the game, or did the musical choice motivate the look of the game at all? For
A
Starlight,
little bit of both.
A little bit of both.
I would say.
Like when we first set out during the game jam to come up with an aesthetic for the game, I immediately went to Tron because it's just like iconic. When you think of like I don't know about you, but when I think of cyberspace, I think of Tron.
Oh yeah.
Just grew up on the movie. I loved it. So, we have since pushed the aesthetic away from that, not entirely, but just kind of modernized it and polished it up, but it still kind of has that neon spacey '80s kind of vibe and feel to it.
It does feel like a more colorful Tron Legacy type of a look to it. Now that you mention it, absolutely.
So when Rob came in, Rob loves retro gaming music, loves it. In fact, he's got an amazing side project called 88-Bit, which and he just basically scores old school Nintendo games on piano, and it's really fun stuff. So little plug for him.
88-Bit,
But
check that out.
yeah, when he sat down to make the game, like we had this kind of retro look, and he loves the retro music, so the two aesthetics just ended up working out really well together, and just the one reinforces the other.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, the 88-bit. Well, Rob performed at our show last year. I think that's how I actually got in touch with everyone, was through Rob. And Rob.
Oh, that was the piano guy?
Yeah, Rob
Oh,
Kovacs.
that's awesome.
Yeah. I mean, I know Rob's not here because I think he said he was traveling today. He's got a gig. But Rob,
wonderful.
Thank you, for everything you've done. And I mean, really, Rob, you helped kind of kick off this whole relationship with Straylight and everything you guys are doing. I mean, I think I love the music too, and I can't. Rob would probably tell you if he was on how many times I've asked him, like, "Hey, can you send me a copy of the music? I really like it." He's like, "Tom, stop asking me. You're annoying me."
Well, yeah, when you use that tone of voice,
Well,
I
yeah,
mean,
well, that is my normal tone of voice. But it's got like that retro synthwave. It's Tron, right? I mean, it feels like it, and it's just that '80s montage. It's just unbelievable. So yeah, check out Rob's stuff he's doing with 88-bit as well. I know he does a lot of stuff normally at cons when there are cons in person. He's been doing stuff remotely as well. So it's just awesome. You said he had one more question.
yeah, it was pretty stupid, but I'm just wondering how. I have a theory, but it's really nerdy. Where did the name Dr. Block come from?
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh, I'll let someone else. I usually offend
Like
Chris.
I said,
with
I
this
have
one.
a theory, but I know
It is
it's probably
way
not right.
it's way less impressive. But we were trying to come up with a name for during the game jam again. So a lot of the original stuff in this game just comes from having 48 hours to do all of it, and I'm pretty sure it's just if you take the first letter of all of our names.
That's what I kind of thought, but I wasn't really. Now that I think about it, yeah, my initial thought was it was from a film. You were all big Grindhouse movie fans, and one of the characters in the Quentin Tarantino movie Grindhouse was Doc Block. So I was thinking, this is.
That is a distinct possibility.
Yeah.
It could be subliminal.
Yeah, it could definitely subliminal. It was just that is definitely a fun throwback. But yeah,
I like your version is way better. It makes
Yeah,
perfect
it's
sense.
Dan, Rob, Ben, Len.
No, I was looking at
Chris.
Dan, Len, and Chris, and there's a DLC in there. But I didn't think I didn't know who would be the O and the R.
Well,
So the O we actually had
did it.
drawn as a not
zero.
A zero.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, that
Yeah, you gotta
totally
make up
throws it off.
You got to make up a character somewhere.
Right, just to fully.
Yeah, but I still like I like Dan's justification for it the best. Where it's
that's right. Oh, and Chris.
It's like you got Dan, Rob, Ben, Len. Oh, Chris.
That's kind of how our how we know each other works too.
That's the pecking order. All right.
Hey, Chris might have been the first one on the Zoom, so I'm going to give Len you drew the short straw there. You couldn't even figure out how to join the friggin' Zoom call. Len's over here sweating bullets. Chris is relaxed and having a beer, All good. Well, this has been
Quick
fun.
shout out
guys.
to Kirkland Cold Brew.
There you go. Oh, Kirkland Cold Brew. Nice pickup. We have some Costco stuff here this weekend. But I want to give you guys a chance to, plug or promote anything you're doing. Where should people check you guys out? Website, on Steam, social, all that stuff. Dan, I think you nominated yourself as that guy, so that's up. You're
Yeah.
up.
Yes, he does.
This is your
So
time to shine.
on Twitter, we're Dr_Block. Remember, that's Dr_BLOC. On Instagram, we're at Dr. Block. We got that one. Keeping a brand cohesive on social media is very difficult. So on Facebook, we are Dr. Block Gaming. So you can check us out there. We also have a website, drblock.com. And check us out on Steam. The game is Straylight. So we're in early access there. Like I said, we're trying to get onto Oculus Store, SideQuest, and wherever else will have us in the first part of this next year when things are hopefully a little less crazy.
Yeah, hopefully more.
But I think that's all the social media plugs and
There's one more. I posted it in the Twitch chat here. We have a Discord as well. If anyone wants to
Oh, yeah,
just
Discord.
chat with us and hang out.
I thought you were going to put your temporary Twitch there.
Well, that's right. We do have a Twitch account
You
that we're
already
trying to
did,
get fixed,
Dan.
but yeah, that's yeah. We haven't fully set that up yet. I think probably Discord's the best way to throw that in there.
Yeah, Discord's where we hang out, where we check all of the messages and things. Rob is kind of our social media specialist, so he's always checking Facebook, Twitter, and all that. So, but yeah, we respond as a group in Discord, so that's a place to hang out and see what we're doing. We post our updates there.
Cool.
Cool beans.
Well, thanks for joining, guys. Make sure you help us, support us all weekend too. Keep sharing everything that we've got going on. We're going to be here, all day, rest of the day. Kevin's hanging in here. You hanging in there?
I'm alive and coherent.
We're at hour 5 of 22, so we're hanging in there, but we're doing it all for a good cause. So if you guys are watching along, again, please thank the team at Dr. Block and Straylight and help us out. Go to GameCleveland.com, support United Cerebral Palsy of Greater Cleveland. We've got tons of prizes we're giving away still this weekend, and just want to say thank you again, Chris, Dan, Len, Ben, and Rob remotely, and Agent Zero as well, the O. Thank you, guys.
Been a pleasure.
Been a pleasure. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate
Likewise. Thanks for having us.
Thanks
Yeah,
for
Tom,
having
thank you
us.
very
it.
much.
You got it. We'll see ya.
Take care.
All right. Well, that was fun.
Yeah, another good meeting. Good group of guys too.
I can't imagine
Can't imagine what.
doing that.
Oh, I thought you meant like having a zero in the group. I'm thinking. We're
You're
coming
good
up-
with the quips.
Coming up with a quitty.
Molnar's always
quippy
got
name.
the quips, but I don't know. Game design, music, artwork,
I mean-
coding. I don't even know what does coding video games look like.
Zeros and ones. I'm really unsure on
Like
that.
when you
to be
close
honest.
your eyes and you think of like video game development coding, like
zeros and one. I think of the Matrix.
yeah, that's what I mean. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know, but the game Starlight's just absolutely
Straylight.
Gosh,
I got you.
Yeah, Straylight is absolutely beautiful, like stunning to look at. Just looks like a lot of fun. I mean, you're Spider-Man or Bionic Commando in space swinging around, and it just looks beautiful.
It is the coolest thing. I mean, it was the first VR.
It is
Well,
pretty slick.
I'll say it's the second VR game I ever played because I did do Office Simulator. I did do that game one time. Yeah, it's just a whatever game.
What do you work at a paper company?
It's
and
like a-
you have to do sales with a
yeah, you
boss
like
who
make
just annoys
food
you.
and make copies. It's lame. But
Now, when you're playing that game, are you not Office Simulator but Straylight? Straylight. Are you using a controller or is it one of those hand things? Okay, so I was thinking it was like
grips.
kind of like a workout type of thing because you're constantly swinging left
So,
and right.
Yeah, you've got essentially. I mean, they'd probably kill me if they were here because I don't know. I'm not gonna say the right terminology, but you've got essentially these two rings, devices that you hold.
Okay.
And you use those to grab on, and then you just grab. And
But you're
pull
still
yourself.
moving your arms.
Oh, you're
so-
totally moving your
yeah,
arms.
so
you're
it's like
rotating
it's
your
kind of a
whole
workout,
body.
like a Wii Sports type of thing.
Oh yeah,
So,
you're jumping around, moving your whole body. It's incredible.
That's awesome.
So it's a really fun game. So I know we're
Great way to get you moving too.
Yeah, it's got to lose those COVID-19 pounds.
Oh yeah.
Get that Straylight. So go on Steam, download it. $19.99. Can't beat it.
No. Great price for a great game.
Great price for a great game, and amazing guys. Like I said, I got to know Rob just probably again like I do with most people, stalking them on social media. They came to our show last year, and hopefully they're at our show in 2021, whether it's virtually or in person. We hope to be in person, but
Yeah, it's one of those things I kind of regret missing out on. Like I saw there was always a line when I was walking by their panel last
it's
year,
packed.
and yeah, it was always like, what's this about? But
I mean, it was
kind of wish I regret missing out on it.
That's what I mean. I was like, they were getting ready to tear things down. I was like, I need to play this, but I mean, the game was awesome. So we're gonna go to a quick commercial here. John, back in the booth, is gonna boot us up for a commercial.
What do we got coming up after?
And
the
after
commercial?
that, we're gonna actually bring on Nomad Randy. So he is the world's first. He is and was the world's first quadriplegic professional video game player. I think he's been doing it for over 20 years. So he actually, I think he was on Mixer, and now he's a Facebook affiliate. So he's going to be doing a stream for us for an hour, and he's going to be, I think, probably playing like Call of Duty or Fortnite or some games that probably you and I are terrible at, but he's really good at.
Can't wait to see it.
So
Sounds awesome.
we're going to be restreaming his games, and we will probably have some giveaways. So we'll cut in here or there as he's streaming, but we'll cut to his live feed, and you'll get to see how he actually. This is a nice segment, where we can obviously showcase that, gamers across like Melissa and Franz were talking about wide spectrum, right? What we're doing this weekend with UCP. That Randy's doing it all. He uses adaptive technology, and he competes on a professional gaming level.
So what you're basically saying is, regardless of your physical abilities, you can still suck at in every video game imaginable, or you could still be awesome.
Both are true.
Yeah.
But he's going to be great, so we're going to bring him on. So we'll go to a quick commercial here. Maybe we'll boot up a commercial from UCP, John, if we want to put that on deck, and then we're going to cut over. Perfect. So we'll cut over to that, and then we'll show you Nomad Randy, and then join us back at 4 o'clock as we bring back a guest from last year as well. John Salter will be joining us via Zoom. So more to come. Stay tuned. Back to you, John.
My name's Amy Vidova. I've been at UCP of Greater Cleveland for about a little over 6 years. Most of the time I am working with our adults in our day program, doing activities, community events, helping them meet their goals and outcomes. I honest to goodness feel like I am so blessed and grateful that I can honestly say I love coming to work every day. There are times when literally, I think I've said this to you before, where it'll be the middle of the day, we're doing something, somebody's engaged, it's a meaningful activity for that individual that we're helping serve, and it's like I literally just stop and say, I can't believe I get paid to do this. The smiles on their faces of the individuals that we serve when we're still able to offer them those things and they're able to do what they want to do and have that sense of independence. You can't help but smile and just love that and just say, like, this is it. This is what we are all about at UCP. My name's Amy Vidova. I've been at UCP.
is Kevin McMahon. I'm 17 and I'm a senior in high school. UCP was definitely an amazing place for me because of all the things it gave me. Although I may not have thought it at the time, it definitely installed in me strong confidence, persistence. UCP was able to tell me that I could do anything despite my disability. Before I went to UCP, it was questioned whether I would walk up the stairs, be able to grip a pencil, or be able to be in a typical classroom. I couldn't tie my shoes, and UCP definitely told me that anything was possible because soon I was running, I was playing sports. I still remember when I was about 6, I had to get serial casts on my leg, and after I had the serial cast, I went through an intense steps program at UCP, and they called it spring training for me because I was a huge Cleveland Indians fan, and I got a trophy at the end of it, and that was definitely amazing for me because it made me feel by achieving something it didn't make me feel like I even had a disability, and I mean I still have that trophy up in my room, and I don't know, I think UCP really allows anyone, despite their challenges or disabilities, to be able to do anything. I look at my sister Anna Mary. Her goals are very different than mine, yet she's able to reach her potential at UCP through the encouragement of the therapist and staff there. I really think their ability to provide for everyone, despite what their challenges may be, can't be found very many other places. I think others should give to UCP to be able to give other children the same opportunities I have had. Without people's generosity, I would not have the opportunities I've had and the opportunities I've been granted by UCP. Without UCP, I would not be where I am today. My name is Kevin McMahon. I'm 17.
All right, so we are back. Can you guys hear us? Can you hear me? You can hear me?
Yeah, I think I can hear you. Yeah.
All right, so this is what they call. Oh, come on now. This is what they call making it up in the biz.
Yeah, it's just doing things on the fly, you know?
Doing things on the fly. So we actually having a little problem connecting to Nomad Randy right now. So we'll figure that out.
Yeah.
But in the interim, we'll have some fun stuff that we can do, and hopefully keep raising money for UCP of Greater Cleveland again. So Kevin Cabarello and myself, we're going to play some Super Mario Kart. So because Molnar was off camera, we had I put on a clinic here the other night.
A few weeks ago, when we were doing our test runs, you were quite the Dominator.
Dominator.
Yeah, with Mario Kart in at least the battle mode.
So should we battle or should we race, or what do you want to do?
I don't know what
Go
I
right into
think.
battles?
I think I should think.
You think you should think?
I think I should think.
Oh, we're already picking people. I don't even know
I don't
which
hear
one
the
you
game
picked.
audio. Can you hear the game audio back there or no? Let's see if you guys can hear the game audio or not.
Oh,
There it
I
is.
hear it.
Now
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
coming up. Yep, just pull up that game audio, John. We should be. So we're gonna do some Mario battles since we can't
we're
get a
doing
hold
some
of
battles? Okay.
Yeah, we'll do some battles.
Okay.
For those of you who do not know, Tom is ranked currently 14th in northeastern Ohio at Mario Kart, and Kevin is actually ranked your Columbus area, right?
Yeah, Columbus area, yeah.
7th in the Columbus area.
Yeah.
So I
Can
mean,
you
this is
boost up that
a
audio, too,
interstate
by the way?
battle, which should be pretty interesting. Kevin has the advantage in the ice courses, but in the plain courses,
I
it's
got
actually very
home
even.
turf here.
I like
It's not your house.
That's true. I forget the buttons right now.
Oh, goodness.
He says that at the start of everything. In this epic battle, we got Toad versus
Can we get a
Koopa
little bit more
Troopa.
game audio? I need to hear myself dominating Kevin. By the way, if I'm gonna.
I don't see a bedroom.
There it is. There
Kevin
it is.
Kevin's on the bottom, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Ghost
Kevin
on
has
the bottom,
Toad
yes.
on the bottom, taking on Tom on top. You got Toad tailing Tom. Going after it? Nope, nothing doing. Oh, red turtle shell.
Nope.
Here we go.
Run.
Hanging out.
There's
Toad
a
hanging
long.
out. It looks like
There's
you've
a
had the
really
ghost.
long ghost here.
Yeah, Kevin's had the ghost at least for a good 2 minutes. It's gone now.
What do you
but
mean you had a ghost?
he was invisible.
Something like that.
Oh God.
Oh yeah, this is an epic battle. This is not Heather and Brian. This is Tom and Kevin. And Kevin's staying out of harm's way, trying to get that red turtle shell, and they both hit each other at the same time.
There it is.
There we go. It's 2-2.
Draws blood. Oh shoot.
Another ghost here. And Kevin ghosted. We got star power. Oh,
okay.
There you go.
Okay.
Now, in this matchup with Toad and Koopa, normally Koopa has the advantage, but I don't know how to finish the sentence, so I'm just going to say somehow Toad has the advantage.
You're doing great.
Yeah. I
Oh,
know.
dear.
Oh, wow, what a jump. Another red turtle shell. Tom sneaky tried to jump over it. Both players hanging out on the outer circles of it. Tom just has just enough of a lead to get out of trouble. Kevin hits
jump
it.
around it.
And Kevin has that red turtle
Another
shell
red
looking
one? This is
looking for the win. Tom has one too. Tom has to be very careful to avoid Kevin's hits. But he hits Kevin, and here we go. We're at square one. It's 1-1.
It's on now.
Tom with a green turtle shell dropping it behind him, trying to hit a red one.
Oh, nice.
And he gets
Nice.
out of harm's way, and it's
Can't find
it's
a
anyone's
box.
game right now. And here we go. Oh, Tom's got the red. Kevin's got to get another, either get lucky with a hit. And Tom can't. Oh, now it's Kevin's turn to hit this with it. Well, you have enough? No. Tom's got a ghost. Oh, Tom ghosts it.
Oh dear.
I poked
That's
myself
it.
in the eye.
Oh, there we go.
Ow.
Come on, Rob. This is dangerous.
Both
play
with
right here.
1-1.
Oh,
Red versus
no,
red.
no.
Could
Oh
we
my-
see the tie? Yes! And Tom hits it at the very last second for the
Let's
win.
go.
Nice comeback victory for Tom.
All right.
And I'm down $20 to my bookie. Thanks.
You on the same course or different course?
Oh, let's switch it up a little
Let's
bit.
switch it up. I feel like they're all good.
Yeah.
Well, this one.
We're going to the Tetris style level 2,
Oh,
the
yeah.
water level.
Okay.
Over under on how many times someone goes out of the area is at 0.5.
Which one are you going for?
A banana peel to open this up, dropping it. Oh, here we go. Kevin's got the water. They both got the water.
Yeah.
They're both staying in bound, or the water in bounds.
Totally missed the box though. That's not good.
There we go.
Come on, baby. Let's go.
Kevin with a.
Hi.
I'm just chilling. I'm just chilling.
All right. It's fine.
Hey, it's all for good cause.
It's all for a good cause.
Public humiliation? I disagree. Go for blood.
Go for blood. Okay.
Well, I don't know.
no,
Can
no,
Toad
no,
even
no.
bleed?
Great question.
Yeah, like Koopa Troopas don't. I mean, I don't think they bleed. Oh, Kevin's trying to. Oh,
Yep.
nice play. Nice play. Tom. Oh, he had a wide open shot with the red turtle shell, and he tried to ram him with the star to no avail. Here we go. There it is. Boom shakalaka.
I didn't know you had a red one. I didn't see it.
Somehow you both ran over the. Tom has
Oh,
a.
dear.
Yeah,
you
you
can
have
pop
that.
the shell with the. I had
Ghost. Ooh. Kevin gotta hang on to the ghost. No, he's not gonna hang on to the ghost.
Try to get rid of
around?
it. No. Yes. Maybe just getting all the feathers.
Yeah, I don't really want them. They're good on this course. You can do that.
I don't know what it is, but the player 2 ghost is lasting forever.
It's hacks. It's like NBA Jam. It's like the bias on one person.
Oh!
I thought I got it.
almost. I thought he got past it too.
Was that still my red shell?
Back
going?
to 2-1.
Oh, there's green,
no.
There's green shells everywhere.
Oh
Yeah.
my goodness, Tom.
Crazy.
Keeping the clinic
Oh,
going.
man.
Increasing his
I'm
rank
not
in the
saying a word.
Columbus
I'm just
world.
eating the cookie over here.
Just eating the cookie. The
Oh,
tainted
this is
cookie.
This is a brutal one.
They go into the ice level now. This is
What's
where
this
Kevin has
again?
done most of his damage.
It's in the ice levels.
Is on the ice levels, yes. Notoriously known for cracking ice.
Oh, my.
And he starts off fantastically with a green turtle shell. Another green turtle shell. Tom is 0 for 1 with his reds. Tom is still 0 for 2. Oh, no, that was a green turtle shell. Now Kevin picking up his first red of the game.
Oh my.
Shooting it out and just blowing his load, completely missing. Now Tom's got the red turtle shell. Kevin's got a green turtle shell. If you were colorblind in this game, man, this would totally screw you up. Oh, magic leaf. Oh, Kevin leaps over.
Oh, dear.
Runs into so much problem.
Yep.
Yeah, no avail. Oh,
No.
but Tom ditches the red turtle shell and Kevin ditches the ghost. Kevin picking up a red turtle shell now as Toad, trying to fight Tom. Tom with a leaf. Neither of these guys just want to jump off the level. I'm so disappointed. There we go. Kevin ties
I
the
almost
game.
got wrecked.
Oh, man.
Red turtle shell, red turtle shell. Might as well call it 1-1 unless one of them misses. Here we go. Both of them trying to find each other. Tom staying on the outer edges while Kevin's staying in the middle section. And Kevin misses. Tom sets him up. Kevin's still sticking around. Oh, Tom with a big red hit.
That hit me. Okay.
Oh, Tom's got the star. I'm not so sure the star is where it's at, like, in this game. Ramming someone has got to be so hard.
Oh, yeah. Because you're flying so quick.
Yeah.
It's not like you're, like, staying on the track or anything.
Another ghost, and Kevin will steal the ghost this time as he trails 2-1. He's got to get a big hit here against Tom. Tom staying on the outer regions, switching it up, outer to inner, inner to outer. It's like a belly button. He doesn't know which one he wants to go to.
What?
Uh-oh, here's a hit. Boom, shakalaka,
Yeah.
and that's game, Hendricks.
What? How'd you have 2?
I picked one up before I died.
Oh,
I'm
jeez.
still holding down the B button. I can just keep driving around.
Tom takes
Man.
a 3-0
What?
lead, trying to go for the sweep, the level sweep. Folks, I don't know whether to laugh or cry right now. I'm doing a little bit of both.
You're just eating a cookie. All right, he's going for the sweep. He's going for the sweep.
He's going for the sweep.
Oh, 5-0? No. Okay.
5-0? Did you give yourself a win over the cookie,
I
too?
thought this is the 5th match or 4th?
This is the 4th
Yeah,
match, sir.
Sorry.
Four levels.
Oh my God.
No, it's just you're just eating a cookie.
Kevin, I'd be so offended right now. He's giving himself an extra win, and
It's all right. It's just padding stats. That's all.
trying to get a
it's
cookie.
just seriously.
Man just tries to like to pad his stats.
You know what I think it is? I think it's retribution from the NBA Jam tournament of last year, where Tom had to
jeez.
drop out due to prior engagements, and Kevin went all the way to the final. You won that, right?
I did.
Yeah, you dominated. Well, that
I
finals
did not
game against.
dominate.
Well, the DP, you dominated on your
DPS.
way to the finals.
Yeah.
I should say that.
but
Your,
that was a good time.
your game still with DPS was one of the wow. That
That
back
was a
and
good
forth.
time.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Yeah, there it is.
Nice hit from
From
Tom.
long range.
Yeah, that was a long shot. You see that?
Yeah.
Jeez, how many green shells are you tossing down?
Oh my.
Oh, and Kevin just runs right into one.
Just hit that?
Yeah.
Eyes on the road, sir. Eyes on the road,
Why
not
am
on
I
the
flashing
cookie.
right now?
This is Ghost is ending. Yeah.
That was close. We almost had a walk-off star. Now, while I think it's kind of inappropriate in other games, I do think in this game screen hacking is a must.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, go banana.
Go
Yeah.
bananas. Go bananas.
Kevin's got to work on this. He's got to hit this. Oh, wipeout. He pulled a Heather. Speaking of which, Heather, I'm sure you're watching this game studying Tom. So what a miss! Wow, what a juke by Kevin.
No.
He's trying to find Tom. Tom switching it up, taking the inner outer lanes. Kevin's got to get his angle. Oh, Tom's. Kevin, how did that miss?
Just wasted it.
Chokes on the open net.
Goodness.
It's Molnar giving it to you.
Oh, nice timing. Here we go, Kevin. Not in the.
My timing's off right now.
Oh my gosh, Tom is just. His juke moves are ridiculous.
Oh boy, what a good game.
Oh, he missed it. Oh,
Okay.
he missed it. Oh, he missed it. Oh, he missed it. What?
Okay. That's not good.
Cannot catch a break.
This is what you do there.
Driving
That's why
hard.
driving is so important in this game. Kevin's gonna shoot the red. There, shoot it now. No! Oh, now, oh, wide open. And we get to enjoy this. See ya.
Oh!
The game just hates Kevin.
Oh, no.
I can't have nice things.
No.
Can't have nice things. Oh.
What?
He hit
Slap
himself.
yourself?
Yeah.
To be
How
fair,
did you not hit me with that red shell when I came out of
I don't know.
The
It just
game.
went.
I could try to circle back.
that's
Yeah.
the Mario Kart version of Game Tech mode.
We gotta do one more.
Right
Yeah, we gotta do one more.
there. That was
I'll give you a
mean.
race.
That was mean.
Yeah, we can do some races.
There you go.
Let's do one more battle. We can do some
You
races.
know, this is the only game I'm kind of good at, so
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
none of us are getting boosts.
All right, round 5. Can Kevin avoid the clean sweep?
No.
That's good. Tom sticking on the outside. Kevin trailing him with. Can he hit it? Oh, he was close that time. Oh, Tom just spinning around. Oh, are you kidding me? Oh my goodness.
What happened?
Banana peel.
Did it
What
banana
happened?
Yeah.
It got you?
Yeah.
What
I put it right
happened?
on.
I was right behind you.
Oh, nice hit.
Wait, what hit him?
Star.
Yeah.
Oh, you hit him with a star?
Yeah.
That should count for 2. Oh!
Come on. Let's get that out there.
Wow, Indiana's cutting it close to Ohio State.
Yeah. No.
I don't know.
Nope.
What's up, bro?
Ghost? Sabra. 2-1. Tom still has his lead.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Why did it have to be that? It couldn't be like banana or
I
something.
don't know, but start. Ooh!
Is it because I had ghosts? Can you hit me when I have ghosts on?
Yeah. I just have to find you.
He's on the outer balls. Oh, and Tom's got his banana peel. That's game over. Oh, hit him!
Oh,
There we go. 1-1.
I thought I made that turn. Get out of here.
Come on.
No!
Come on. Show me potato salad.
Show me potato salad.
Oh, God, you had me dead to rights.
I was turning around.
No! Get him, Boast! Get your buck up.
I'm scared to pull the trigger. I've missed so many times.
He's turning. Oh, my God!
That's this.
How?
Reset.
Yeah, like I said, I just grabbed the last one, too. Oh, my goodness, no.
All right, here we go. We can see a draw. Wow.
Wow, we got one. We got one.
The Brock Lesnar to Tom's Undertaker. The
How did that
one
not hit you? I
in
thought
1
I
and
fired it
4.
first. Did it hit the wall? What happened?
The 1 into 4.
Yeah, I think yours just like hit the wall.
There will be no
Oh.
sweep this day. Put your brooms
All right,
back.
all right, it's getting real
Tom
now.
is not the cleaner.
I gotta check this chat.
Oh, dear.
Shenanigans there.
Wow.
Well,
Embarrassing.
gotta run
Need
that
another
back.
cookie?
Okay, run it back.
Yeah, run
Okay.
that back.
Need another
more,
cookie?
More cookies. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sure, now.
It's obvious. Clearly was the cookie.
It's getting real now.
Real dumb.
Real dumb is right.
Wow, I can't believe you shot that there. I thought
I thought I hit down an A, but I guess I didn't.
Oh,
Okay.
KO. Time. Oh, I thought you had it timed perfectly.
Oh, that sucks.
Oh, Tom is just having none of Kevin.
It's not.
You know what the weird thing is when he hits Kevin, he's on the other side of the damn map already.
Yep.
Kane Hendricks.
Yeah.
Tom was
easy.
just playing with a vengeance on that one.
Just wanted it back.
Oh,
What do you think?
It was mean.
No. Gotta get a race in. Gotta get.
It's a racing. Yeah, no.
I gotta feel a little bit better about something, right? You gotta school me somehow.
Can you do individual races, or can you do
we do.
You have to do a Grand Prix or a match.
Do match race or Grand Prix. Yes.
Okay.
Do Grand Prix. Yeah. So how crazy do we want to get? We want to.
Do you need it? Whoa, how'd you do that?
Y and A.
I did
So
not
you're
know
small
that.
all the time.
Oh my God, is that like
wanna
if
play it
you
that
could
way?
you could
I'll
keep
play it
them
that
small
way.
the whole time?
You want
Unless you land on like a mushroom that like
That makes you grow.
yeah, that makes you grow. Yeah.
Okay.
I never knew that.
Yeah. So it's
Wow.
just
Do you
yeah,
want to switch it up, or do you want the same guy? I don't know.
No, this is good. Yeah, this is good. I'll take the Cooper. All right, pick a good one.
Let's just do Star. Yeah. I don't know what's on Star.
The beach.
The beach.
A Bowser level, I'm pretty
Kevin, you want to do a giveaway?
Yeah, sure.
There
what
you
am I
go.
giving away?
Dave & Buster's Power Card?
Who wants a Dave & Buster's card right now?
Dave & Buster's Power Card. Next person to donate $50 or more, you get a $50 Dave & Buster's Power Card. Oh, I forgot you can't go through that. My fault.
Donate for charity, and you get to play for free at Dave & Buster's. I think it's a win-win situation right there.
So you donate $50, we're going to give you $50. So it's almost like you're not even donating, but you are.
Exactly.
Because we love you. If you don't know where to donate, use the QR code on the stream. God, you're killing me in the race. Not gonna lie.
Never a big battle mode guy, but yeah.
Yeah, I think I propped you up for that. I apologize. Tom still cheats.
I didn't.
With his,
Did I cheat at all?
You had a
No.
steroid cookie.
Oh, it was in the cookie that he had.
Clearly
it's
it was a
all from-
performance-enhancing cookie.
It's all from Costco, so I mean,
Yeah, performance-enhancing cookies.
terrible.
Okay, we announced that the Dave & Buster's giveaway at 3:22 or 3:32.
So we'll pick the winner at 4 o'clock. So
Yeah,
donate 50 or more, and you get a $50 Dave & Buster's Power Card.
Yep. Wow.
Get up there. Get up there.
You let Luigi beat you?
Yeah, I'm terrible.
Luigi?
Antonio Santiago in the chat. Tecmo loyalist there. Good to see you, sir. What's
going
on?
He was also NBA Jam.
And NBA Jam.
Yeah, he was a beast at NBA Jam.
So if
from
you
what I
guys just
remember.
click that QR code, if you haven't made a donation, everything's going to UCP of Greater Cleveland. You dominated me though, there, by the way.
Thanks. Yeah. It was the lack of cookie.
You let Luigi beat you.
Sorry.
No,
He's
no,
good.
no.
He just the computer spams the little star all the time. He's ruthless.
Have you seen Luigi and his Jay Leno chin when he drives by? There's no it's totally unacceptable.
We're not invited to the former Tonight Show.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if we do, he'll just kick us off like three hours into it.
How have neither of us got a boost?
I know we're bad at this apparently.
One of you are because you're letting Luigi beat you. I'm just pointing out the obvious.
You would.
I thought Luigi was there. I didn't know you were in second.
Yeah. Huh?
Has there ever been a game that promoted Luigi as like being awesome? Don't even say Luigi's Mansion. No, not as awesome. He was a little cowardly girl. Or, cowardly coward. Yeah.
What about like Mario 2 where he like jumps real high in the air and does like the crazy little legs thing? Yeah. Luigi's good.
Say that with a straight face.
He's good. I think
taking him to the house.
I think speedrunning wise, like one character only, I think Luigi is the fastest of the four.
Really? I thought we saw Toad was in Mario 2.
In Mario, I think the speedrun is the fastest. Like you can kind of skip over big parts of 6-2, something like that.
How are you so far ahead?
Interesting.
Hacks.
Steroid cookie.
Lack of steroid cookies. Yeah. Oh, nice.
That's all natural. I'd say
Bowser.
at that point. There
I
goes
got
the speed
Bowser
run.
so hard. Dream's over now.
Would it be a Velveteen Dream or would it be a American
played.
Dream?
I was hoping for it.
Had the screen watch on that.
Did you?
Yeah.
Are you gonna hit Bowser just out of retribution at this point?
I thought about it.
No!
Nicely
Oh,
done.
you had the
Didn't
same piranha plan I did. Stay in there.
even use the red
Try to
shell.
cut it too close.
Yeah.
So GameCleveland.com, donate UCP, $50 right now. Get you a $50 Dave & Buster's Power Card. Thank you, Dave & Buster's.
Yeah.
You're amazing.
Great food, great games, great time. They also had
Great Dave, great Buster's.
Buster.
Yeah.
Buster's a little weird.
Is he?
I mean, since he turned into a rabbit.
Buster.
Or bunny.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
bunny,
a bunny.
yeah, there you go.
They're actually
All right, here we
remaking
go.
that now too. I think it's the
They're remaking
Animaniacs.
everything.
Yeah, it's the
Yeah.
Animaniacs.
Is this
like
the Tom and
effect.
Jerry thing?
Hey,
Oh, you got it.
I don't know what to make of that trailer. It's Tom, it's Jerry, but it's.
I think it's cool.
I don't know. It's got potential. I'll give it. I didn't cringe
you
at
not
that
hit
trailer
any of those
as much as I did with the Smurfs or the original Sonic trailer, but
that green shell there, by the way. Dang it.
Somebody hit something.
that thing came back with a vengeance. That green turtle shell.
I think I found the culprit here. I'm getting ready to lap
Oh no,
Bowser.
there it is still.
Oh, just kind of floating around. I'm sure I'll hit it. Oh, maybe not.
There's Luigi's done. I gotta admire Tom picking Toad in this game, though. I mean, trying to avenge.
Yeah, I can't even see you.
Who lost to Heather? Alex or
Brian?
Brian. Trying to avenge Brian's honor with Toad.
Yeah,
Just
right.
doesn't seem to be working though.
No, it's not. Kevin is just dominating the race. Can't even catch him.
Wow.
Donkey
He's
Kong
like-
is just throwing banana peels everywhere.
I told you, ice levels are Kevin's forte.
What would you call me? Like
Ice
ranked
levels.
7th in
You-
Central Ohio or something?
Columbus, all
Yeah,
of Columbus.
All of Columbus. Okay.
7th.
I don't think there's 7 people that play this game.
Right behind Irma Gershon and right after George Borge.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
What?
That's
Hey,
official
hey, look, hey, the Bowser
Mario
level.
Kart ranking.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Hey, good luck.
Yeah.
Who let this guy in?
You're really, I mean, you're having me come up with names on the spot, really. You're questioning my logic of being
Hey,
ranked
it's the
in
first time I'm in front of
Mario Kart.
you. Thanks for giving me a second.
Tom trying to hold on to a small lead. Oh, go to town on the leaf.
No!
I didn't mean it that way.
Tried that. Okay. Too crazy.
And this is why you fail.
And start finish line with the green shell. There we go.
He's
Sounded
knocking
like
Luigi
a Luigi.
into yeah.
See, I'm looking out for you.
Thank you.
You're just trying to have Tom finish second?
Yeah, why not?
That's
A 1-2
nice of you.
punch, you know?
It's nice of you.
Oh, no.
Yoshi having none of it, though.
Oh, how did I miss that sip?
Missed it too.
I need another coin.
I'm just watching
What do
Kevin.
coins
He
do?
does not knock into many things. Like, he gets these turns ridiculously close and just hits on all of them.
Catch you.
Seriously, how can you catch him when he's not, like, he's drifting and getting every angle? He's held on to this red turtle shell for what?
The race, I think, yeah. No, I laid a green on lap 1.
Well, that was nice of you.
What a guy.
Aw.
I'm not gonna get it. Keep missing that.
A little zip. Yeah. Oh, oh.
Here we go. Nope.
Bonk. I did a bonk.
My gosh.
Blocks left.
Ooh, wow, that banana peel's nice.
Just out of curiosity, or how do
I
you...
hit that.
Oh, we got a game here. We got something going here.
Nah.
We don't have something going here.
That was pretty funny. I got splatted pretty hard.
Yeah, that was
There we
perfectly
go.
timed.
1-2. 1-2.
Nicely done.
Kevin is got one up.
I was just thinking maybe next year for the live, could we do a Mario Kart tournament? Would it be possible?
I would love that.
Something.
A best of
we
3
did-
race?
Didn't we
but-
do like a? You did like a time trial thing, like a couple
We did
years
the-
ago,
Oh, yeah.
or a few years ago.
Yeah, I had all those mini contests.
Yeah.
like with what was it, Marble Madness? I remember
Yeah.
that. Yeah. Oh yeah, the time trial. Yeah.
Jesus. Okay, 1 for 5 on those.
Bassmaster. Look at that start.
There you go.
Oh,
Kevin's just got the drifting down ridiculously. Tom is trying to cut the corners to get close to him, but Luigi is the one. All right, nice bump by Princess.
On there. Oh, dear.
Oh, here we go.
It's
Here
on,
we go.
It's on now.
You just got, you got to keep them in the same screen, and
You gotta get around these long straights. Oh, you got this. Well, not if Luigi has anything
yeah,
to say
Luigi's just that jerk that won't go away. Even with hitting him, it sucks. I mean, you had to waste it or had to use it on him. Ooh, that hurts. I will admit that's one thing I like about the later Mario Karts, though, that they have multiple.
Right.
Yeah, you're not just stuck to one per lap.
Oh no, just
Oh no.
awesome. Trying to get to
I feel like if this was online, I'd be rage quitting right now.
That's being technical.
Luigi, just
6 fumbles. I don't feel like I'm doing terrible, but
it's Luigi's just doing super good.
Whoa, that's my own banana
There
peel.
we go, here we
It's my
go.
own banana peel.
Oh, you're
not
still
even in my
you're-
screen.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's still 2 turns ahead.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no. Oh no. Ugly. Ugly.
Killing yourself trying to cut these
I know,
corners.
I'm trying to get too fancy.
Mario just goes through a pipe. Yeah, just whatever.
Physics.
Screw you, logic.
Come on.
Whoa. Donkey.
Oh, come on.
Oh my
gosh. Come on.
I definitely did something to the bed.
Full tilt.
The maid ain't gonna be happy. Oh my goodness.
I'm not getting my deposit back.
Oh my goodness.
Well, you definitely got me beat in the racing department.
And you slaughtered me on the battle mode here, so
It's
I
about
guess there you
even.
go. Here.
make a formidable duo, you know. So.
Let's see if anybody. Wait, we gotta see the. Is that the last one?
Mm-hmm.
We
Yeah.
gotta see the trophy.
Oh, yeah.
ceremony Here, let's see who got first place.
Got the little clinks, you know.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think Koopa's got probably the most boring trophy celebration.
Yeah.
What does he do?
Clinks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Derp, 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 derp. That's very
know each one.
suggestive,
What
by
does
the
Toad
way.
A vine comes out of the champagne bottle.
Luigi.
He just jumps up like this and just does little peace signs.
Really?
Yeah,
I
like
think
that.
he just does that.
Yeah, it just does that.
It's Luigi. It's meh.
Well, let's see. We got about
Bland,
15 minutes or so.
Okay.
We can see. Maybe we got something else. Let's see.
Oh God.
Oh man.
Super button masher.
Wait, is this the LJN or the
Oh, this
Acclaim?
is LJN.
Oh, this
Oh,
is
yeah.
the worst one.
Yeah.
You want to do the arcade one?
No, I'm just saying, out of all the LJN wrestling games, this is the worst one.
You think so?
It's slow. It has very limited choices in matches. You want to do Raw or Royal Rumble.
Wait, what did I do?
If you want a better one.
Is that 2-player?
This
I don't know.
This one's just awful.
Hang on.
Should have had this for the bad games then.
We could have.
We would have spent the whole hour trying to get through one match.
And it's just button mash like crazy.
Is that what it is?
Exactly. It's so slow. I remember when I was young, I bought Raw, and then the Acclaim one,
arcade game?
the arcade game,
Yeah.
and then I bought this one, and how disappointed I was playing this one.
Yeah.
I think this is the same one, Tom.
Yeah, it's got the rainbow.
No, I'm just saying this is the real. Oh,
Yeah.
ugh.
Kevin's gonna throw up.
No, I'm just telling you. Watch when you play how slow it goes.
1-on-1?
Sure.
Can you do
The
Royal
only
Rumble?
the only cool
No,
thing about
this one doesn't have it. I don't think. Yeah.
is
I got Hulk.
if you keep your icon on the guy, it plays their theme music, and Sid Justice and Jake the Snake and Macho Man probably have good themes.
Yeah.
Paper Monster says this is a great stream.
Thanks, Paper Monster.
He's
You're a
loving it.
trooper,
Having
bud.
fun. Having fun.
Who do we want here? It's
Sid Justice.
Okay. We'll be Sid.
Yeah. Oh, WrestleMania 8 rematch.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
Shango Tango jumps in.
I am
We
going
should
to
have
be
got a smoke machine for this.
I'm trying. I'm going to try very hard not to drop an OSW review Hulk Hogan reference, what they refer to him as.
Yeah, it's not nice.
No,
yes.
it's yeah, terrible.
Wait.
Yeah, look how
Yeah.
awful.
It is slow. Why is it so slow?
I don't because the game sucks.
How do you run?
Why?
Yeah, why?
Yeah.
Ow.
Whoa, why is it so slow?
I don't know. With Sid Justice with a suplex and Hulk Hogan no sells it just like in real life.
Grapple even.
Here we go.
X.
Headbutt. Hogan. Body slam.
Body slam.
Going very typical of a Hulk Hogan matchup until his health bar like shoots up and it hits his Hulkometer.
He's gonna Hulk out. Kevin is just wrecking everything.
You know, I don't ever recall Hulk Hogan. Wow, ref with a slow
Yeah.
count there. Jeez.
Ref's on the take.
Yeah.
Can you knock out the ref?
In Raw, I believe
in
you
this
can.
one,
No, ref
No, you
gets
can
out of
knock
the
him.
way.
You can knock him down, can't you?
In Raw, you can. This one, you can't.
I want
it's
to
pre-
now.
it's-
Oh no.
Get out of the ring.
No, I already lost
Yeah,
one game like this
there
today.
you go. There ain't no Starman in Ryu Hayabusa.
Yeah,
Doing
right.
that. How you doing, bud? You've missed a lot.
Hey, Dan, how you doing?
This is exactly like WrestleMania.
Yeah.
You are just
Stomping his head.
This is what I think of Hulk Hogan.
Going
so.
Edward Norton, American
I
History
haven't got
X.
one grapple yet. I need to. You're out tapping me every time.
I mean, this is like.
Taps don't matter according to some people.
Hey, there
Hey,
it
let
is.
me have one. Thanks.
Hogan, there we go. He's hulking up and kicking randomly. Oh,
he's
here we go.
hulking up.
Back to back.
Uh-oh.
I don't think I've ever seen Hulk Hogan hit back
no.
suplexes in a real match either.
Oh boy.
Sid.
Oh boy.
There we go. Come on.
Who booked that finish?
Wow,
3 stomps
okay.
to the head and a pin.
There it is.
There you go. Hogan with the headbutt. It's extra effective due to his
No.
lack of hair.
Oh, he's dead.
That's gotta be it. Yeah. Oh no, I wanted the pin.
I do enjoy Sid's mullet here. Sid's mullet is looking mighty good.
That-
Now,
that
this
is-
is it. That is a
How are-
glorious mullet. And it's over.
Oh, it's over.
No Shango. No Papa Shango needed. No Ultimate Warrior.
Right.
How muscle there. Whoa, look at
Oh,
that.
look at that hair.
Look at that. All right,
Poor Howard.
We'll do one more. Something.
Okay.
I'm telling you. Ugh.
Ugh.
Undertaker
You got-
versus
Oh, you got Taker. Okay.
future Shockmaster in the game, Tugboat.
Yeah, right.
Toot toot. Shout out to Brian Adams. And Earthquake, Jason Adams.
Yeah, right. There you go.
All right.
How was Earthquake never world champion? It just angers me.
Hogan.
Yeah, but yeah.
was because what was the big push? It was like SummerSlam '91.
SummerSlam where he
90?
fought Hogan.
Yeah,
It was SummerSlam
Where-
'90 where
the
they,
one where he like crushes Hogan and then
Yeah.
they had to like mail in like please come back Hogan or whatever.
Yeah, oh my god.
I think that was it. Yeah. Oh.
They were spot on. The OSW guys were spot on with the Poochie reference. Where's Hogan? What's Hogan doing?
Right.
What about Hogan?
Oh, we're just tossing it back and forth.
Yep.
DiBiase doing
just two hosses. Just
yeah.
First, why is like DiBiase like the same height? I shouldn't complain about this game. It's
I'm trying to figure out his flesh-colored knee pads, DiBiase.
right.
Like what is that?
They're supposed to be like dollar signs or something. I don't know.
Flesh-colored dollar signs?
Trying to pull it off. The
That's-
input is so bad.
Oh,
I told you.
The
It's,
input is just.
oh my god.
It's just so bad.
Just
Oh, I didn't
just
mean
for
to-
reference, if any of you are you kidding me?
What? This just got a 3 count.
Who booked this? Russo.
How did that happen?
I don't know. I was mashing the hell out of the
heard you.
buttons. Yeah. Oh.
Just a heads
gotta
up for
realize
anybody
that.
listening out there, for reference, if you want a good wrestling game for the Super Nintendo, Saturday Night Slam Masters,
Oh yeah.
the pinnacle.
Oh yeah, that's a great one.
The pinnacle. You ain't getting much better than that.
He's coming out for blood now.
Yeah, you're
me,
getting a job to DiBiase.
Yeah,
This is a squash match. Do you want me to get that door?
yeah, give me a Gunlock and El Stingray tag team.
Come on.
Come on.
We're just matching away.
Oh, it's
No! It's over. It's over. Oh, that.
it was like the last game though. It's like I could pin you right now, but
Yeah, what is
that was so weird. Like
that should not have happened.
like. 1, 2. Oh my! I thought it was it right there. Like,
What? These.
Oh,
It's just the input.
Yeah, the delay is just atrocious. Yeah. But
Fine, there we go. I'm just go- We're just going in for the grapples
Yeah,
every
right.
time.
let's go for it again. Let's go. Come on. Ah. All right.
It's real now. I'm breaking a sweat, by the way.
And it's not the lighting, right?
It's not.
It's definitely not the lighting.
Hey. Oh, I'm dead now.
Oh, it's.
Yeah, this is a job match. Yeah.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Still in it. Still in it.
Where's Paul Bearer and Virgil? I feel like they should be
Why didn't I
duking it
move?
out
What
on
was
the
that?
outside of the ring.
They didn't have the technology.
We have.
They have
Oh,
Heenan
come
and
on now.
Monsoon in the background.
Yeah.
No.
Or is that Vince? Looks like Jericho.
I think it's Heenan.
I know that's Heenan on the
Please,
left.
please pin. All right.
1, 2.
See what happens when you ask him nicely?
No,
DiBiase.
all right. All right.
There you go.
Oh man. Well,
My fingers are on
I'm
fire.
sweating.
And
I'm
Bearer.
sweating now.
Oh God.
Oh, the
So,
rubber?
I think what we're gonna do. Let's
Let's go. It was a good little
Yeah, it
hour
was
retro
good.
stream.
It was
You know,
good.
let's get
So-
some gaming in there.
So we're gonna pause it there for a minute. John,
Catch
are
your
you back
breath.
in the booth? So I think what we're gonna do here.
Yeah.
Remember to breathe. Remember to breathe.
Yeah.
It's a rough game.
That was a lot of work.
Yeah. That's way too much work for a day like this. You know.
So the record shows that Mario Kart Battle.
Mm-hmm.
I've got that covered.
Yep.
Mario Kart Racing. You've got that covered, and WWF wrestling.
The game wins.
You dot.
No, the game
No,
wins.
yeah.
Just,
So.
Kevin, thoughts? Yes.
Yeah, that it happened. It's a lot of or the Mario Kart was pretty lopsided on both sides, depending on the gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
This was just an embarrassment.
It's true. I got taken to house there. So what we're going to do is we'll probably cut to a commercial here real quick, and then we're going to bring John Salter on via Zoom. We're also going to have some new folks that are here.
Yeah. Mark and Trevor Buxar just walked in,
still
as well
catching my
as
breath. I'm still catching my breath.
The day is young. We got to pace ourselves.
Jeez
we
almighty.
didn't think this through, did we?
No, not at all. So, yeah, we're going to bring in John Salter. I'm going to work on getting him in on the stream. We're also going to check real quick on the GoFundMe and how that's pacing out, because we had a $50 Dave & Buster's gift card that we were giving away. So we'll check and see who the winner of that is. We'll announce that. But 4 o'clock, John Salter. Then we're going to bring on Game Fix Show at 5 p.m. Then 6 o'clock, Mortal Kombat Legends panel. That's going to be crazy fun. And then the trivia contest, I am so excited for that. Then we get into Tecmo all evening long with some prizes. So hang on. We're going to be right back. We're going to take a quick commercial break, announce some prizes, bring in some new people, do some introductions, and be right back.
All right. So
take us away, John in the booth.
My name's Ben Ludwig. I'm the GM of Dave & Buster's in Westlake. 25735 First Street is our address. Come and see us. Lights are on, games are on, food's being served, cold beer. Behind me, you see a 46-foot LED TV. We have over 200 games in the back and over almost 300 player stations. We have a huge Halo simulator back there. We have VR now, which is full motion VR, and it has 6 different titles that you can ride and play. We have shuffleboard, cornhole, giant Jenga, giant Connect 4. It's a great place to just come and have fun. We're absolutely glad to be supporting the Cleveland Gaming Classic. This is, I believe, our 4th year in a row that we've done that. We love to support because everything's going to charity. We have a great partnership and would love to continue doing this in the future.
Okay, so we are back. Sorry about that, guys. When you do live shows, sometimes live things happen.
Got to roll with the punches. Live TV. It's what it is.
This is live TV from the city of Avon Lake at its finest.
Indeed.
We actually have some new faces here too. So in studio here with me, I've got Mark Buxar. So
Howdy, folks.
He's going to be on mic 2 here for a little bit, and then also too, as you'll see on the camera, we got Trevor Buxar.
How's it going, everybody?
And then last, well, there's a boo from the back crowd there.
And definitely least.
I don't know if he's a fan favorite out there. We've got Dan Lalo.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Internet. How are you?
So, and then also, too, on the stream, I'm actually going to bring Dan over here so I can take a break because I've been working for 6 hours on the stream. And we'll do some updates. So I might chime in here and there with some prize announcements and sponsors. But we should also have John Salter. John, are you there? Can you hear me? John, are you there? Hello, are you there still? I can see you, but I can't hear you. Not getting any audio. Do you have your mic on? Are you plugged in? We'll see if we can get John. John is keeping us in suspense.
Can we get an announcement on who won the prize for the Dave & Buster's?
Yeah, so while we wait on John, let's do a quick, this is what they call stalling in the biz, too. We'll do a quick update on prizes while we see if we can get John connected. He should be, John, I'm not seeing any audio from your end. You should join the audio if you can't hear us. But let's do an update on today. Let's see how we're doing fundraising-wise, see who's won. So we were giving away a $50 Dave & Buster's Power Card most recently.
Awesome. Cool gift.
So, yeah, all you had to do was just donate and get a $50 Dave & Buster's Power Card. Thank you, Dave & Buster's in Westlake. And we'll do an update on where we're at so far for the day. Let's see if we can get John back on here in a second here, too.
You know, John, he probably just wants to make an entrance, right? You know, get the suspense going, get everybody selling.
Don't humor him.
Have a
8-bit theme music, perhaps?
I don't even see his turn your camera on.
Is he still mad that we're not giving him pyro?
I don't know what's going on. But we've got an update on donations. So let's check out the donation board here. Wow, some good donations coming through. Brandon Browning from Middleburg Heights. You get the Dave & Buster's Power Card, giving us a $100 donation.
Wow. Thank you, Brandon. That's amazing.
Thank you, Brandon.
Thank you, man.
Round of applause.
True hero.
There's going to be a lot of happy people for that. That's
then
really awesome.
We got another donation. So you guys are killing it. I love it. Love it. This is, and again, everything goes to United Cerebral Palsy of Greater Cleveland. We got Ed Hine donating $50 from Columbus, Ohio. Thank you, Ed.
Thanks, Ed.
Unbelievable. Oh, that's Kevin's dad. Your son's saying thanks, Dad. And then we've got Daniel Seary. Daniel Seary from Lakewood. So thank you, Daniel. $100.
Thank you, Daniel.
Wow. Nice. Very generous people out
So
there.
you guys are killing it. And Ed and Daniel, how about this? Just because you guys donated so generously, we'll send something your way too. So you guys are local, so Columbus or Lakewood, we'll get you. We got some 16-bit Bar and Arcade gift cards. So Ed Hine, I'm going to get you $25 to 16-bit. Don't let me forget. I got to write these things down or else I'm going to forget. So that's going to go to Ed Hine. We're going to get you a 16-bit. And then who was the other one? I said it, and I already forgot it. We're going to go to Daniel Seary. Daniel Seary.
That was it.
So
Brandon Browner, I believe.
Daniel Seary, you're going to get $25 to 16-bit Bar and Arcade. And that's actually in your backyard because that's in Lakewood.
$50 card.
And then Brandon Browning, you get the Dave & Buster's
card.
$50 Power Card.
At least I remember that.
Brandon Browning. So we've got your guys' contact information. We'll get those out to you. And it looks like John's finally there. I don't know if he can hear us still or not, or he's joined the audio.
Hey, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. You sound great. Hey.
All right. Can you see me?
We can see you. We can hear you. You know.
Yeah. So I dropped the ball on that one. I thought for some reason I was thinking it was 5 o'clock. So luckily I tuned in here.
If there's one thing you guys can learn about being friends with John Salter is he's always on time.
Yeah.
That's a little
yeah. And if by on time you mean late.
And if by on time I mean about 28 minutes late, that's to be expected.
Yeah, my bad. I apologize.
No, that's okay. That's okay. So I'm going to actually switch jump seats, and I'm going to bring over one of our new guests. Dan Lalo is going to join me here on the main mic on mic 1. Do you want to pop over?
I don't know if I'm ready for the
You're
main
ready.
mic.
Come on.
Man. I don't know.
You're absolutely ready.
You're on the main mic last time for Double Dragon 3. I think you can do that.
Dan's going to come over. I'm going to get a break here, and Dan, because I feel like, John, you and I talk all the time, but so I'm going to let you talk to Dan Lyle. I'm going to bring him in on the mic.
It's been a while, actually.
Yeah, I know it's been a while. But you'll talk to Dan, and I got Mark Buxar, and you got the rest of the crew, too, so you're in good hands.
All right. The pressure's on.
Indeed. All right.
Hey, John, how's it going?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Good to see you again. I haven't seen you in a while. Last time I think was at the arcade.
Yeah, so that was a while ago since the arcade is no longer open.
That's
So-
a bummer, man. COVID
love
hit
that
everybody
place,
so hard.
man. That was such a fun place.
Everyone I ever came across that had been there just raved about it. So you touched a lot of folks with your arcade for sure.
Yeah, definitely. There was, you kind of got to do what you got to do. But the nice thing about it is, a lot of kind things have been said since the closing. So it definitely, I definitely feel good about that.
Yeah.
Well, one thing that I loved about it was, it brought the kid out of me, the jealous kid in me that had 75 cents, to play video games with, and that couldn't accomplish anything with that. I was able to go to your place and complete Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles start to finish. It's on my bucket list.
Yeah, definitely. That was the one. There's like a negative side to that whole, the free play, because I remember when I got Sunset Riders, which was one of the probably the most popular games in the arcade, and it's one of my favorites. And I've never got to the end of it. So when I got that game and was getting it ready, and I that was one of the original games that we put in the arcade, like from the day we were open. So when I was, repairing it and getting it all ready for the grand opening, I remember I sat down one night and I played it, and I was like, oh my God, I played all the way through to the end. But it kind of like, there's a little bit of something, and maybe it's just because, we played the games in arcades when we were kids for a quarter, but there's something about that whole sense of urgency or not having the money or whatever that when you play it on free play and get to the end, there's like that, there's a little bit of satisfaction missing there, but it's still awesome to be able to play through those games.
Oh yeah.
On a free play model like that. So
Absolutely, that's a great thing. Now speaking of using quarters to playing games, you have a world record for the longest play on one single quarter.
Yes.
So can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, I'm just gonna get a little bit of light on me here. Hang on just a second.
Power off.
All right. So the Armor Attack was the game, and man, I don't even know what year it was even done at this point. Time's flying by. It was before I opened the arcade, so 14. That was 2015. So 2014 maybe, somewhere in that range. It was. So the game is Armor Attack. It's a vector game for anybody who's watching that doesn't know the lingo. Vectors like asteroids. Your graphics are basically lines. So it's a vector game. You have a base maze that never changes, and you have a Jeep, and you're just driving through this maze, and they send 3 tanks out. When you shoot the 3 tanks, when you kill the 3 tanks, they send 3 more tanks out, and then every, I think it's 10 seconds or 8 seconds, I can't remember what. I used to have all this, all the analytics down on it before I marathoned it, but they send a helicopter out, and the helicopter is really the equalizer of the game. The tanks aren't that tough to knock out, once you get a little bit of pattern and skills, but the helicopter is what really is the equalizer. That after like 3 or 4 helicopters, they're so fast and they fly around that the helicopter is usually what's going to get you. So the average person probably will play the game a couple of minutes. I think if you look, somebody I think did some analytics somewhere along the line over the years, and the average game in the 80s, the average person that played it lasts like 2 minutes or a minute. You get off your quarter. But of course, then there's people like me and others that kind of exploited that and played them for a lot longer.
Right.
So now that is clearly a difference. So 2 minutes. Making the jump from 2 minutes to 85 hours. Not 85 minutes. I want to clarify that, everybody. We're 85 hours.
Now, let's get it straight here. It's 85 hours in 16 minutes. Don't try to skim me out of that 16 minutes there.
Thank you. Because look, that you haven't eaten yet, right? I mean, so how did that work? How do you make the step from 2 minutes on a quarter to just 85 hours, which seems like an eternity when you say it out loud?
Yeah, so almost every game has some type of exploit, and the thing about it is everybody always wants to know what's the trick, right? And some games do quote unquote have a trick, but some games just require skill, and it's not necessarily a trick. It's just knowing the tendencies. That's the big thing. Once you play these games a lot, and it's really weird because some people are really good at we'll use Defender, for example. I'm terrible at Defender. Love it. One of my favorite games, but I'm just terrible at it. And the amount of time I put into that game and still cannot play, as long as this guy's playing the thing for 35 hours, which seems impossible to me. But then there's a guy who can play it for that long. So every game has its I think it's just the way your brain works and how you analyze things. And so once if it's a game you like, you'll put time into it. That's what I always tell people. People are like, I want to get a world record. I'm like, well, you're never going to get a world record just to get it. It has to mean something. There's got to be something behind it. If you want to get a world record just so you can sit down on a stream like this and say, look at me, I got a world record, it's not going to happen. You have to have something, it has to mean something to you, really, is what it is. But and that's step one. I mean, it's got to be a game you really like to play, and for some reason why you want to play, you want to be the best at it, and that can be good enough. If it's a game you really like, you like it so much that you want to be the best at it, that's the drive to do it. So that's number one. You have to want to play a game that long, and there has to be a reason why you want to do it. Then, as far as beating the game, you just have to. Once you play a game enough, you don't think about it, right? Your hand-eye coordination, you don't think about playing anymore. And anybody who plays consoles, even doesn't matter what you're playing, that. You don't even think about what buttons you're hitting. You just do it. And then it's just knowing the tendencies and basically finding an exploit maybe that isn't necessarily a cheat, because there are rules. You can't just sit somewhere where you're not going to get killed and then, rack up points. So once you know all that, it's just a fact of tweaking that gameplay. And then once you are at that point to where hey, there's a lot of games out there, people, I can play this forever. Well, forever is a long time. I mean, 10 minutes, 15, 20 minutes in a video game doesn't seem like that long of a time, but it is. I mean, you're standing there, maybe your hands are doing something, but you're not really moving around. And it's just to play a game a long time. There's a lot more to it than just playing the game at that point. So then you have to figure out, well, how am I going to play this game for 100 hours is the goal. No one said it yet. I've come the closest. 100 hours is like the holy grail for the whole marathon side of playing the games. So once you have that down, you have to figure out, well, how the hell am I going to play this game for this long? Because the first question everybody asks, how do you go to the bathroom, right? So
that was probably on everybody.
Yeah, and then of course eat. No one cares about when you have to eat. That's maybe 4 or 5 questions down the road.
Well, I was thinking sleep.
Going to the bathroom is the first one.
Right.
So, but some games allow you. There's rules because everybody goes by Twin Galaxies, right? Because they're like the kings of the world records. So you have to go by Twin Galaxy rules, and there's rules in there you can walk away for X amount of time, or you can hide in a corner for 2 minutes or something. I can't remember what all the rules are because it's been so long since I really did all this. But so you have to go by the rules. But I mean, to go number one, you can run to the bathroom pretty quick and come back. Number two, obviously a little bit longer depending on what's going on. But the thing about it is what you're eating, how much you're eating. You have to watch all of that. You almost have to, well, not almost, but you have to come up with a scenario of, hey, here's what I'm going to be doing for these next 4 days, 5 days, whatever, if you're going for 100 hours. And you just have to kind of get ready for it. Training's kind of a bad term in my opinion, because I consider training you're lifting weights and doing all this other stuff. But there's also training as far as eating and getting your body ready. Because the way your body reacts to sugar and this and that, it's ups and downs. The ups and downs are really big. You have to be able to handle that. So there's a whole nother aspect to it other than playing the game. Playing the game is no longer an issue when you're going for these marathon type records.
Yeah, that's just interesting that you're, delving into the prep work leading up to it, not just the gameplay, but, getting yourself in that physical and mental type state for, because definitely it certainly is a strain on your whole system doing that. But to cycle back one sec, John, if you will, how did your love affair with Armor Attack start? What you said, when you said it, go for the world records. It's something that you have to be a game you're passionate about. How did you first come about to find that game and fall in love with it?
So I live in North Ridgeville, Ohio, and at one point there's an arcade in North Ridgeville called Future World, and I want to say right now, it's like it was the biggest arcade in Ohio, because that's, of course, when I was a kid, what they touted it as. Whether it really was, I don't know. But we thought it was like, wow, this was the greatest arcade ever. And ironically, I wasn't allowed to go, because when I think when it opened, I was 14, maybe a little younger, but right around that age. And of course, my parents were just kind of like, oh, the arcades, that's where all the bad kids and, drugs and all this stuff.
Right.
So I wasn't allowed to go, so I would have to sneak up there, so we would play. Back then I didn't have a lot of money, right? So I'm a kid. I don't have any kind of job or nothing. My parents really didn't have a lot of money there. My mom was still going to school. My dad was starting his business. So we didn't have a lot of expendable, cash to blow on video games. So anytime I played, I really had to pick and choose what I wanted to play. And Armor Attack was, my cousin lived next door to me as well at the time. He still lives in North Ridgeville as well. But so we did everything together. He basically like my brother. So we would always go up there and we would play whatever game we could play the longest, because we had limited funds. And Armor Attack is
bang for the buck, right?
Yeah, and Armor Attack is very unique in that it is a co-op game when you play 2-player, and you share the lot. Well, how does that work? You technically share the lives. So you have 3 lives. So both of us are playing on the screen on life 1. If I die, he keeps playing, and then when he dies, they put us both back for the second life.
Okay.
So we would be able to play the game for a long time, and we got really good at it. Now we thought we were good at it back then comparatively to 85 hours, right? But we got good enough at it that we would always play it because we could play it as long as we could. And of course, all we did the whole time was argue with each other, right? You can't shoot each other in that game either. Which he's the type of guy that will kill you and then laugh about it while you're sitting there playing, but you can't shoot each other, which was another reason I liked playing it, is because I would actually be able to, the enemy would be the only thing that could kill me, not him.
Right.
So we would play co-op, and we played it every time we went up there. We probably played it the most out of any game because we got good enough at it that we could play it for a decent amount of time. So you know how it is when you're a kid, even if something's like really crappy. Because I know, I'm looking back now, and I can't think of a good example. Oh, I get a great example: Warhawk on PlayStation 1. I thought that game was the most amazing game when it came out. I'm like, this is sweet. I played the hell out of that game. I mean, I thought it was so awesome. Then, like years later, I think we maybe even been in the Wii time frame when the Wii came out. I was at GameStop, and they had a Warhawk there really cheap. I'm like, and I back then I still had all consoles, and I bought Warhawk, and I got home, I popped it in my PlayStation 3, and I couldn't even play it. I'm like, I don't even know what's even going on because the graphics were so terrible comparatively to what's now.
Yeah, those
and I'm like,
graphics
how did I think this game was so good?
Yeah, those graphics do not age well at all. Like I've played old N64 games, and I'm like, yeah, this looks like garbage now.
The 64 holds up better than the PS1, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe not with the cutscenes, but.
Yeah, but I mean, well, I'm not saying it's the greatest, but compared to like I said, I was playing Warhawk, and I'm like, I don't even like. I remember I used to like the level. I think it might have been the first level or second level where you're going through like a canyon, right? There's water and the sides of the canyon. I just thought that looked so awesome, and I got home that night when I paid like $4 for it, and I'm like, I played it for like 10 minutes. I'm like, I can't even play this anymore. But I guess I'm getting at here is like, but when you do something, when you're a kid and something clicks in you like that, it can still be terrible, but when you go back to play it, it is still, you still love it.
Oh,
right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's in your heart, right?
Right.
Yeah, because Warhawk was like more when I was in probably like my 20s or whatever when that came out, maybe early 30s. So it wasn't like something that really clicked in that defining age time, like 14, 15, So when I started collecting these arcade machines and was going to open up an arcade, actually before I even thought I was going to open an arcade, that's when I bought Armor Attack. Was I think maybe the 5th or 6th game that I bought.
Okay.
So that's how I got to the point of like I was like, I got to get an Armor Attack, right? And my cousin called me. He messaged me actually on Facebook because he saw that I was collecting games, and we don't live that far apart. He's like, dude, you have to get an Armor Attack. And back then I'm just like scraping money together to buy these games. He's like, I'll pay for it, just pay me back. Just go get one. So I went out and got one. And by the time I found one, I actually had the money. Now I got it myself. But that's how the whole Armor Attack thing, because a lot of people don't know what that game is. Some people, they don't know what it is. Then when they see it, like, oh yeah, I remember seeing that in the arcades.
Right.
Because it was fairly popular, but I would still say it was a B- title, maybe even a C title. But it was a cool game.
Yeah.
But that's how I got to really, that's how it clicked in my head that for my rest of my life, I would love Armor Attack.
That's cool. And that's neat that, I'm hearing the backstory, the closest with your cousin, and now is he still enjoy playing the title too? I mean, when you guys get together, do you play on the stand up together or not, or?
So the funny thing about that is he has never played an Armor Attack with me since I've owned 3 of them.
Okay. Wow, that's strange. I thought,
when you talk to somebody, it's like, you talk all the time or whatever, but it's weird as you get older, like you don't really see people as much as you think you're going to, so.
Well, I think we've just identified a segment for next year's Cleveland game.
Yeah, absolutely.
A reunion, right? For you,
we're gonna.
Salters
We'll go for the 2-man co-op record marathon, and we'll get a real machine.
I think we got. Hey, everybody in the booth back there, write this down. This is what we're doing.
That's right.
Next year,
book it.
So we talked about we're kind of coming up with a recipe here for how to get to 85 hours and get a record on a game. So we talked about having a love with the game. Right, you got to grow up first. You got to love it, and you've established that how that happened, and then physically preparing for it, right? Because you've mastered the game, like you said. The game isn't an issue anymore. Now it's how do you physically do this? So, so what was that like while you're there? So, because were you standing this whole time too? Because that's another thing to factor in. Like,
I had a stool. Like a stool with a back on, like a bar stool type. So I did sit a little bit, but I was I think it was about a year ago, I was watching, I still had the video of the whole thing. I was watching the video, and I think the last half of the marathon I stood. I was actually, just felt better standing for some reason. I don't know why, but I did sit.
Spot there.
And there's all different types of techniques that I came up with just to kind of save, wear and tear on the body, fingers, hands, all of that. Because that's not a joystick game. That game is all buttons.
That's all buttons. Okay.
Yeah, you have a thrust, fire, and then left and right rotate.
So what were some of those techniques that you did to save that?
So what I did is so on a normal game like that, you have on the right side you have your steer. Where's the fire buttons on the right? I can't remember now. We'll just say for the sake of argument the fire. Oh no, I think the steering is left and right is on your left hand side, and the fire and thrust. Steering's on your right, fire and thrust on your left. So you're firing, you're kind of tapping the fire button there and the thrust. You're not doing a whole lot with that hand. It's not like, but your steering hand, you're constantly, because you're tweaking the way it steers, right? Because it's not analog. So you're quickly tapping or holding it depending on how much you want to turn. So what I did is I had technique where I would use my index finger and my middle finger to steer. Then I would switch between that and my pinky and that. So I could steer with any combination of fingers almost. So I go for a while, and then I would hold it a different way. If you hold it flat, you get more like stress here in your muscles in your hand right here. But when you go up like this, it eliminates the cramping if you're moving. So I would play with it up like this, and then I would play it flat like this. Then I could switch between fingers as well.
Oh. Okay.
So I would play multiple ways. I never played for probably more than an hour at the most in one either. Up like this, these fingers flat, whatever. So when you change those combinations, even though you're still using your hand in a different angle and in a different position actually does the wear on the muscles and joints is different. So you're spreading out that over the course of time. So those are like this. That's a great example of the things that people don't understand when you do these marathons. These guys have been marathoning games way before I did. Those are the guys that inspired me, and I saw all the things that they did, and I said, well, I need to figure out there's techniques that they used that I'm definitely going to use, but my game's different. So I have to. And my body's different, my brain's different, everything. So I can take those techniques, but I have to adjust them to the way my tendencies of my personality are as well. So there's a lot of psychology, and there's I mean, we could probably go for a couple hours just on that, but I mean, I can touch on some of the big things, but the hand that was my main concern. I need to make sure my hands could make that time frame, and that technique worked well. I had no problems with my hands at all. I never had any pain. Even when I got done, when you play these games for a long time, your fingers just feel fat because they start swelling. My hands felt fine. The next day, they weren't really even that bad. That was a big thing. Everybody's like, how long is it going to take you to recover with your hands? I'm like, I feel fine right now. So that worked. That's big because I play games like Joust. I'm really good at Joust. I play a 10-hour game of Joust, and my hand is noticeably, it probably worse than when I played Armor Attack, so.
I mean, people's hands cramp up on their mouse when they're at work, by the end of the day. I mean, and it's like, you're talking like days.
The thing about it is, like, we talk about 100 hours, and it's like, they're like, well, because one of the things with Armor Tag is that people are like, well, he's cheating, right? So here's the big thing with the Armor Tag. The biggest controversy with this Armor Tag thing, and I'll expand on that further, a little bit. But the biggest thing was people like, well, he's cheating, because Armor Tag has a bad programming in the game. Now, I can't account for that. I didn't program the game. When you play these games, you play what the game gives you. If the game's got a problem that creeps up, what are you going to do? You have to play around that. So Armor Tag actually has one that's to the benefit of the player. Eventually, if you play the game long enough, the shot when the helicopter comes out, because the helicopter is the equalizer. With no helicopter, the game's fairly easy. When the helicopter comes out, it comes out all these different, it doesn't really come out at random places. It comes out like 23 different entry points, but it seems random because those are a lot of different points to track. And it does come out in a certain order, but you can't keep track of it. It's too hard. But when it comes out, the first thing it does is fire as soon as it hits the screen. And if it's at one of its entry points and you're at a certain angle, when it fires, that shot fires off screen. It fires in a spot that only the helicopter can fly in. The Jeep can't drive into that area. And it goes straight across the bottom or straight across the top. And I think it can even happen up and downs because the game is symmetrical. But if it fires straight up and down or straight left and right at an entry point off the screen, it'll keep looping along the bottom of the screen. So that shot never hits its destination. So the helicopter won't fire until the shot hits its destination. Then it'll fire again. So in the computer's mind, the shot hasn't hit its destination yet, so it can't reset and fire. So the helicopter will just fly around. It'll fly at you like he's trying to fire, but it'll never fire because the shot's stuck along the bottom. And the only way to reset it is to die, right? So they really can't make a rule to force you to die based on bad programming. So if you can weather the storm long enough, and it's a hard game, definitely, if you ever play it, if you can weather the storm, eventually that chopper is going to shoot, and that's going to get stuck. The shot's going to get stuck. And then now the tanks are really easy to kill. So I came up with a pattern where I could just drive around a certain way, and the tanks can't surround me. So I keep shooting the tanks. Now the glory of this whole glitch in this game is that how you get extra lives in Armor Attack is every 5 choppers that you shoot down, you get an extra life. So now we're in a scenario to where the main enemy that's going to kill you can't kill you anymore. And he comes out and flies right at you with no threat of dying. So you shoot him, boom, 5 choppers in it comes out every 6 seconds or every 10 seconds, or I can't remember how to calculate. Maybe it's every 10 seconds. Yeah, so maybe it's every 6 seconds. Well, either way, you end up getting an extra life every minute or so because you shoot 5 choppers with no problem as you're avoiding the tanks.
It's a huge advantage.
So eventually, here's the problem, right? Eventually, you're going to die. You're not going to die because it's hard. You're just going to die because you can only play. I don't care how easy a game is. If there's a threat of death, you're eventually going to die. You're going to get complacent. You're going to get bored. You're going to get tired. Hell, you're going to quit playing, right? So eventually you're going to die. But what you want to do is you want to concentrate and play as long as you can in this easy mode and crank up as many lives as you can.
Sure.
And I don't know the longest stint I ever went without dying, but I bet you it was probably 10 hours. At one point, I had 1,200 lives.
Oh wow,
1,200 lives. So that's part of the secret too. So it's not that you went through this in one shot. You found a way to earn those extra lives that got you that extra, which is not something that I've ever been able to do in any video game. Usually it doesn't happen. Usually it's your quarter, you die, you're out.
Right.
You have so much life. So
Yeah, and we'll say the trick to Armor Attack, that game does have a trick, but the trick is not really doing anything. It's just staying alive long enough for that bug in the programming to kick in. Now, I've seen that. It's really weird how it works. I've had that happen like a minute. I think the quickest I've seen is like a minute and 15 seconds into the game, I've had it happen. Then I've had to play the game for an hour. Now, to play Armor Attack for an hour because it hits max difficulty in about 5 minutes, maybe even less, probably less than that. But that game at max difficulty is hard. And, let's rewind back to the whole glitch thing. So people are like, well, you're cheating. Anybody could do that. Right. And I mean, I'll admit, if you can get to that point to where the chopper's not firing, that's looping, it does get easy. But you still got to if we're going 100 hours here, you still have to play the game. Right, because exactly. if I stop moving, because those tanks still come at you. So let's say I'm at the most advantageous spot on the screen. The longest I can stay alive without touching any controls, I think, is 10 seconds. So you have to constantly be moving. But it's not that tough to, you leave one tank is kind of what you want to do. You leave one tank and you just keep avoiding it and shooting choppers and that. But as easy as that is, when you're talking 100 hours of gameplay, right, even doing that for an hour opens up the door of just, screwing up your pattern that you're running, getting complacent and dying. Once you die, you are at max difficulty, and that game at max difficulty is hard. I mean, you bleed lives when it's eventually, no matter if anybody ever tries this again, no matter what they do, they're still eventually going to get back to playing that game at max difficulty. And if you're not good at the game, you will burn off those lives faster than you would believe. But I actually, at one point, was still gaining lives at max difficulty. It was a slow gain. We're talking over the course of hours, maybe a life. But that probably, I have to look back at the tape, but that's probably only one portion of the game. Normally, if you can break even, you're good. Because you might die a bunch of times, but then you might get a good run to where you get a couple lives. So if you can break even over that course of max difficulty, you'll do really well. But normally you just bleed lives. Normally you'll lose 100 lives, maybe even more, in a max difficulty stint before the game goes into that bug mode again.
So how far along level wise in the game do you reach that maximum difficulty level? Is it like a progressive slope upward, or do you just at some point you're moseying along and then all of a sudden it just ramps up quickly on you?
It ramps up if you just drive around and do nothing. I think the very beginning of the game, don't even shoot anything. I think it actually may stay at that difficulty forever. But of course, nobody's going to do that.
Right.
Their assumption is when they're programming the game that people are going to shoot some tanks. So when you shoot like a helicopter, I know when you shoot a helicopter, it ramps up. I've got it written down somewhere in my notes. But it ramps up fairly quick if you're killing stuff. If you're just moseying along doing not doing much, it takes a little bit slower. But I still think it's within 5 minutes. You're up to max difficulty.
It's still going to get there. So now one of the questions I had for you is you had mentioned there's rules governing records and you get certain breaks. So how can you take a break with an arcade game like this? Like even if it's 15 minutes?
So I think they've changed the rules since I've done it. I don't know. I'd have to double check. Back when I screwed up, to be honest, is I didn't interpret the rules correctly. And I don't mean it in a way that where it invalidated what I did, but I could have probably achieved the 100 hours had I interpreted the rules the way they were met. So what happens is they don't want people sitting around hiding in a corner. So how it works is that you can sit, I think, in a hiding spot for like a couple minutes or whatever. They'll give you like it's for X amount of time. If the game does have a hiding spot where you can't die, you can utilize that for like a minute or two or something. It might be 5 minutes. It's a decent amount of time. Other than that, as far as if you want to take a longer break than that, they have a rule. Well, they had a rule in place. I think it's even longer now, but it used to be that it went by Guinness too. So Twin Galaxies followed what Guinness gave for breaks. So back when I did the Armor Tech record, I believe the rule was for every hour that you play, you can take a 5-minute break. and you can actually, you got it's like rollover minutes, right? You can roll them into each other. But I think back then it was a max 1 hour though. So you could you play 12 hours would give you an hour of break time. Anything after that, you're wasting your 5 minutes that you might gain. So basically for every hour you play, you gain 5 minutes. So what I did is I played 12 hours and I took an hour nap. Then I played another 12 hours and took an hour nap. Then from the practicing I had done for months before that, and I don't know if you guys know who George Lutz is. He is the current Qbert world record holder, I believe. I don't think anybody's beaten him since. George did 84 hours and 40 minutes or something. Like I beat George by 30 minutes as a longevity. But George did Qbert for that long.
That game.
Now George and I were good friends, So I talked to George. I'm like, well, how did you do? What exactly did you do? And he's like, well, I did 40 minutes. I did 8 hours, then 40 minutes break, right? And I was like, that sounds about good enough. So I did the same thing, did a little practicing, and you would be surprised at how much 15 minutes of sleep will refresh you for a couple hours.
Especially in the short term.
Well, I'm glad we got into that. So we have about 1 minute left of your time, sir. So
okay.
Just to wrap up, so you were able to get some breaks. You were able to take an hour break, but there's no pause feature on the actual game. So how does that work?
All right, so I can probably wrap all that here in about a minute. So I did the 8 hours on, 40 minutes off, and I did that till I couldn't play anymore. Then for what was the other part of the question? I'm sorry.
How does it work? Like the game is still running while you're away from it.
So when I take my 40-minute break, I would lose about 240 lives, 230 lives. But I had so many lives accrued that it didn't matter, right? So I had 1,200 lives. So I'd take a nap and lose 200 and some lives, come back and just jump on and start playing again. And then eventually, now when I jump back on, I'm in max difficulty. So I just have to weather the storm, and eventually that bug is going to kick in. You can't control it; it just happens. Yeah. So a couple times I got on and right away it happened, and I was a little easier to play, and I would build my guys back up. Other times I bled another 200 lives. So it's really psychologically demoralizing, even though eventually that game is going to screw up. You don't know when, and maybe it won't, So when you're losing those lives, it's really the psychology behind it's pretty amazing.
That's
the just trying to keep up and not give up, and it's I can go on for a while, but that's basically how I did it. And then I had really quick too. I had food. I did it in my basement where I'm at right now, and we're 6 feet away from the actual spot. But I have a refrigerator down here, and I had little baggies of food, all evenly distributed for when I would eat them. And then I drank only water. Then I had peanut butter, celery, and I had walnuts for what is it that's in fish for your brain? Why can't I think of it? Omega 3?
Omega-3s, right. Omega-3s.
Yeah, so I ate a lot of high omega-3 stuff for the brain.
That's great. Man. Well, John, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate you having on the show. We have to take a quick commercial break.
Mm-hmm. All right, sorry I got here late, guys. We could have went over a few more things. But
always a pleasure. And before we go, I just want to say I was not happy a couple weeks ago, and I definitely thought of you when my Browns lost it to your Raiders. But
I'm a Browns fan first, just so you know.
Okay. I know we talked quite a bit, and you're a Raiders guy, so.
Oh, I'm a Raiders guy for sure, but I mean, I'm a Browns fan through and through.
Right.
But there's always something Browns going on, so I rep my Raiders stuff a lot because you don't see a lot of Raiders stuff around the area. But I was happy. I wanted the Browns to win, so it kind of sucked. So Browns Raiders games always suck for me. I know. But I'm always a little bit more Browns than Raiders when they come down to play, unless the Browns are terrible and the Raiders need that win to progress.
Gotcha.
Okay.
So,
sir, always a pleasure. Thank you again, and you keep doing what you're doing.
Okay.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. Appreciate it. Again, apologies for showing up late.
No problem, man. No Always a pleasure talking with you.
So, everybody, we're going to take a break. Remember to check out GameCleveland.com. We are taking donations. Right, so please,
Yes,
go to
absolutely.
the site, donate. It's for a great cause. United Cerebral Palsy of Cleveland. So thank you. We're gonna hit a quick commercial. Follow us, like us, tell your friends, get more people watching the stream.
Yeah, and
then
just
we
check
can have
out
more
the
people
cool
with this.
content. We got a lot of fun stuff coming up.
Okay, so
I got you. So we're gonna play a commercial now.
So we're gonna go ahead.
We'll be right back.
We'll be back after these